Chapter 20, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 20, Part 2 On Guard. The information acquired by Andrew Larkspur was perfectly correct. An intimacy and companionship had arisen between Douglas Dale and his cousin, Reginald Eversleigh, and the two men spent much of their time together. Douglas Dale was still the same simple-minded, true-hearted young man that he had been before his uncle Oswald's death endowed him with an income of £5,000 a year. But with the accession of wealth, the necessity for industry ceased, and instead of a hard-working student, Douglas became one of the upper million, who have nothing to think of but the humour of the moment. Now Alpine tourist, now Norwegian angler, anon idler in clubs and drawing-rooms, anon book collector, or amateur litterateur. He still occupied chambers in the Temple. He still called himself a barrister, but he had no longer any desire to succeed at the bar. His brother Lionel had become rector of Hallgrove, a village in Dorsetshire, where there was a very fine old church and a very small congregation. It was one of those fat livings which seem only to fall to the lot of rich men. Lionel had the tastes of a typical country gentleman, and he found ample leisure to indulge in his favourite amusement of hunting, after having conscientiously discharged his duties. The poor of Hallgrove had good reason to congratulate themselves on the fact that their rector was a rich man. Mr. Dale's charities seemed almost boundless to his happy parishioners. The rectory was a fine old house, situated in one of those romantic spots which one scarcely hopes to see out of a picture. Hill, wood, and water combined to make the beauty of the landscape, and amid verdant woods and fields, the old red brick mansion looked the perfection of an English homestead. It had been originally a manor house, and some portions of it were very old. Douglas Dale called Hallgrove the Happy Valley. Neither of the brothers had yet married, and the barrister paid frequent visits to the rector. He was glad to find repose after the fatigue and excitement of London life. Like his brother, he delighted in the adventures and perils of the hunting field, and he was rarely absent from Hallgrove during the hunting season. In London he had his clubs, and the houses of friends. The manoeuvring mammas of the West End were very glad to welcome Mr. Dale at their parties. He might have danced with the prettiest girls in London every night of his life, had he pleased. To an unmarried man, with unlimited means and no particular occupation, the pleasures of a life of fashionable amusement are apt to grow weary, flat, stale, and unprofitable after a certain time. Douglas Dale was beginning to be very tired of balls and dinner parties, flower shows and morning concerts, when he happened to meet his cousin Reginald Eversleigh at a club to which both men belonged. Eversleigh could make himself very agreeable when he chose, and on this occasion he exerted himself to the utmost to produce a good impression upon the mind of Douglas Dale. Hitherto Douglas had not liked his cousin Reginald, but he now began to fancy that he had been prejudiced against his kinsman. He felt that Reginald had some reason to consider himself ill-used, and with the impulsive kindness of a generous nature, he was ready to extend the hand of friendship to a man who had been beaten in the battle of life. The two men dined together at their club. They met again and again, sometimes by accident, sometimes by appointment. The club was one at which there was a good deal of quiet gambling among scientific whist players, but until his meeting with Reginald Eversleigh, Douglas Dale had never been tempted to take part in a rubber. His habits changed gradually under the influence of his cousin and Victor Carrington. He consented to take a hand at écarté after dinner on one day, on another day to join at a whist party. 3 months after his first meeting with Reginald, he accompanied the baronet to Hilton House, where he was introduced to the beautiful Austrian widow. Sir Reginald Eversleigh played his cards very cautiously. It was only after he had instilled a taste for gambling into his kinsman's breast that he ventured to introduce him to the fashionable gaming house presided over by Paulina Durski. The introduction had a sinister effect upon his destiny. He had passed unscathed through the furnace of London life. Many women had sought to obtain power over him, but his heart was still in his own keeping when he first crossed the threshold of Hilton House. He saw Paulina Durski and loved her. He loved her from the very first with a deep and faithful affection, as far above the selfish fancy of Reginald Eversleigh as the heaven is above the earth. But she was no longer mistress of her heart. That was given to the man whose baseness she knew, and whom she loved despite her better reason. Sir Reginald speedily discovered the state of his cousin's feelings. He had laid his plans for this result. Douglas Dale, as the adoring slave of Madame Durski, would be an easy dupe, and much of Sir Oswald's wealth might yet enrich his disinherited nephew. Victor Carrington looked on, and shared his spoils, but he watched Eversleigh's schemes with a half-contemptuous air. "You think you are doing wonders, my dear Reginald," he said, "and certainly by means of Mr. Dale's losses you and I contrive to live, to say nothing of our dear Madame Durski, who comes in for her share of the plunder. But after all, what is it? A few hundred more or less, at the best. I think you may by and by play a better and deeper game than that, Reginald, and I think I can show you how to play it." "I do not want to be mixed up in any more of your schemes," answered Sir Reginald. "I have had enough of them. What have they done for me?" The two men were seated in Sir Reginald's dingy sitting-room in Villiers Street when this conversation took place. They were sitting opposite to each other, with a little table between them. Victor Carrington rested his folded arms upon the table, and leaned across them, looking full in the face of his companion. "Look you, Reginald Eversleigh," he said, "because I have failed once, there is no reason that I am to fail always. The devil himself conspired against me last time, but the day will come when I shall have the devil on my side. It is yet on the cards for you to become owner of 10,000 a year, and it shall be my business to make you owner of that income." "Stay, Carrington. Do you think I would permit—" "I ask your permission for nothing. I know you to be a weak and wavering coward, who of your own volition would never rise from the level of a ruined spendthrift and penniless vagabond. You forget, perhaps, that I hold a bond which gives me an interest in your fortunes. I do not forget. When my own wisdom counsels action, I shall act, without asking your advice. If I am successful, you will thank me. If I fail, you will reproach me for my folly. That is the way of the world. And now let us change the subject. When do you go down to Dorsetshire with your cousin, Douglas Dale?" "Why do you ask me that question?" "My curiosity is only prompted by a friendly interest in your welfare and that of your relations. You are going to hunt with Lionel Dale, are you not?" "Yes. He has invited me to spend the remainder of the hunting season with him." "At his brother's request, I believe?" "Precisely. I have not met Lionel since my uncle's funeral, as you know." Sir Reginald pronounced these last words with considerable hesitation. "Douglas spends Christmas with his brother, and Douglas wishes me to join the party. In order to gratify this wish, Lionel has written me a very friendly letter, inviting me down to Hallgrove Rectory, and I have accepted the invitation." "Nothing could be more natural. There is some talk of your buying a hunter for Lionel, is there not, by the by?" "Yes. They know I am a tolerable judge of horseflesh, and Douglas wishes me to get his brother a good mount for the winter." "When is the animal to be chosen?" asked Victor, carelessly. "Immediately. We go down to Hallgrove next week. I shall select the horse whenever I can get Douglas to go with me to the dealer's, and send him down to get used to his new quarters before his hard work begins." "Good. Let me know when you are going to the horse dealer's. But if you see me there, take no notice of me beyond a nod, and be careful not to attract Douglas Dale's attention to me, or introduce me to him." "What do you mean by that?" asked Reginald, looking suspiciously at his companion. "What should I mean, except what I say? I do not see how even your imagination can fancy any dark meaning lurking beneath the commonplace desire to waste an afternoon in a visit to a horse dealer's yard." "My dear Carrington, forgive me," exclaimed Reginald. "I am irritable and impatient. I cannot forget the misery of those last days at Raynham." "Yes," answered Victor Carrington, "the misery of failure." No more was said between the two men. The sway which the powerful intellect of the surgeon exercised over the weaker nature of his friend was omnipotent. Reginald Eversleigh feared Victor Carrington, and there was something more than this ever-present fear in his mind. There was the lurking hope that, by means of Carrington's scheming, he should yet obtain the wealth he had forfeited. The conversation above recorded took place on the day after Mr. Larkspur's interview with Honoria. 3 days afterwards, Reginald Eversleigh and his cousin met at the club, for the purpose of going together to inspect the hunters on sale at Mr. Spavin's repository, in the Brompton Road. Dale's mail phaeton was waiting before the door of the club, and he drove his cousin down to the repository. Mr. Spavin was one of the most fashionable horse dealers of that day. A man who could not afford to give a handsome price had but a small chance of finding himself suited at Mr. Spavin's repository. For a poor customer, the horse dealer felt nothing but contempt. Half a dozen horsey-looking men came out of the stables, loose boxes, and harness rooms to attend upon the gentleman whose dashing mail phaeton and stylish groom commanded the respect of the whole yard. The great Mr. Spavin himself emerged from his counting-house to ask the pleasure of his customers. "Carriage horses, sir, or hacks?" he asked. "That's a very fine pair in the break yonder, if you want anything showy for a mail phaeton. They've been exercising in the park. All blood, sir, and not an ounce too much bone. A pair of horses that would do credit to a duke." Reginald asked to see Mr. Spavin's hunters, and the grooms and keepers were soon busy trotting out noble-looking creatures for the inspection of the 3 gentlemen. There was a tan gallop at the bottom of the yard, and up and down this the animals were paraded. Douglas Dale was much interested in the choice of the horse which he intended to present to his brother, and he discussed the merits of the different hunters with Sir Reginald Eversleigh, whose eye had lighted within a minute of their entrance upon Victor Carrington. The surgeon stood at a little distance from them, absorbed by the scene before him; but it was to be observed that his attention was given less to the horses than the men who brought them out of their boxes. At one of these men he looked with peculiar intensity, and this man was certainly not calculated to attract the observation of a stranger by any personal advantages of his own. He was a wizened little man, with red hair, a bullet-shaped head, and small, rat-like eyes. This man had very little to do with the display of the horses, but once, when there was a pause in the business, he opened the door of a loose box, went in, and presently emerged, leading a handsome bay, whose splendid head was reared in a defiant attitude as the fiery eyeballs surveyed the yard. "Isn't that Wild Buffalo?" asked Mr. Spavin. "Yes, sir." "Then you ought to know better than to bring him out," exclaimed the horse dealer, angrily. "These gentlemen want a horse that a Christian can ride, and the Buffalo isn't fit to be ridden by a Christian, not yet awhile, at any rate. I mean to take the devil out of him before I've done with him, though," added Mr. Spavin, casting a vindictive glance at the horse. "He is rather a handsome animal," said Sir Reginald Eversleigh. "Oh, yes, he's handsome enough," answered the dealer. His looks are no discredit to him; but handsome is as handsome does, that's my motto; and if I'd known the temper of that beast when Captain Chesterly offered him to me, I'd have seen the captain farther before I consented to buy him. However, there he is. I've got him, and I must make the best of him. But Jack Spavin is not the man to sell such a beast to a customer until the wickedness is taken out of him. When the wickedness is taken out of him, he'll be at your service, gentlemen, with Jack Spavin's best wishes." The horse was taken back to his box. Victor watched the animal and the groom with an intensely earnest gaze as they disappeared from his sight. "That's a curious looking fellow, that groom of yours," Sir Reginald said to the horse dealer. "What, Hawkins? Jim Hawkins? Yes, his looks won't make his fortune. He's a hard-working fellow enough in his way, but he's something like the horse in the matter of temper. But I think I've taken the devil out of him," said Mr. Spavin, with an ominous crack of his heavy riding whip. More horses were brought out, examined, discussed, and taken back to their boxes. Mr. Spavin knew he had to deal with a good customer, and he wished to show off the resources of his stable. "Bring out Niagara," he said presently, and in a few minutes a groom emerged from one of the stables, leading a magnificent bay. "Now, gentlemen," said Mr. Spavin, "that animal is own brother to Wild Buffalo, and if it had not been for my knowledge of that animal's merits, I should never have bought the Buffalo. Now, there's apt to be a good deal of difference between human beings of the same family, but perhaps you'd hardly believe the difference there can be between horses of the same blood. That animal is as sweet a temper as you'd wish to have in a horse, and Buffalo is a devil. Yet, if you were to see the two horses side by side, you'd scarcely know which was which." "Indeed!" exclaimed Sir Reginald. "I should like, for the curiosity of the thing, to see the two animals together." Mr. Spavin gave his orders, and presently Jim Hawkins, the queer-looking groom, brought out Wild Buffalo. The two horses were indeed exactly alike in all physical attributes, and the man who could have distinguished one from the other must have had a very keen eye. "There they are, gents, as like as two peas, and if it weren't for a small splash of white on the inner side of Buffalo's left hock, there's very few men in my stable could tell one from the other." Victor Carrington, observing that Dale was talking to the horse dealer, drew near the animal with the air of an interested stranger, and stooped to examine the white mark. It was a patch about as large as a crown piece. "Niagara seems a fine creature," he said. "Yes," replied a groom. "I don't think there's many better horses in the place than Niagara." When Douglas Dale returned to the examination of the two horses, Victor Carrington drew Sir Reginald aside, unperceived by Dale. "I want you to choose the horse Niagara for Lionel Dale," he said, when they were beyond the hearing of Douglas. "Why that horse in particular?" "Never mind why," returned Carrington, impatiently. "You can surely do as much as that to oblige me." "Be it so," answered Sir Reginald, with assumed carelessness. "The horse seems a good one." There was a little more talk and consultation, and then Douglas Dale asked his cousin which horse he liked best among those they had seen. "Well, upon my word, if you ask my opinion, I think there is no better horse than that bay they call Niagara; and if you and Spavin can agree as to price, you may settle the business without further hesitation." Douglas Dale acted immediately upon the baronet's advice. He went into Mr. Spavin's little counting-house, and wrote a cheque for the price of the horse on the spot, much to that gentleman's satisfaction. While Douglas Dale was writing this cheque, Victor Carrington waited in the yard outside the counting-house. He took this opportunity of addressing Hawkins, the groom. "I want a job done in your line," he said, "and I think you'd be just the man to manage it for me. Have you any spare time?" "I've an hour or two now and then of a night, after my work's over," answered the man. "At what time and where are you to be met with after your work?" "Well, sir, my own home is too poor a place for a gentleman like you to come to. But if you don't object to a public, and a very respectable public, too, in its way, there's the Goat and Compasses, 3 doors down the little street as you'll see on your left as you leave this here yard, walking towards London." "Yes, yes," interrupted Victor, impatiently. "You are to be found at the Goat and Compasses?" "I mostly am, sir, after 9 o'clock of an evening, summer and winter." "That will do," exclaimed Victor, with a quick glance at the door of the counting house. "I will see you at the Goat and Compasses to night at 9. Hush!" Eversleigh and his cousin were just emerging from the counting house as Victor Carrington gave the groom a warning gesture. "Mum's the word," muttered the man. Sir Reginald Eversleigh and Douglas Dale took their places in the phaeton, and drove away. Victor Carrington arrived at 8:30 at the Goat and Compasses, a shabby little public house in a shabby little street. Here he found Mr. Hawkins lounging in the bar, waiting for him, and beguiling the time by consumption of a glass of gin. "There's no one in the parlour, sir," said Hawkins, as he recognized Mr. Carrington, "and if you'll step in there, we shall be quite private. I suppose there ain't no objection to this gent and me stepping into the parlour, is there, Maria?" Mr. Hawkins asked of a young lady in a very smart cap, who officiated as barmaid. "Well, you ain't a parlour customer in general, Mr. Hawkins, but I suppose if the gent wants to speak to you, there'll be no objection to your making free with the parlour promiscuous," answered the damsel, with supreme condescension. "And if the gent has any orders to give, I'm ready to take 'em," she added, pertly. Victor Carrington ordered a pint of brandy. The parlour was a dingy little apartment, very much the worse for stale tobacco smoke, and adorned with gaudy racing prints. Here Mr. Carrington seated himself, and told his companion to take the place opposite him. "Fill yourself a glass of brandy," he said, and Mr. Hawkins was not slow to avail himself of the permission. "Now, I'm a man who does not care to beat about the bush, my friend Hawkins," said Victor, "so I'll come to business at once. I've taken a fancy to that bay horse, Wild Buffalo, and I should like to have him; but I'm not a rich man, and I can't afford a high price for my fancy. What I've been thinking, Hawkins, is that, with your help, I might get Wild Buffalo a bargain." "Well, I should rather flatter myself you might, guv'nor," answered the groom, coolly. "An uncommon good bargain, or an uncommon bad one, according to the working out of circumstances. But between friends, supposing that you was me, and supposing that I was you, you know I wouldn't have 'em at no price. No, not if Spavin sold 'em to you for nothing, and threw you in a handsome pair of tops, and a bit of pink gratis likewise." Mr. Hawkins had taken a second glass of brandy by this time, and the brandy provided by Victor Carrington, taken in conjunction with the gin purchased by himself, was beginning to produce a lively effect upon his spirits. "The horse is a dangerous animal to handle, then?" asked Victor. "When you can ride a flash of lightning, and hold that well in hand, you may be able to ride Wild Buffalo, guv'nor," answered the groom, sententiously; "but till you've got your hand in with a flash of lightning, I wouldn't recommend you to throw your leg across the buffalo." "Come, come," remonstrated Victor, "a good rider could manage the brute, surely." "Not the cove as drove a mail phaeton and pair in the skies, and was chucked out of it, which served him right. Not even that skylarking cove could hold in the buffalo. He's got a mouth made of cast iron, and there ain't a curb made, work 'em how you will, that's any more to him than a lady's bonnet ribbon. He got a good name for his jumping as a steeplechaser, but when he'd been the death of 3 jocks and 2 gentlemen riders, folks began to get rather shy of him and his jumping, and then Captain Chesterly come and planted him on my guv'nor, which more fool my guv'nor to take him at any price, says I. And now, sir, I've stood your friend, and give you an honest warning, and perhaps it ain't going too far to say that I've saved your life, in a manner of speaking. So I hope you'll bear in mind that I'm a poor man with a fambly, and that I can't afford to waste my time in giving good advice to strange gents for nothing." Victor Carrington took out his purse, and handed Mr. Hawkins a sovereign. A look of positive rapture mingled with the habitual cunning of the groom's countenance as he received this donation. "I call that handsome, guv'nor," he exclaimed, "and I ain't above saying so. Take another glass of brandy, Hawkins." "Thank you kindly, sir. I don't care if I do," answered the groom, and again he replenished his glass with the coarse and fiery spirit. "I've given you that sovereign because I believe you are an honest fellow," said the surgeon; "but, in spite of the bad character you have given the buffalo, I should like to get him." "Well, I'm blessed!" exclaimed Mr. Hawkins; "and you don't look like a horsey gent either, guv'nor." "I am not a horsey gent. I don't want the buffalo for myself. I want him for a hunting friend. If you can get me the brute a dead bargain, say for £20, and can get a week's holiday to bring him down to my friend's place in the country, I'll give you a £5 note for your trouble." The eyes of Mr. Hawkins glittered with the greed of gold as Victor Carrington said this; but eager as he was to secure the tempting prize, he did not reply very quickly. "Well, you see, guv'nor, I don't think Mr. Spavin would consent to sell the buffalo yet awhile. He'd be afraid of mischief, you know. He's a very stiff 'un, is Spavin, and he comes it uncommon bumptious about his character, and so on. I really don't think he'd sell the buffalo till he's broke, and the deuce knows how long it may take to break him." "Oh, nonsense! Spavin would be glad to get rid of the beast, depend upon it. You've only got to say you want him for a friend of yours, a jockey, who'll break him in better than any of Spavin's people could do it." James Hawkins rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Well, perhaps if I put it in that way it might answer," he said, after a meditative pause. "I think Spavin might sell him to a jock, where he would not part with him to a gentleman. I know he'd be uncommon glad to get rid of the brute." "Very well, then," returned Victor Carrington. "You manage matters well, and you'll be able to earn your £5. Be sure you don't let Spavin think it's a gentleman who's sweet upon the horse. Do you think you are able to manage the business?" The groom laid his finger on his nose, and winked significantly. "I've managed more difficult businesses than that, guv'nor," he said. "When do you want the animal?" "Immediately." "Could you make it convenient to slip down here to morrow night, or shall I wait upon you at your house, guv'nor?" "I will come here to morrow night at 9." "Very good, guv'nor, in which case you shall hear news of Wild Buffalo; but all I hope is, when you do present him to your friend, you'll present the address card of a respectable undertaker at the same time." "I am not afraid." "As you please, sir. You are the individual what comes down with the dibs, and you are the individual what's entitled to make your choice." Victor Carrington saw that the brandy had by this time exercised a potent influence over Mr. Spavin's groom; but he had full confidence in the man's power to do what he wanted done. James Hawkins was gifted with that low cunning which peculiarly adapts a small villain for the service of a greater villain. At 9 o'clock on the following evening the two met again at the Goat and Compasses. This time their interview was very brief and businesslike. "Have you succeeded?" asked Victor. "I have, guv'nor, like 1 o'clock. Mr. Spavin will take 25 guineas from my friend the jock, but wouldn't sell the buffalo to a gentleman on no account." "Here is the money," answered Victor, handing the groom 5 bank notes for £5 each, and 25 shillings in gold and silver. "Have you asked for a holiday?" "No, guv'nor, because, between you and me, I don't suppose I should get it if I did ask. I shall make so bold as to take it without asking, sham ill, and send my wife to say as I'm laid up in bed at home, and can't come to work." "Hawkins, you are a diplomatist," exclaimed Victor; "and now I'll make short work of my instructions. There's a bit of paper, with the name of the place to which you're to take the animal, Frimley Common, Dorsetshire. You'll start to morrow at daybreak, and travel as quickly as you can without taking the spirit out of the horse. I want him to be fresh when he reaches my friend." Mr. Hawkins gave a sinister laugh. "Don't you be afraid of that, sir. Wild Buffalo will be fresh enough, you may depend," he said. "I hope he may," replied Carrington, calmly. When you reach Frimley Common, it's little more than a village. Go to the best inn you find there, and wait till you either see me or hear from me. You understand?" "Yes, guv'nor." "Good. And now, good night." With this, Carrington left the Goat and Compasses. As he went out of the public-house, an elderly man, in the dress of a mechanic, who had been lounging in the bar, followed him into the street, and kept behind him until he entered Hyde Park, to cross to the Edgware Road. There the man fell back and left him. "He's going home, I suppose," muttered the man, "and there's nothing more for me to do to-night." Chapter 20, Part 2. Chapter 21 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 21. Down in Dorsetshire. There were 2 inns in the High Street of Frimley. The days of mail coaches were not yet over, and the glory of country inns had not entirely departed. Several coaches passed through Frimley in the course of the day, and many passengers stopped to eat and drink and refresh themselves at the quaint old hostelries. But it was not often that the old-fashioned bedchambers were occupied, even for one night, by any one but a commercial traveller, and it was a still rarer occurrence for a visitor to linger for any time at Frimley. There was nothing to see in the place, and any one travelling for pleasure would have chosen rather to stay in the more picturesque village of Hallgrove. It was, therefore, a matter of considerable surprise to the landlady of the Rose and Crown, when a lady and her maid alighted from the Highflyer coach and demanded apartments, which they would be likely to occupy for a week or more. The lady was so plainly attired, in a dress and cloak of dark woolen stuff, and the simplest of black velvet bonnets, that it was only by her distinguished manner and especially graceful bearing that Mrs. Tippets, the landlady, was able to perceive any difference between the mistress and the maid. "I am travelling in Dorsetshire for my health," said the lady, who was no other than Honoria Eversleigh, "and the quiet of this place suits me. You will be good enough to prepare rooms for myself and my maid." "You would like your maid's bedroom to be adjoining your own, no doubt, madam?" hazarded the landlady. "No," answered Honoria, "I do not wish that. I prefer entire privacy in my own apartment." "As you please, madam. We have plenty of bedrooms." The landlady of the Rose and Crown ushered her visitors into the best sitting-room the house afforded, an old-fashioned apartment, with a wide fireplace, high wooden mantelpiece, and heavily timbered ceiling, a room which seemed to belong to the past rather than the present. Lady Eversleigh sat by the table in a thoughtful attitude, while the fire was being lighted, and a tray of tea-things arranged for that refreshment which is most welcome of all others to an Englishwoman. Jane Payland stood by the opposite angle of the mantelpiece, watching her mistress with a countenance almost as thoughtful as that of Honoria herself. It was in the wintry dusk that these 2 travellers arrived at Frimley. Jane Payland walked to one of the narrow, old-fashioned windows, and looked out into the street, where lights were burning dimly here and there. "What a strange old place, ma'am," she said. Honoria had forbidden her to say "my lady" since their departure from Raynham. "Yes," her mistress answered, absently, "it is a world-forgotten old place." "But the rest and change will no doubt be beneficial, ma'am," said Miss Payland, in her most insinuating tone; "and I am sure you must require change and fresh country air, after being pent up in a London street." Lady Eversleigh shook off her abstraction of manner, and turned towards her servant with a calm, serious gaze. "I want change of scene, and the fresh breath of country air, Jane," she said, gravely; "but it is not for those I came to Frimley, and you know that it is not. Why should we try to deceive each other? The purpose of my life is a very grave one. The secret of my coming and going is a very bitter secret, and if I do not choose to share it with you, I withhold nothing that you need care to know. Let me play my part unwatched and unquestioned. You will find yourself well rewarded by and by for your forbearance and devotion. Be faithful to me, my good girl, but do not try to discover the motive of my actions, and believe, even when they seem most strange to you, that they are justified by one great purpose." Jane Payland's eyelids drooped before the serious and penetrating gaze of her mistress. "You may feel sure of my being faithful, ma'am," she answered, promptly; "and as to curiosity, I should be the very last creature upon this earth to try to pry into your secrets." Honoria made no reply to this protestation. She took her tea in silence, and seemed as if weighed down by grave and anxious thoughts. After tea she dismissed Jane, who retired to the bedroom allotted to her, which had been made very comfortable, and enlivened by a wood fire that blazed cheerily in the wide grate. Jane Payland's bedroom opened out of a corridor, at the end of which was the door of the sitting room occupied by Honoria. Jane was, therefore, able to keep watch upon all who went to and fro from the sitting room to the other part of the house. She sat with her door a little way open for this purpose. "My lady expects someone to night, I know," she thought to herself, as she seated herself at a little table, and began some piece of fancy work. She had observed that during tea Lady Eversleigh had twice looked at her watch. Why should she be so anxious about the time, if she were not awaiting some visitor, or message, or letter? For a long time Jane Payland waited, and watched, and listened, without avail. No one went along the corridor to the blue parlour, except the chambermaid who removed the tea things. Jane looked at her own watch, and found that it was past 9 o'clock. "Surely my lady can have no visitor to night," she thought. A quarter of an hour after this, she was startled by the creaking sound of a footstep on the uncarpeted floor of the corridor. She rose hastily and softly from her chair, crept to the door, and peeped out into the passage. As she did so, she saw a man approaching, dressed like a countryman, in a clumsy frieze coat, and with his chin so muffled in a woollen scarf, and his felt hat drawn so low over his eyes, that there was nothing visible of him but the end of a long nose. That long, beak-like nose seemed strangely familiar to Miss Payland, and yet she could not tell where she had seen it before. The countryman went straight to the blue parlour, opened the door, and went in. The door closed behind him, and then Jane Payland heard the faint sound of voices within the apartment. It was evident that this countryman was Lady Eversleigh's expected guest. Jane's wonderment was redoubled by this extraordinary proceeding. "What does it all mean?" she asked herself. "Is this man some humble relation of my lady's? Every one knows that her birth was obscure, but no one can tell where she came from. Perhaps this is her native place, and it is to see her own people she comes here." Jane was obliged to be satisfied with this explanation, for no other was within her reach. But it did not altogether allay her curiosity. The interview between Lady Eversleigh and her visitor was a long one. It was 10:30 o'clock before the strange-looking countryman quitted the blue parlour. This occurred 3 days before Christmas Day. On the following evening another stranger arrived at Frimley by the mail coach, which passed through the quiet town at about 7 o'clock. This traveller did not patronize the Rose and Crown Inn, though the coach changed horses at that hostelry. He alighted from the outside of the coach while it stood before the door of the Rose and Crown, waited until his small valise had been fished out of the boot, and then departed through the falling snow, carrying this valise, which was his only luggage. He walked at a rapid pace to the other end of the long straggling street, where there was a humbler inn, called the Cross Keys. Here he entered, and asked for a bedroom, with a good fire, and something or other in the way of supper. It was not till he had entered the room that the traveller took off the rough outer coat, the collar of which had almost entirely concealed his face. When he did so, he revealed the sallow countenance of Victor Carrington, and the flashing black eyes, which to-night shone with a peculiar brightness. After he had eaten a hasty meal, he went out into the inn-yard, despite the fast-falling snow, to smoke a cigar, he said, to one of the servants whom he encountered on his way. He had not been long in the yard when a man emerged from one of the adjacent buildings, and approached him in a slow and stealthy manner. "All right, guv'nor," said the man, in a low voice. "I've been on the look-out for you for the last 2 days." The man was Jim Hawkins, Mr. Spavin's groom. "Is Wild Buffalo here?" asked Victor. "Yes, sir, as safe and as comfortable as if he'd been foaled here." "And none the worse for his journey?" "Not a bit of it, sir. I brought him down by easy stages, knowing you wanted him kept fresh. And fresh he is, uncommon. Perhaps you'd like to have a look at him?" "I should." The groom led Mr. Carrington to a loose box, and the surgeon had the pleasure of beholding the bay horse by the uncertain light of a stable lantern. The animal was, indeed, a noble specimen of his race. It was only in the projecting eyeball, the dilated nostril, the defiant carriage of the head, that his evil temper exhibited itself. Victor Carrington stood at a little distance from him, contemplating him in silence for some minutes. "Have you ever noticed that spot?" asked Victor presently, pointing to the white patch inside the animal's hock. "Well, sir, one can't help noticing it when one knows where to look for it, though perhaps a stranger mightn't see it. That there spot's a kind of blemish, you see, to my mind, for if it wasn't for that, the brute wouldn't have a white hair about him." "That's just what I've been thinking," answered Victor. "Now, my friend is just the sort of man to turn up his nose at a horse with anything in the way of a blemish about him, especially if he sees it before he has tried the animal and found out his merits. But I've hit upon a plan for getting the better of him, and I want you to carry it out for me. I'm your man, guv'nor, whatever it is." The surgeon produced a vial from his pocket, and with the vial a small painter's brush. "In this bottle there's a brown dye," he said, "and I want you to paint the white spot with that brown dye after you've groomed the buffalo, so that whenever my friend comes to claim the horse, the brute may be ready for him. You must apply the dye 3 or 4 times, at short intervals. It's a pretty fast one, and it'll take a good many pails of water to wash it out." Jim Hawkins laughed heartily at the idea of this manoeuvre. "Why, you are a rare deep one, guv'nor," he exclaimed. "That there game is just like the canary dodge, what they do so well down 7 Dials way. You catches your sparrow, and you paints him a lively yeller, and then you sells him to your innocent customer for the finest canary as ever wobbled in the grove. A little apt to be mopish at first, but warranted to sing beautiful as soon as ever he gets used to his new master and missus. And oh, don't he just sing beautiful? Not at all, neither. There's the bottle, Hawkins, and there's the brush. You know what you've got to do." "All right, guv'nor." "Good night, then," said Victor, as he left the stable. He did not stay to finish his cigar under the fast falling snow, but walked back to his own room, where he slept soundly. He was astir very early the next morning. He went downstairs after breakfasting in his own room, saw the landlord, and hired a good strong horse, commonly used by the proprietor of the Cross Keys on all his journeys to and from the market town and outlying villages. Victor Carrington mounted this horse, and rode across the common to the village of Hallgrove. He stopped to give his horse a drink of water before a village inn, and while stopping to do this he asked a few questions of the hostler. "Whereabouts is Hallgrove Rectory?" he asked. "About 1/4 of a mile farther on, sir," answered the man. "You can't miss it if you keep along that road. A big red house by the side of a river." "Thanks. This is a great place for hunting, isn't it?" "Yes, that it be, sir. The Horsley foxhounds are almost always meeting somewheres about here." When do they meet next?"
"The day after to morrow, Boxing Day, sir. They're to meet in the field by Hallgrove Ferry, a mile and a quarter beyond the rectory, at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's to be a regular grand day's sport, I've heard say. Our rector is to ride a new horse, what's been given to him by his brother." "Indeed!" "Yes, sir. I were down at the rectory stables yesterday afternoon, and see the animal. A splendid bay, rising 16 hands."
Carrington turned his horse's head in the direction of Hallgrove Rectory. He knew enough of the character of Lionel Dale to be aware that no opposition would be made to his loitering about the premises. He rolled boldly up to the door, and asked for the rector. He was out, the servant said; but would the gentleman walk in and wait, or would he leave his name? Mr. Dale would be in soon. He had gone out with Captain and Miss Graham. Victor Carrington smiled involuntarily as he heard mention made of Lydia. "So you are here, too," he thought. "It is just as well you should not see me on this occasion, as I am not helping your game now, as I did in the case of Sir Oswald, but spoiling it." No, the stranger gentleman thanked the man. He would not wait to see Mr. Dale. He had carefully ascertained that he was out before riding up to the house. But if the servant would show him the way, he would be glad to get out on the lower road. He understood the rectory grounds opened upon it, at a little distance from the house. Certainly the man could show him. Nothing easier. If the gentleman would take the path to the left, and the turn by the shrubbery, he would pass by the stables, and the lower road lay straight before him. Victor Carrington complied with these directions, but his after conduct did not bear out the impression of his being in a hurry, which his words and manner had conveyed to the footman. It was at least an hour after he had held the above-mentioned colloquy, when Victor Carrington, having made himself thoroughly acquainted with the topography of the rector's premises, issued from a side gate, and took the lower road leading back to Frimley. Then he went straight to the stable yard, saw Mr. Spavin's groom, and dismissed him. "I shall take the 'Buffalo' down to my friend's place this afternoon," he said to Hawkins. "Here's your money, and you can get back to London as soon as you like. I think my friend will be very well pleased with his bargain." "Ay, ay," said Mr. Hawkins, whose repeated potations of execrable brandy had rendered him tolerably indifferent to all that passed around him, and who was actuated by no other feeling than a lively desire to obtain the future favours of a liberal employer. "He's got to take care of hisself, and we've got to take care of ourselves, and that's all about it." And then Mr. Hawkins, with something additional to the stipulated reward in his pocket, and a pint bottle of his favourite stimulant to refresh him on the way, took himself off, and Carrington saw no more of him. The people about the inn saw very little of Carrington, but it was with some surprise that the ostler received his directions to saddle the horse which stood in the stable, just when the last gleam of the short winter's daylight was dying out on Christmas Day. Carrington had not stirred beyond the precincts of the inn all the morning and afternoon. The strange visitor was all uninfluenced either by the devotional or the festive aspects of the season. He was quite alone, and as he sat in his cheerless little bedroom at the small country inn, and brooded, now over a pocket volume, thickly noted in his small neat handwriting, now over the plans which were so near their accomplishment, he exulted in that solitude. He gave loose to the cynicism which was the chief characteristic of his mind. He cursed the folly of the idiots for whom Christmas time had any special meaning, and secretly worshipped his own idols, money and power. The horse was brought to him, and Carrington mounted him without any difficulty, and rode away in the gathering gloom. Wild Buffalo gave him no trouble, and he began to feel some misgivings as to the truth of the exceedingly bad character he had received with the animal. Supposing he should not be the unmanageable devil he was represented, Supposing all his schemes came to grief, what then? Why, then, there were other ways of getting rid of Lionel Dale, and he should only be the poorer by the purchase of a horse. On the other hand, Wild Buffalo, plodding along a heavy country road, almost in the dark, and after the probably not too honestly dispensed feeding of a village inn, which Carrington had not personally superintended, was no doubt a very different animal to what he might be expected to prove himself in the hunting field. Pondering upon these probabilities, Victor Carrington rode slowly on towards Hallgrove. He had taken accurate observations. He had nicely calculated time and place. All the servants, tenants, and villagers were gathered together under Lionel Dale's hospitable roof. To the feasting had succeeded games and story-telling, and the absorbing gossip of such a reunion. That which Victor Carrington had come to do, he did successfully, and when he returned to his inn, and gave over his horse to the care of the ostler, no one but he, not even the man who was there listening to every word spoken among the servants at the rectory, and eagerly scanning every face there, knew that neither Chapter 22, Part 1 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 22, Part 1 Arch-Traitor within, Arch-Plotter without. The guests at Hallgrove Rectory this Christmas time were Douglas Dale, Sir Reginald Eversleigh, a lady and gentleman called Mordaunt, and their two pretty fair-faced daughters, and two other old friends of the rector's, one of whom is very familiar to us. Those two were Gordon Graham and his sister Lydia, the woman whose envious hatred had aided in that vile scheme by which Sir Oswald Eversleigh's happiness had been suddenly blighted. The Dales and Gordon Graham had been intimate from boyhood, when they had been schoolfellows at Eton. Since Sir Oswald's death had enriched the two brothers, Gordon Graham had taken care that his acquaintance with them should not be allowed to lapse, but should rather be strengthened. It was by means of his manoeuvring that the invitation for Christmas had been given, and that he and his sister were comfortably domiciled for the winter season beneath the rector's hospitable roof. Gordon Graham had been very anxious to secure this invitation. Every day that passed made him more and more anxious that his sister should make a good marriage. Her 30th birthday was alarmingly near at hand. Careful as she was of her good looks, the day must soon come when her beauty would fade, and she would find herself among the ranks of confirmed old maids. If Gordon Graham found her a burden now, how much greater burden would she be to him then? As the cruel years stole by, and brought her no triumph, no success, her temper grew more imperious, while the quarrels which marred the harmony of the brother and sister's affection became more frequent and more violent. Beyond this one all-sufficient reason, Gordon Graham had his own selfish motives for seeking to secure his sister a rich husband. The purse of a wealthy brother-in-law must of course be always more or less open to himself, and he was not the man to refrain from obtaining all he could from such a source. In Lionel Dale he saw a man who would be the easy victim of a woman's fascinations, the generous dupe of an adventurer. Lionel Dale was, therefore, the prize which Lydia should try to win. The brother and sister were in the habit of talking to each other very plainly. "Now, Lydia," said the captain, after he had read Lionel Dale's letter for the young lady's benefit, "it will be your fault if you do not come back from Hallgrove the affianced wife of this man. There was a time when you might have tried for heavier stakes, but at 30, a husband with 5,000 a year is not to be sneezed at." "You need not be so fond of reminding me of my age," Lydia returned with a look of anger. You seem to forget that you are 5 years my senior."
"I forget nothing, my dear girl; but there is no parallel between your case and mine. For a man, age is nothing; for a woman, everything; and I regret to be obliged to remember that you are approaching your 30th birthday. Fortunately, you don't look more than 27, and I really think, if you play your cards well, you may secure this country rector. A country rector is not much for a woman who has set her cap at a duke, but he is better than nothing; and as the case is really growing rather desperate, you must play your cards with unusual discrimination this time, Lydia. You must, upon my word."
"I am tired of playing my cards," answered Miss Graham, contemptuously. "It seems as if life was always to be a losing game for me, let me play my cards how I will. I begin to think there is a curse upon me, and that no act of mine will ever prosper. Who was that man in your Greek play who guessed some inane conundrum, and was always getting into trouble afterwards? I begin to think there really is a fatality in these things." She turned away from her brother impatiently, and seated herself at her piano. She played a few bars of a waltz with a listless air, while the captain lighted a cigar, and stepped out upon the little balcony overhanging the dull, foggy street. The brother and sister occupied lodgings in one of the narrow streets of Mayfair. The apartments were small, shabbily furnished, inconvenient, and expensive; but the situation was irreproachable, and the haughty Lydia could only exist in an irreproachable situation. Captain Graham finished his cigar and went out to his club, leaving his sister alone, discontented, gloomy, sullen, to get through the day as best she might. The time had been when the prospect of a visit to Hallgrove Rectory would have seemed very pleasant to her; but that time was gone. The haughty spirit was soured by disappointment, the selfish nature embittered by defeat. There was a glass over the mantelpiece. Lydia leaned her arms upon the marble slab, and contemplated the dark face in the mirror. It was a handsome face, but a cloud of sullen pride obscured its beauty. "I shall never prosper," she said, as she looked at herself. "There is some mysterious ban upon me and on my beauty. All my life I have been passed by for the sake of women in every attribute my inferiors. If I was unloved in the freshness of my youth and beauty, how can I expect to be loved now, when youth is past and beauty is on the wane? And yet my brother expects me to go through the old stage play, in the futile hope of winning a rich husband." She shrugged her shoulders with a contemptuous gesture, and turned away from the glass. But, although she affected to despise her brother's schemes, she was not slow to lend herself to them. She went out that morning, and walked to her milliner's house. There was a long and rather an unpleasant interview between the milliner and her customer, for Lydia Graham had sunk deeper in the mire of debt with every passing year, and it was only by the payment of occasional sums of money on account that she contrived to keep her creditors tolerably quiet. The result of to-day's interview was the same as usual. Madame Suzanne, the milliner, agreed to find some pretty dresses for Miss Graham's Christmas visit, and Miss Graham undertook to pay a large instalment of an unreasonable bill without inspection or objection. On this snowy Christmas morning, Miss Graham stood by the side of her host, dressed in the stylish walking costume of dark grey poplin, and with her glowing face set off by a bonnet of blue velvet, with soft grey plumes. Those were the days in which a bonnet was at once the aegis and the sanctuary of beauty. If you offended her, she took refuge in her bonnet. The police courts have only become odious by the clamour of feminine complainants since the disappearance of the bonnet. It was awful as the helmet of Minerva, inviolable as the cestus of Diana. Nor was the bonnet of 30 years ago an unbecoming headgear. A pretty face never looked prettier than when dimly seen in the shadowy depths of a coal-scuttle bonnet. Miss Graham looked her best in one of those forgotten head dresses. The rich velvet, the drooping feathers, set off her showy face; and Laura and Ellen Mordaunt, in their fresh young beauty and simple costume, lost by contrast with the aristocratic belle. The poor of Hallgrove parish looked forward eagerly to the coming of Christmas. Lionel Dale's parishioners knew that they would receive ample bounty from the hand of their wealthy and generous rector. He loved to welcome old and young to the noble hall of his mansion, a spacious and lofty chamber, which had formed part of the ancient manor house, and had been of late years converted into a rectory. He loved to see them clad in the comfortable garments which his purse had provided. The old women in their grey woollen gowns and scarlet cloaks, the little children brightly arrayed like so many Red Riding Hoods. It was a pleasant sight, truly, and there was a dimness in the rector's eyes as he stood at the head of a long table at 2:00 on Christmas Day, to say grace before the dinner spread for those humble Christmas guests. All the poor of the parish had been invited to dine with their pastor on Christmas Day, and this 2:00 dinner was a greater pleasure to the rector of Hallgrove than the repast which was to be served at 7:00 for himself and the guests of his own rank. There were some people in Hallgrove and its neighbourhood who said that Lionel Dale took more pleasure in this life than a clergyman and a good Christian should take; but surely those who had seen him seated by the bed of sickness, or ministering to the needs of affliction, could scarcely have grudged him the innocent happiness of his hours of relaxation. The one thing in which he himself felt that he was perhaps open to blame was in his passion for the sports of the field. No one who had stood amongst the little group at the top of the long table in Hallgrove Manor House on this snowy Christmas morning could have doubted that the heart of Lionel Dale was true to the very core. He was not alone amongst his poor parishioners. His guests had requested permission to see the 2:00 dinner party in the refectory. Lydia affected to be especially anxious for this privilege. "I long to see the dear things eating their Christmas plum-pudding," she said, with almost girlish enthusiasm. Mr. Dale's parishioners did ample justice to the splendid Christmas fare provided for them. Lydia Graham declared she had never witnessed anything that gave her half so much pleasure as this humble gathering. "I would give up a whole season of fashionable dinner parties for such a treat as this, Mr. Dale," she exclaimed, with an eloquent glance at the rector. "What a happy life yours must be, and how privileged these people ought to think themselves." "I don't know that, Miss Graham," answered Lionel Dale. "I think the privilege is all on my side. It is the pleasure of the rich to minister to the wants of the poor." Lydia Graham made no reply, but her eyes expressed an admiration which womanly reserve might have forbidden her lips to utter. While the pudding was being eaten, Mr. Dale walked round amongst his humble guests, to exchange a few kindly words here and there, to shake hands, to pat little children's flaxen heads, to make friendly inquiries for the sick and absent. As he paused to talk to one of his parishioners, his attention was attracted by a strange face. It was the face of an old man, who sat at the opposite side of the table, and seemed entirely absorbed by the agreeable task of making his way through a noble slice of plum pudding. "Who is that old man opposite?" asked Lionel of the agricultural labourer to whom he had been talking. "I don't think I know his face." "No, sir," answered the farm labourer. "He don't belong to these parts. Gaffer Hayfield brought him. I suppose as how he's a relation of Gaffer's. It seems a bit of a liberty, sir, but Gaffer Hayfield always were a cool hand." "I don't think it is a liberty, William. If the man is a relation of Hayfield's, there is no reason why he should not be here with the Gaffer," answered Lionel, good-naturedly. "I am glad to see that he is enjoying his dinner." "Yes, sir," replied the farm labourer, with a grin.
He seems to have an uncommon good twist of his own, whosoever he belongs to."
No more was said about the strange guest, who was an old man with very white hair, which hung low over his eyebrows, and very white whiskers, which almost covered his cheeks. He had a queer, bird-like aspect, and a nose that was as sharp as the beak of any of the rooks cawing hoarsely amongst the elms of Hallgrove that snowy Christmas day. After the dinner in the old hall, Lionel Dale and his guests returned to their own quarters. Mrs. Mordaunt and the three younger ladies walked in the grounds, with Douglas Dale and Sir Reginald Eversleigh in attendance upon them. Miss Graham was the last woman in the world to forget that the income of Douglas Dale was almost as large as that of his brother, the rector, and that in this instance she might have two strings to her bow. She contrived to be by the side of Douglas as they walked in the shrubberies, and lingered on the rustic bridge across the river; but she had not been with him long before she perceived that all her fascinations were thrown away upon him, and that, attentive and polite though he was, his heart was far away. It was indeed so. In that pleasant garden, where the dark evergreens glistened in the red radiance of the winter sunset, Douglas Dale's thoughts wandered away from the scene before him to the lovely Austrian woman, the fair widow, whose life was so strange a mystery to him, the woman whom he could neither respect nor trust, but whom, in spite of himself, he loved better than any other creature upon earth. "I had rather be by her side than here," he said to himself. "How is she spending this season, which should be so happy? Perhaps in utter loneliness, or in the midst of Chapter 22, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 22, Part 2 Arch-Traitor within, Arch-Plotter without. The rector of Hallgrove and his guests assembled in the old-fashioned drawing-room of the Manor House Rectory at 7 o'clock on that snowy Christmas night. The snowflakes fell thick and fast as night closed in upon the gardens and shrubberies, the swift-flowing river, and distant hills. The rectory drawing-room, beautified by the soft light of wax candles and the rich hues of flowers, was a pleasant picture, a picture which was made all the more charming by the female figures which filled its foreground. Chief among these, and radiant with beauty and high spirits, was Lydia Graham. She had contrived to draw Lionel Dale to her side. She was seated by a table scattered with volumes of engravings, and he was bending over her as she turned the leaves. Her smiles, her flatteries, her cleverly simulated interest in the rector's charities and pensioners had exercised a considerable influence upon him, an influence which grew stronger with every hour. There was a sweetness and simplicity in the manners of the two Misses Mordaunt which pleased him, but the country-bred girls lost much by contrast with the brilliant Lydia. "I hope you are going to give us a real old-fashioned Christmas evening, Mr. Dale," said Miss Graham. "I don't quite know what you mean by an old-fashioned Christmas evening." "Nor am I quite clear as to whether I know what I mean myself," answered the young lady, gaily. "I think after dinner we ought to sit round that noble old fireplace and tell stories. Ought we not?" "Yes, I believe that is the sort of thing," replied the rector. "For my own part, I am ready to be Miss Graham's slave for the whole of the evening, and in that capacity will hold myself bound to perform her behests, however tyrannical she may be." When dinner was announced, Lionel Dale was obliged to leave the bewitching Lydia, in order to offer his arm to Mrs. Mordaunt, while that young lady was fain to be satisfied with the escort of the disinherited Sir Reginald Eversleigh. At the dinner table, however, she found herself seated on the left hand of her host, and she took care to secure to herself the greater share of his attention during the progress of dinner. Gordon Graham watched his sister from his place near the foot of the table, and was well satisfied with her success. If she plays her cards well, she may sit at the head of this table next Christmas Day, he said to himself. After less than half an hour's interval, the gentlemen followed the ladies into the drawing-room, and the usual musical evening set in. Lydia Graham had nothing to fear from comparison with the Misses Mordaunt. They were tolerable performers. She was a brilliant, proficient in music, and she had the satisfaction of observing that Lionel Dale perceived and appreciated her superiority. She could afford, therefore, to be as amiable to the girls as she was captivating to the gentlemen. The Misses Mordaunt were singing a duet, when a servant entered and approached Lionel Dale. "There is a person in the hall who asks to see you, sir," said the man, "on a most particular business." "What kind of person?" asked the rector. "Well, sir, she looks like an old gipsy woman." "A gipsy woman? The gipsies about here do not bear the best character." "No, sir," replied the man. "I bore that in mind, sir, with a view to the plate, and I told John Andrew to keep an eye upon her while I came to speak to you, and John Andrew is keeping an eye upon her at this present moment, sir." "Very good, Jackson. You can tell the gipsy woman that, if she needs immediate help of any kind, she can apply in the village, to Rawlins, but that I cannot see her to-night." "Yes, sir." The man departed, and the Misses Mordaunt finished their duet, and rose from the piano to receive the usual thanks and acknowledgments from their hearers. Again Miss Graham was asked to sing, and again she seated herself before the instrument, triumphant in the consciousness that she could excel the timid girls who had just left the piano. But this time Lionel Dale did not place himself beside the instrument. He stood near the door of the apartment, ready to receive the servant, if he should return with a second message from the gipsy woman. The servant did return, and this time he begged his master to step outside the room before he delivered his message. Lionel complied immediately, and followed the man into the corridor without. "I was almost afraid to speak in there, sir," said the man, in an awe-stricken whisper. "Folks have such ears. The woman says she must see you, sir, and this very night. It is a matter of life and death, she says." "Then in that case I will see this woman. Go into the drawing-room, Jackson, and tell Mrs. Mordaunt, with my compliments, that I find myself compelled to receive one of my parishioners, and that she and the other ladies must be so good as to excuse my absence for half an hour." "Yes, sir." The rector went to the hall, where, cowering by the fire, he found an old gipsy woman. She was so muffled from head to foot in her garments of woolen stuff, strange and garish in colour, and fantastical in form, that it was almost impossible to discover what she really was like. Her shoulders were bent and contracted, as if with extreme age. Loose tresses of grey hair fell low over her forehead. Her skin was dark and tawny, and contrasted strangely with the grey hair and the dark, lustrous eyes. The gipsy woman rose as Lionel Dale entered the hall. She bent her head in response to his kindly salutation, but she did not curtsy, as before a superior in rank and station. "Come with me, my good woman," said the rector, "and let me hear all about this very important business of yours." He led the way to the library, a low-roofed but spacious chamber, lined from ceiling to floor with books. A large reading lamp, with a Parisian shade, stood on a small writing table near the fire, casting a subdued light on objects near at hand, and leaving the rest of the room in shadow. A pile of logs burnt cheerily on the hearth. On one side of the fire was the chair in which the rector usually sat; on the other, a large, old-fashioned easy-chair. "Sit down, my good woman," said the rector, pointing to the latter. "I suppose you have some long story to tell me." He seated himself as he spoke, and leaned upon the writing-table, playing idly with a carved ivory paper-knife. "I have much to say to you, Lionel Dale," answered the old woman, in a voice which had a solemn music that impressed the hearer in spite of himself. "I have much to say to you, and it will be well for you to mark what I say, and be warned by what I tell you." The rector looked at the speaker earnestly, and yet with a half-contemptuous smile upon his face. She was seated in shadow, and he could only see the glitter of her dark eyes, as the fitful light of the fire flashed on them. There was something almost supernatural, it seemed to him, in the brilliancy of those eyes. He laughed at himself for his folly in the next instant. What was this woman but a vulgar impostor, who was doubtless trying to trade upon his fears in some manner or other? "You have come here to give some kind of warning, then?" he said, after a few moments of consideration. "I have a warning which may save your life, if you hear me patiently, and obey when you have heard." "That is the cant of your class, my good woman, and you can scarcely expect me to listen to that kind of thing. If you come here to me, hoping to delude me by the language with which you tell the country people their fortunes at fairs and races, the sooner you go away the better. I am ready to listen to you patiently. If you need help, I am ready to give it to you. But it is time and labour lost to practise gipsy jargon upon me." "I need no help from you," cried the gipsy woman, scornfully. "I tell you again, I come here to serve you." "In what manner can you serve me? Speak out, and speak quickly," said Lionel. "I must return to my guests almost immediately." "Your guests!" cried the gipsy, with a mocking laugh. "Pleasant guests to gather round your hearth at this holy festival time. Sir Reginald Eversleigh is among them, I suppose?" "He is. You know his name very well, it seems." "I do." "Do you know him?" "Do you know him, Lionel Dale?" demanded the old woman, with sudden intensity. "I have good reason to know him. He is my first cousin," answered the rector. "You have good reason to know him, a reason that you are ignorant of. Shall I tell you that reason, Mr. Dale?" "I am ready to hear what you have to say, but I must warn you that I shall be but little affected by it." "Beware how you regard my solemn warning as the raving of a lunatic. It is your life that is at stake, Lionel Dale, your life. The reason you ought to know Reginald Eversleigh is, that in him you have a deadly enemy." "An enemy! My cousin Reginald! A man whom I never injured by deed or word in my life. Has he ever tried to injure me?" "He has." "How?" "He schemed and plotted against you and others before your uncle, Sir Oswald's death. His dearest hope was to bring to pass the destruction of the will which left you 5,000 a year." "Indeed! You seem familiar with my family history," exclaimed Lionel. "I know the secrets of your family as well as I know those of my own." "Then you pretend to be a sorceress?" "I pretend to be nothing but your friend. Sir Reginald Eversleigh has been your foe ever since the day which disinherited him and made you rich. Your death would make him master of the wealth which you now enjoy. Your death would give him fortune, position in the world, all which he most covets. Can you doubt, therefore, that he wishes your death?" "I cannot believe it," cried Lionel Dale. "It is too horrible. What, he, my first cousin? He can profess for me the warmest friendship, and yet can wish to profit by my death?" "He can do worse than that," said the gipsy woman, in an impressive voice. "He can try to compass your death." "No, no, no," cried the rector. "It is not possible." "It is true. Sir Reginald Eversleigh is a coward, but he is helped by one who knows no human weakness, whose cruel heart was never softened by one touch of pity, whose iron hand never falters. Sir Reginald Eversleigh is little more than the tool of that man, and between those two there is ruin for you." "Your words have the accent of truth," said the rector, after a long pause, "and yet their meaning is so terrible that I can scarcely bring myself to believe in them. How is it that you, a stranger, are so familiar with the private details of my life?" "Do not ask me that, Mr. Dale," replied the gipsy woman, sternly. "When a stranger comes to you to warn you of a great danger, accept the warning, and let your nameless friend depart unquestioned. I have told you that an unseen danger menaces you. I know not yet the exact form which that danger may take. To-morrow I expect to know more." "I can pledge myself to nothing." "As you will," answered the gipsy, proudly. "I have done my duty. The rest is with Providence. If, in your blind obstinacy, you disregard my warning, I cannot help it. Will you, for your own sake, not for mine, let me see you to-morrow? Or will you promise to see any one who shall ask to see you, in the name of the gipsy woman who was here to-night? Promise me this, I entreat you. I have nothing to ask of you, nothing to gain by my prayer, but I do entreat you most earnestly to do this thing. I am working in the dark to a certain extent. I know something, but not all, and I may have learned much more by to-morrow. I may bring or send you information then, which will convince you I am speaking the truth. Stay, will you promise me this, for my sake, for the sake of justice? You will, Mr. Dale, I know you will. You are a just, a good man. You suspect me of practising upon you a vulgar imposition. To-morrow I may have the power of convincing you that I have not done so. You will give me the opportunity, Mr. Dale?" The pleading, earnest voice, the mournful dark eyes, stirred Lionel Dale's heart strangely. An impulse moved him towards trust in this woman, this outcast. Curiosity even impelled him to ask her, in such terms as would ensure her compliance, for a full explanation of her mysterious conduct. But he checked the impulse, he silenced the promptings of curiosity, sacrificing them to his ever-present sense of his professional and personal dignity. While the momentary struggle lasted, the gipsy woman closely scanned his face. At length he said coldly, "I will do as you ask. I place no reliance on your statements, but you are right in asking for the means of substantiating them. I will see you, or any one you may send, to-morrow." "You will be at home?" she asked, anxiously. "The hunt?" "The hunt will hardly take place. The weather is too much against us," replied Lionel Dale. "Except there should be a very decided change, there will be no hunt, and I shall be at home." Having said this, Lionel Dale rose, with a decided air of dismissal. The gipsy rose too, and stood unshrinkingly before him, as she said, "And now I will leave you. Good night. You think me a madwoman, or an impostor. This is the second occasion on which you have misjudged me, Mr. Dale." As the rector met the earnest gaze of her brilliant eyes, a strange feeling took possession of his mind. It seemed to him as if he had before encountered that earnest and profound gaze. "I must have seen such a face in a dream," he thought to himself. "Where else but in a dream?" The fancy had a powerful influence over him, and occupied his mind as he preceded the gipsy woman to the hall, and opened the door for her to pass out. The snow had ceased to fall. The bright wintry moon rode high in the heaven, amidst black, hurrying clouds. That cold light shone on the white range of hills, sleeping beneath a shroud of untrodden snow. On the threshold of the door, the gipsy woman turned and addressed Lionel Dale. "There will be no hunting while this weather lasts?" "None." "Then your grand meeting of to-morrow will be put off?"
"Yes, unless the weather changes in the night."
"Once more, good night, Mr. Dale."
"Good night."
The rector stood at the door, watching the gipsy woman as she walked along the snow-laden pathway. The dark figure moving slowly and silently across the broad white expanse of hidden lawn and flower beds looked almost ghost-like to the eyes of the watcher. "What does it all mean?" he asked himself, as he watched that receding figure. "Is this woman a common impostor, who hopes to enrich herself or her tribe by playing upon my fears? She asked nothing of me to-night, and yet that may be but a trick of her trade, and she may intend to extort all the more from me in the future. What should she be but a cheat and a trickster, like the rest of her race?" The question was not easy to settle. He returned to the drawing-room. His mind had been much disturbed by this extraordinary interview, and he was in no humour for empty small talk. Nor was he disposed to meet Reginald Eversleigh, against whom he had received so singular, so apparently groundless, a warning. He tried to shake off the feeling which he was ashamed to acknowledge to himself. He re-entered the drawing-room, and he saw Miss Graham's face light up with sudden animation as she saw him. He was not skilled in the knowledge of a woman's heart, and he was flattered by that bright look of welcome. He was already half enmeshed in the web which she had spread for him, and that welcoming smile did much towards his complete subjugation. He went to a seat near the fascinating Lydia. Between them there was a chess table. Lydia laid her jewelled hand lightly on one of the pieces. "Would you think it very wicked to play a game of chess on a Christmas evening, Mr. Dale?" she asked. "Indeed, no, Miss Graham. I am one of those who can see no sinfulness in any innocent enjoyment." "Shall we play, then?" asked Lydia, arranging the pieces. "If you please." They were both good players, and the game lasted long. But ever and anon, while waiting for Lydia to move, Lionel glanced toward the spot where Sir Reginald Eversleigh stood, engaged in conversation with Gordon Graham and Douglas Dale. If the rector himself had known no blot on the character of Reginald Eversleigh, the gipsy's words would not have had a feather's weight with him. But Lionel did know that his cousin's youth had been wild and extravagant, and that he, the beloved, adopted son, the long acknowledged heir of Raynham, had been disinherited by Sir Oswald, one of the best and most high-principled of men. Knowing this, it was scarcely strange if Lionel Dale was in some degree influenced by the gipsy's warning. He scanned the face of his cousin with a searching gaze. It was a handsome face, almost a perfect face. But was it the face of a man who might be trusted by his fellow men? A careworn face, handsome though it was. There was a nervous restlessness about the thin lips, a feverish light in the dark blue eyes. More than once during the prolonged encounter at chess, Reginald Eversleigh had drawn aside one of the window curtains to look out upon the night. Mr. Mordaunt, a devoted lover of all field sports, was also restless and uneasy about the weather, peeping out every now and then, and announcing in a tone of disappointment the continuance of the frost. In Mr. Mordaunt this was perfectly natural, but Lionel Dale knew that his cousin was not a man who cared for hunting. Why, then, was he so anxious about the meet which was to have taken place to-morrow? His anxiety evidently was about the meet, for after looking out of the window for the third time, he exclaimed with an accent of triumph, "I congratulate you, gentlemen. You may have your run to-morrow. It no longer freezes, and there is a drizzling rain falling." Mr. Mordaunt ran out of the drawing-room, and returned in about 5 minutes with a radiant face. "I have been to look at the weathercock in the stable-yard," he said. "Sir Reginald Eversleigh is quite right. The wind has shifted to the south-west. It is raining fast, and we may have our sport to-morrow." Lionel Dale's eyes were fixed on the face of his cousin as the country squire made this announcement. To his surprise, he saw that face blanch. Chapter 23 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 23. Answer me, if this be done. Part 1. All through the night the drizzling rain fell fast, and on the morning of the 26th, when the gentlemen at the Manor House Rectory went to their windows to look out upon the weather, they were gratified by finding that southerly wind and cloudy sky so dear to the heart of a huntsman. At 8:30 o'clock, the whole party assembled in the dining room, where breakfast was prepared. Many gentlemen living in the neighbourhood had been invited to breakfast at the rectory, and the great quadrangle of the stables was crowded by grooms and horses, gigs and phaetons, while the clamour of many voices rang out upon the still air. Every one seemed to be thoroughly happy, except Reginald Eversleigh. He was amongst the noisiest of the talkers, the loudest of the laughers; but the rector, who watched him closely, perceived that his face was pale, his eyes heavy as the eyes of one who had passed a sleepless night, and that his laughter was loud without mirth, his talk boisterous without real cheerfulness of spirit. "There is mischief of some kind in that man's heart," Lionel said to himself. "Can there be any truth in the gipsy's warning, after all?" But in the next moment he was ready to fancy himself the weak dupe of his own imagination. "I dare say my cousin's manner is but what it always is," he thought, "the weary manner of a man who has wasted his youth, and sacrificed all the brilliant chances of his life, and who, even in the hour of pleasure and excitement, is oppressed by a melancholy which he strives in vain to shake off." The gathering at the breakfast table was a brilliant one. Lydia Graham was a superb horsewoman, and in no costume did she look more attractive than in her exquisitely fitting habit of dark blue cloth. The early hour of the meet justified her breakfasting in riding costume, and gladly availing herself of this excuse, she made her appearance in her habit, carrying her pretty little riding hat and dainty whip in her hand. Her cheeks were flushed with a rich bloom, the warm flush of excitement and the consciousness of success. Lionel's attention on the previous evening had seemed to her unmistakable, and again this morning she saw admiration, if not a warmer feeling, in his gaze. "And so you really mean to follow the hounds, Miss Graham?" said Mrs. Mordaunt, with something like a shudder. She had a great horror of fast young ladies, and a lurking aversion to Miss Graham, whose dashing manner and more brilliant charms quite eclipsed the quiet graces of the lady's two daughters. Mrs. Mordaunt was by no means a match-making mother, but she would have been far from sorry to see Lionel Dale devoted to one of her girls. "Do I mean to follow the hounds?" cried Lydia. "Certainly I do, Mrs. Mordaunt. Do not the Misses Mordaunt ride?" "Never to hounds," answered the matron. "They ride with their father constantly, and when they are in London they ride in the park. But Mr. Mordaunt would not allow his daughters to appear in the hunting field." Lydia's face flushed crimson with anger, but her anger changed to delight when Lionel Dale came to the rescue. "It is only such accomplished horsewomen as Miss Graham who can ride to hounds with safety," he said. "Your daughters ride very well, Mrs. Mordaunt, but they are not Diana Vernon's." "I never particularly admired the character of Diana Vernon," Mrs. Mordaunt answered coldly. Lydia Graham was by no means displeased by the lady's discourtesy. She accepted it as a tribute to her success. The mother could not bear to see so rich a prize as the rector of Hallgrove won by any other than her own daughter. Douglas Dale was full of his brother's new horse, Niagara, which had been paraded before the windows. The gentlemen of the party had all examined the animal, and pronounced him a beauty. "Did you try him last week, Lionel, as I requested you to do?" asked Douglas, when the merits of the horse had been duly discussed. "I did, and I found him as fine a temper as any horse I ever rode. I rode him twice. He is a magnificent animal." "And safe, Lio?" asked Douglas, anxiously. "Spavin assured me the horse was to be relied on, and Spavin is a very respectable fellow; but it's rather a critical matter to choose a hunter for a brother, and I shall be glad when to-day's work is over." "Have no fear, Douglas," answered the rector. "I am generally considered a bold rider; but I would not mount a horse I couldn't thoroughly depend upon, for I am of the opinion that a man has no right to tempt Providence." As he said this, he happened by chance to look toward Reginald Eversleigh. The eyes of the cousins met, and Lionel saw that those of the baronet had a restless, uneasy look, which was utterly unlike their usual expression. "There is some meaning in that old woman's dark hints of wrong and treachery," he thought. "There must be. That was no common look which I saw just now in my cousin's eyes." The horses were brought round to the principal door. A barouche had been ordered for Mrs. Mordaunt and the two young ladies, who had no objection to exhibit their prettiest winter bonnets at the general meeting place. The snow had melted, except here and there, where it still lay in great patches, and on the distant hills, which still wore their pure white shroud. The roads and lanes were fetlock deep in mud, and the horses went splashing through pools of water, which spurted up into the faces of the riders. There was only one lady besides Lydia Graham who intended to accompany the huntsman, and this lady was the dashing young wife of a cavalry officer, who was spending a month's leave of absence with his relatives at Hallgrove. The hunting party rode out of the rectory gates in twos and threes. All had passed out into the high road before the rector himself, who was mounted on his new hunter. To his extreme surprise, he found a difficulty in managing the animal. He reared and jibbed, and shied from side to side upon the broad carriage drive, splashing the melted snow and wet gravel upon the rector's dark hunting coat. "So ho, Niagara," said Lionel, patting the animal's arched neck. "Gently, boy, gently." His voice and the caressing touch of his hand seemed to have some little effect, for the horse consented to trot quietly into the road after the rest of the party, and Lionel quickly overtook his friends. He rode shoulder by shoulder with Squire Mordaunt, an acknowledged judge of horseflesh, who watched the rector's hunter with a curious gaze for some minutes. "I'll tell you what it is, Dale," he said, "I don't believe that horse of yours is a good-tempered animal." "You do not?" "No. There's a dangerous look in his eye that I don't at all like. See how he puts his ears back every now and then, and his nostrils have an ugly nervous quiver. I wish you'd let your man bring you another horse, Dale. We're likely to be crossing some stiffish timber to-day, and upon my word, I'm rather suspicious of that brute you're riding." "My dear squire, I have tested the horse to the uttermost," answered Lionel. "I can positively assure you there is not the slightest ground for apprehension. The animal is a present from my brother, and Douglas would be annoyed if I rode any other horse." "He would be more annoyed if you came to any harm by a horse of his choosing," answered the squire. "However, I'll say no more. If you know the animal, that's enough. I know you to be both a good rider and a good judge of a horse." "Thank you heartily for your advice, notwithstanding, squire," replied Lionel, cheerily. "And now I think I'll ride on and join the ladies." He broke into a canter, and presently was riding by the side of Miss Graham, who did not fail to praise the beauty of Niagara in a manner calculated to win the heart of Niagara's rider. In the exhilarating excitement of the start, Lionel Dale had forgotten alike the gipsy's warning and those vague doubts of his cousin Reginald, which had been engendered by that warning. He was entirely absorbed by the pleasure of the hour, happy to see his friends gathered around him, and excited by the prospect of a day's sport. The meeting place was crowded with horsemen and carriages. country squires and their sons, gentlemen farmers on sleek hunters, and humbler tenant farmers on their stiff cobs, butchers and innkeepers, all eager for the chase. All was life, gaiety, excitement, noise, the hounds giving forth occasional howls and snappish yelpings, expressive of an impatience that was almost beyond endurance, the huntsman cracking his whip, and reproving his chargers in language more forcible than polite, the spirited horses pawing the ground, the gentlemen exchanging the compliments of the season with the ladies who had come up to see the hounds throw off. At last the important moment arrived. The horn sounded, the hounds broke away with a rush, and the business of the day had begun. Again the rector's horse was seized with sudden obstinacy, and again the rector found it as much as he could do to manage him. An inferior horseman would have been thrown in that sharp and short struggle between horse and rider, but Lionel's firm hand triumphed over the animal's temper, for the time at least, and presently he was hurrying onward at a stretching gallop, which speedily carried him beyond the ruck of riders. As he skimmed like a bird over the low flat meadows, Lionel began to think that the horse was an acquisition, in spite of the sudden freaks of temper which had made him so difficult to manage at starting. A horseman who had not joined the hunt, who had dexterously kept the others in sight, sheltering himself from observation under the fringe of the wood which crowned a small hill in the neighbourhood of the meet, was watching all the evolutions of Lionel Dale's horse closely through a small field glass, and soon perceived that the animal was beyond the rider's skill to manage. The stretching gallop, which had reassured Mr. Dale, soon carried the rector beyond the watcher's ken, and then, as the hunt was out of sight too, he turned his horse from the shelter he had so carefully selected, and rode straight across country in an opposite direction. In little more than half an hour after the horseman who had watched Lionel Dale so closely left the post of observation, a short man, mounted on a stout pony, which had evidently been urged along at unusual speed, came along the road which wound round the hill already mentioned. This individual wore a heavy country-made coat and leather leggings, and had a handkerchief tied over his hat. This very unbecoming appendage was stained with blood on the side which covered the right cheek, and the wearer was plentifully daubed and bespattered with mud, his sturdy little steed being in a similar condition. As he urged the pony on, his sharp, crafty eyes kept up an incessant scrutiny, in which his beak-like nose seemed to take an active part. But there was nothing to reward the curiosity, amounting to anxiety, with which the short man surveyed the wintry scene around. All was silent and empty. If the horseman had designed to see and speak with any member of the hunting party, he had come too late. He recognized the fact very soon, and very discontentedly. Without being so great a genius as he believed and represented himself, Mr. Andrew Larkspur was really a very clever and very successful detective, and he had seldom been foiled in a better laid plan than that which had induced him to follow Lionel Dale to the meet on this occasion. But he had not calculated on precisely the exact kind of accident which had befallen him, and when he found himself thrown violently from his pony in the middle of a road at once hard, sloppy, and newly repaired with very sharp stones, he was both hurt and angry. It did not take him a great deal of time to get the pony on its legs, and shake himself to rights again; but the delay, brief as it was fatal to his hopes of seeing Lionel Dale. The meet had taken place, the hunt was in full progress, far away, and Mr. Andrew Larkspur had nothing for it but to sit forlornly for a while upon the muddy pony, indulging in meditations of no pleasant character, and then ride disconsolately back to Frimley. In the meantime, Nemesis, who had perversely pleased herself by thwarting the designs of Mr. Larkspur, had hurried those of Victor Carrington towards fulfilment with incredible speed. He had ridden at a speed, and for some time, in a direction which would, he calculated, bring him within sight of the hunt, and had just crossed a bridge which traversed a narrow but deep and rapid river, about 3 miles distant from the place where he, Andrew Larkspur, had taken sad counsel with himself, when he heard the sound of a horse's approach, at a thundering, apparently wholly ungoverned pace. A wild gleam of triumphant expectation, of deadly murderous hope, lit up his pale features as he turned his horse, rendered restive by the noise of the distant galloping, into a field close by the road, dismounted, and tied him firmly to a tree. The hedge, though bare of leaves, was thick and high, and in the angle which it formed with the tree, the animal was completely hidden. In a moment after Victor Carrington had done this, and while he crouched down and looked through the hedge, Lionel Dale appeared in sight, borne madly along by his unmanageable horse, as he dashed heedlessly down the road, his rider holding the bridle indeed, but breathless, powerless, his head uncovered, and one of his stirrup leathers broken. Victor Carrington's heart throbbed violently, and a film came over his eyes. Only for a moment, however. In the next, his sight cleared, and he saw the furious animal, frightened by a sudden plunge made by the horse tied to the tree, swerve suddenly from the road, and dash at the swollen, tumbling river. The horse plunged in a little below the bridge. The rider was thrown out of the saddle head foremost. His head struck with a dull thud against the rugged trunk of an ash which hung over the water, and he sank below the brown, turbid stream. Then Victor Carrington emerged from his hiding place, and rushed to the brink of the water. No sign of the rector was to be seen, and midway across, the horse, snorting and terrified, was struggling toward the opposite bank. In a moment Carrington, drawing something from his breast as he went, had run across the bridge, and reached the spot where the animal was now attempting to scramble up the steep bank. As Carrington came up, he had got his forefeet within a couple of feet of the top, and was just making good his footing below; but the surgeon, standing close upon the brink, a little to the right of the struggling brute, stooped down and shot him through the forehead. The huge carcass fell crashing heavily down, and was sucked under and whirled away by the stream. Victor Carrington placed the pistol once more in his breast, and for some time stood quite motionless, gazing down the river. Then he turned away, saying, "They'll hardly look for him below the bridge. I should say the fox ran west." And he, letting loose the horse he had ridden, walked along the road until he reached the turn at which Lionel Dale had come in sight. There he found the unfortunate rector's hat, as he had hoped he might find it, and having carried it back, he placed it on the brink of the river, and then once more mounted him and rode, not at any remarkable speed, in the opposite direction to that in which Hallgrove lay. His reflections were of a satisfactory kind. He had succeeded, and he cared for nothing but success. When he thought of Sir Reginald Eversleigh, a contemptuous smile crossed his pale lips. To work for such a creature as that, he said to himself, would indeed be degrading. But he is only an accident in the case. I work for myself. Victor Carrington had discharged his score at the inn that morning, and sent his valise to London by coach. When the night fell, he took the saddle off his horse, steeped it in the river, replaced it, quietly turned the animal loose, and, abandoning him to his fate, made his way to a solitary public-house some miles from Hallgrove, where he had Chapter 23, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 23. Answer Me, If This Be Done, Part 2. The night had closed in upon the returning huntsman, as they rode homeward. Not a star glimmered in the profound darkness of the sky. The moon had not yet risen, and all was chill and dreary in the early winter night. Miss Graham, her brother Gordon, and Sir Reginald Eversleigh rode abreast as they approached the manor house. Lydia had been struck by the silence of Sir Reginald, but she attributed that silence to fatigue. Her brother, too, was silent, nor did Lydia herself care to talk. She was thinking of her triumphs of the previous evening, and of that morning. She was thinking of the tender pressure with which the rector had clasped her hand as he bade her good night, the soft expression of his eyes as they dwelt on her face with a long, earnest gaze. She was thinking of his tender care of her when she mounted her horse, the gentle touch of his hand as he placed the reins in hers. Could she doubt that she was beloved? She did not doubt. A thrill of delight ran through her veins as she thought of the sweet certainty; but it was not the pure delight of a simple-hearted girl who loves and finds herself beloved. It was the triumph of a hard and worldly woman, who has devoted the bright years of her girlhood to ambitious dreams, and who at last has reason to believe that they are about to be realized. 5,000 a year, she thought. It is little, after all, compared to the fortune that would have been mine had I been lucky enough to captivate Sir Oswald Eversleigh. It is little compared to the wealth enjoyed by that low-born and nameless creature, Sir Oswald's widow. But it is much for one who has drained poverty's bitter cup to the very dregs, as I have. Yes, to the dregs. For though I have never known the want of life's common necessaries, I have known humiliations which are at least as hard to bear. The many windows of the manor house were all ablaze with light as the hunting party entered the gates. Fires burned brightly in all the rooms, and the interior of that comfortable house formed a very pleasant contrast to the cheerless darkness of the night, the muddy roads, and damp atmosphere. The butler stood in the hall ready to welcome the returning guests with stately ceremony, while the under-servants bustled about, attending to the wants of the mud-bespattered huntsmen. "Mr. Dale is at home, I suppose?" Douglas said, as he warmed his hands before the great wood fire. "At home, sir?" replied the butler. "Hasn't he come home with you, sir?" "No, we never saw him after the meet. I imagine he must have been called away on parish business." "I don't know, sir," answered the butler. "My master has certainly not been home since the morning." A feeling of vague alarm took possession of almost every one present. "It is very strange," exclaimed Squire Mordaunt. "Did no one come here to inquire after your master this morning?" "No one, sir," replied the butler. "Send to the stables to see if my brother's horse has been brought home," cried Douglas, with alarm very evident in his face and manner. "Or stay, I will go myself." He ran out of the hall, and in a few moments returned. "The horse has not been brought back," he cried. "There must be something wrong." "Stop!" cried the squire. "Pray, my dear Mr. Douglas Dale, do not let us give way to unnecessary alarm. There may be no cause whatever for fear or agitation. If Mr. Dale was summoned away from the hunt to attend the bed of a dying parishioner, he would be the last man to think of sending his horse home, or to count the hours which he devoted to his duty." "But he would surely send a messenger here to prevent the alarm which his absence would be likely to cause amongst us all," replied Douglas. "Do not let us deceive ourselves, Mr. Mordaunt. There is something wrong. An accident of some kind has happened to my brother. Andrews, order fresh horses to be saddled immediately. If you will ride one way, squire, I will take another road, first stopping in the village to make all possible inquiries there. Reginald, you will help us, will you not?" "With all my heart," answered Reginald, with energy, but in a voice which was thick and husky. Douglas Dale looked at his cousin, startled, even in the midst of his excitement, by the strange tone of Reginald's voice. "Great heavens, how ghastly pale you look, Reginald!" he cried. "You apprehend some great misfortune, some dreadful accident?" "I scarcely know," gasped the baronet; "but I own that I feel considerable alarm. The river, the current was so strong after the thaw, the stream so swollen by melted snow. If Lionel's horse should have tried to swim the river and failed " "And we are lingering here," cried Douglas, passionately, "lingering here and talking instead of acting. Are those horses ready there?" he shouted, rushing out to the portico. His voice was heard in the darkness without, urging on the grooms as they led out fresh horses from the quadrangle. "Gordon," cried Lydia Graham, "you will go out with the others? You will do your uttermost in the search for Mr. Lionel Dale?" She said this in a loud, ringing voice, with the imperious tone of a woman accustomed to command. She was leaning against one angle of the great chimney piece, pale as ashes, breathless, but not fainting. To her, the idea that any calamity had befallen Lionel Dale was very dreadful, almost as dreadful as it could be to the brother who so truly loved him; for her own interest was involved in this man's life, and with her that was ever paramount. She was well nigh fainting, but she was too much a woman of the world not to know that if she had given way to her emotion at that moment, she would have given rise to disgust and annoyance, rather than interest, in the minds of the gentlemen present. She knew this, and she wished to please every one, for in pleasing the many lies the secret of a woman's success with the few. Even in that moment of confusion and excitement, the scheming woman determined to stand well in the eyes of Douglas Dale. As he appeared on the threshold of the great hall door, she went up to him very quietly, with her head uncovered, and her pale, clearly cut face revealed by the light of the lamp above her. She laid her hand gently on the young man's arm. "Mr. Dale," she said, "command my brother Gordon. He will be proud to obey you. I will go out myself to aid in the search, if you will let me do so." Douglas Dale clasped her hand in both his with grateful emotion. "You are a noble girl," he cried; "but you cannot help me in this. Your brother Gordon may, perhaps, and I will call upon his friendship without reserve. And now leave us, Miss Graham. This is no fitting scene for a lady. Come, gentlemen," he exclaimed, "the horses are ready. I go by the village, and thence to the river. You will each take different roads, and will all meet me on the river bank, at the spot where we crossed to-day." In less than 5 minutes all had mounted, and the trampling of hoofs announced their departure. Reginald was amongst them, hardly conscious of the scene or his companions. Sight, hearing, perception of himself and of the world around him, all seemed annihilated. He rode on through dense black shadows, dark clouds which hemmed him in on every side, as if a gigantic pall had fallen from heaven to cover him. How he became separated from his companions he never knew; but when his senses awoke from that dreadful stupor, he found himself alone on a common, and in the far distance he saw the glimmer of lights, very feeble and wan beneath the starless sky. It seemed as if the horse knew his desolate ground, and was going straight toward these lights. The animal belonged to the rector, and was, no doubt, familiar with the country. Reginald Eversleigh had just sufficient consciousness of surrounding circumstances to remember this. He made no attempt to guide the horse. What did it matter whither he went? He had forgotten his promise to meet the other men on the river brink. He had forgotten everything, except that the work of a demon had progressed in silence, and that its fatal issue was about to burst like a thunderclap upon him. "Victor Carrington has told me that this fortune shall be mine. He has failed once, but will not fail always," he said to himself. The disappearance of Lionel Dale had struck like a thunderbolt on the baronet; but it was a thunderbolt whose falling he had anticipated with shuddering horror during every day and every hour since his arrival at Hallgrove. The lights grew more distinct. Feeble lamps in a village street, glimmering candles in cottage windows scattered here and there. The horse reached the edge of the common, and turned into a high road. 5 minutes afterwards, Reginald Eversleigh found himself at the beginning of a little country town. Lights were burning cheerily in the windows of an inn. The door was open, and from within there came the sound of voices that rang out merrily on the night air. "Great heaven!" exclaimed Reginald, "how happy these peasants are, these brutish creatures who have no care beyond their daily bread!" He envied them, and at that moment would have exchanged places with the humblest field labourer carousing in the rustic tap room. But it was only now and then the anguish of a guilty conscience took this shape. He was a man who loved the pleasures and luxuries of this world better than he loved peace of mind, better than he loved his own soul. He drew rein before the inn door, and called to the people within. A man came out and took the bridle as he dismounted. "What is the name of this place?" he asked. "Frimley, sir. Frimley Common, it's called by rights, but folks call it Frimley for short." "How far am I from the river bank at the bottom of Thorpe Hill?" "A good 6 miles, sir." "Take my horse and rub him down. Give him a pail of gruel and a quart of oats. I shall want to start again in less than an hour." "Sharp work, sir," answered the ostler. "Your horse seems to have done plenty already." "That is my business," said Sir Reginald, haughtily. He went into the inn. "Is there a room in which I can dry my coat?" he asked at the bar. He had only lately become aware of a drizzling rain which had been falling, and had soaked through his hunting coat. "Were you with the Horseley hounds to day, sir?" asked the landlord. "Yes." "Good sport, sir?" "No," answered Sir Reginald, curtly. "Show the way to the parlour, Jane," said the landlord to a chambermaid, or barmaid, or girl of all work, who emerged from the tap room with a tray of earthenware mugs. "There's one gentleman there, sir, but perhaps you won't object to that, Christmas being such a particularly busy time," added the landlord, addressing Reginald. "You'll find a good fire." "Send me some brandy," returned Sir Reginald, without deigning to make any further reply to the landlord's apologetic speech. He followed the girl, who led the way to a door at the end of a passage, which she opened, and ushered Sir Reginald into a light and comfortable room. Before a large, old-fashioned fireplace sat a man, with his face hidden by the newspaper which he was reading. Sir Reginald Eversleigh did not condescend to look at this stranger. He walked straight to the hearth, took off his dripping coat, and hung it on a chair by the side of the roaring wood fire. Then he flung himself into another chair, drew it close to the fender, and sat staring at the fire, with a gloomy face, and eyes which seemed to look far away into some dark and terrible region beyond those burning logs. He sat in this attitude for some time, motionless as a statue, utterly unconscious that his companion was closely watching him from behind the sheltering newspaper. The inn servant brought a tray, bearing a small decanter of brandy and a glass; but the baronet did not heed her entrance, nor did he touch the refreshment for which he had asked. Not once did he stir, till the sudden crackling of his companion's newspaper startled him, and he lifted his head with an impatient gesture, and an exclamation of surprise. "You are nervous to night, Sir Reginald Eversleigh," said the man, whose voice was still hidden by the newspaper. The sound of the voice in which those commonplace words were spoken was, at this moment, of all sounds the most hateful to Reginald Eversleigh. "You here!" he exclaimed. "But I ought to have known that." The newspaper was lowered for the first time, and Reginald Eversleigh found himself face to face with Victor Carrington. "You ought, indeed," considering I told you you should find me, or hear from me here at the Wheatsheaf, in case you wished to do so, or I wished you should do so either. And I presume you have come by accident, not intentionally. I had no idea of seeing you, especially at an hour when I should have thought you would have been enjoying the hospitality of your kinsman, the rector of Hallgrove."
"Victor Carrington!" cried Reginald, "are you the fiend himself in human shape? Surely no other creature could delight in crime."
"I do not delight in crime, Reginald Eversleigh, and it is only a man with your narrow intellect who could give utterance to such an absurdity. Crime is only another name for danger. The criminal stakes his life. I value my life too highly to hazard it lightly. But if I can mould accident to my profit, I should be a fool indeed were I to shrink from doing so. There is one thing I delight in, my dear Reginald, and that is success. And now tell me why you are here to-night." "I cannot tell you that," answered the baronet. "I came hither, unconscious where I was coming. There seems a strange fatality in this. I let my horse choose his own road, and he brought me here to this house, to you, my evil genius." "Pray, Sir Reginald, be good enough to drop that high tragedy tone," said Victor, with supreme coolness. "It is all very well to be addressed by you as a fiend and an evil genius once in a way, but upon frequent repetition that sort of thing becomes tiresome. You have not told me why you are wandering about the country, instead of eating your dinner in a Christian-like manner at the rectory." "Do you not know the reason, Carrington?" asked the baronet, gazing fixedly at his companion. "How should I know anything about it?" "Because to-day's work has been your doing," answered Reginald, passionately. "Because you are mixed up in the dark business of this day, as you were mixed up in that still darker treachery at Raynham Castle. I know now why you insisted upon my choosing the horse called Niagara for my cousin Lionel. I know now why you were so interested in the appearance of that other horse, which had already caused the death of more than one rider. I know why you are here, and why Lionel Dale has disappeared in the course of the day." "He has disappeared!" exclaimed Victor Carrington. "He is not dead?" "I know nothing but that he has disappeared. We missed him in the midst of the hunt. We returned to the rectory in the evening, expecting to find him there." "Did you expect that, Eversleigh?" "Others did, at any rate." "And did you not find him?" "No. We left the house after a brief delay to seek for him, I among the others. We were to ride by different roads, to make inquiries of every kind, to obtain information from every source. My brain was dazed. I let my horse take his own road." "Fool! Coward!" exclaimed Victor Carrington, with mingled scorn and anger. "And you have abandoned your work. You have come here to waste your time, when you should seem most active in the search, most eager to find the missing man. Reginald Eversleigh, from first to last you have trifled with me. You are a villain, but you are a hypocrite. You would have the reward of guilt, and yet wear the guise of innocence, even before me, as if it were possible to deceive one who has read you through and through. I am tired of this trifling. I am weary of this pretended innocence, and to-night I ask you for the last time to choose the path which you mean to tread, and once chosen, to tread it with a firm step, prepared to meet danger, to confront destiny. This very hour, this very moment, I call upon you to make your decision, and it shall be a final decision. Will you grovel on in poverty, the worst of all poverty, the gentleman's pittance? Or will you make yourself possessor of the wealth which your uncle Oswald bequeathed to others? Look me in the face, Reginald, as you are a man, and answer me. Which is it to be, wealth or poverty?" "It is too late to answer poverty," replied the baronet, in a gloomy and sullen tone. You cannot bring my uncle back to life. You cannot undo your work." "I do not pretend to bring the dead to life. I am not talking of the past. I am talking of the future." "Suppose I say that I will endure poverty rather than plunge deeper into the pit you have dug, what then?" "In that case, I will bid you good speed, and leave you to your poverty and a clear conscience," answered Victor coolly. "I am a poor man myself, but I like my friends to be rich. If you do not care to grasp the wealth which might be yours, neither do I care to preserve our acquaintance. So we have merely to bid each other good night, and part company." There was a pause. Reginald Eversleigh sat with his arms folded, his eyes fixed on the fire. Victor watched him with a sinister smile upon his face. "And if I choose to go on," said Reginald at last, "if I choose to tread farther on the dark road which I have trodden so long, what then? Can you ensure me success, Victor Carrington?" "I can," replied the Frenchman. "Then I will go on. Yes, I will be your slave, your tool, your willing coadjutor in crime and treachery. Anything to obtain at last the heritage out of which I have been cheated." "Enough! You have made your decision. Henceforward let me hear no repinings, no hypocritical regrets. And now order your horse, gallop back as fast as you can to the neighbourhood of Hallgrove, and show yourself foremost amongst those who seek for Lionel Dale." "Yes, yes, I will obey you. I will shake off this miserable hesitation. I will make my nature iron, as you have made yours." Sir Reginald rang, and ordered his horse to be brought round to the door of the inn. "Where and when shall I see you again?" he asked Victor, as he was putting on the coat which had hung before the fire to be dried. "In London, when you return there." "You leave here soon?" "To-morrow morning. You will write to me by to-morrow night's post, to tell me all that has occurred in the interval." "I will do so," answered Reginald. "Good. And now go. You have already been too long out. Chapter 24, Part I. of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 24, Part I. I am weary of my part. Reginald mounted his horse, questioned the ostler respecting the way to the appointed spot on the river bank, and rode away in the direction indicated. He had no difficulty in discovering the scene of the appointed meeting. The light of the torches in the hands of the searchers guided him to the spot. Here he found gentlemen and grooms, huntsmen and farmers, on horseback, riding up and down the river bank, some carrying lighted torches, whose lurid glare shone red against the darkness of the night, all busy, all excited. Amongst these the baronet found Douglas Dale, who rode up to meet his cousin as the other approached. "Any news, Reginald?" he asked, in a voice that was hoarse with fatigue and excitement. "None," answered Sir Reginald. "I have ridden miles, and made many inquiries, but have been able to discover no traces. Have you no tidings?" "None but evil ones," replied Douglas Dale, in a tone of despair. "We have found a battered hat on the edge of the river, a hat which my brother's valet identifies as that worn by his master. We fear the worst, Reginald, the very worst. All inquiries have been made in the village, at every farmhouse in the parish, and far beyond the parish. My brother has been seen nowhere. Since we rode down the hill, it seems as if no human eye had rested on him. In that moment he vanished as utterly as if the earth had opened to swallow him up alive. What is it that you fear?" We fear that he tried to cross the river at some point higher up, where the stream is swollen to a perilous extent, and that both horse and rider were swept away by the current. In that case, both horse and rider must be found, alive or dead. Ultimately, perhaps, but not easily," answered Douglas. "The bed of the stream is a mass of tangled weeds. I have heard Lionel say that men have been drowned in that river whose bodies have never been discovered." "It is horrible!" exclaimed Reginald. "But let us still hope for the best. All this may be needless misery." "I fear not, Reginald," answered Douglas. "My brother Lionel is not a man to be careless about giving anxiety to those who love him." "I will ride farther along the bank," said the baronet. "I may hear something." "And I will wait here," replied Douglas, with the dull apathy of despair. "The news of my brother's death will reach me soon enough." Reginald Eversleigh rode on by the river brink, following a group of horsemen carrying torches. Douglas waited, with his ear on the alert to catch every sound, his heart beating tumultuously, in the terrible expectation that each moment would bring him the news he dreaded to hear. Endless as that interval of expectation and suspense appeared to Douglas Dale, in reality it was not of very long duration. The cold of the winter's night did not affect him. The burning fever of fear devoured him. Soon he lost sight of the glimmering of the torches, as the bearers followed the bend of the river, and the sound of the men's voices died out of his ears. But after a while he heard a shout, then another, and then two men came running towards him, as fast as they could in the darkness. Douglas Dale knew them both, and called out, "What is it, Freeman? What is it, Carey? Bad news, I fear." "Yes, Mr. Douglas, bad news. We found the rector's hunting whip." "Where?" stammered Douglas. "Below the bridge, sir, close by the ash tree, and the bank is broken. I'm afraid it's all up, sir. If he went in there, the horse and he are both gone, sir." Like a man walking in a dream, Douglas Dale accompanied the bearers of the evil tidings to the spot where the group of searchers was collected together. In the midst stood Squire Mordaunt, holding in his hand a heavy hunting whip, which all present recognized, and many had seen in the rector's hand only that morning. They all made way for Douglas Dale. They were very silent now, and hopeless conviction was on every face. "This makes it too plain, Douglas," said Squire Mordaunt, as he handed the whip to the rector's brother. "Bear it as well as you can, my dear fellow. There's nothing to be done now till daylight." "Nothing more?" said Reginald, while Douglas covered his face and groaned in unrestrained anguish. "The drags can surely be used. Wait a minute, Sir Reginald," said the squire, holding up his hand. "Of course, your impatience is very natural, but it would only defeat itself. To drag the river by torchlight would be equally difficult and vain. It shall be done as soon as ever there is light. Till then, there is nothing for any of us to do but wait. And first, let us get poor Douglas home." Douglas Dale made no resistance. He knew the squire spoke truth and common sense. The melancholy group broke up. The members of the rectory returned to its desolate walls, and Douglas at once shut himself up in his room, leaving to Sir Reginald Eversleigh and Squire Mordaunt the task of making all the arrangements for the morrow, and communicating to the ladies the dire intelligence which must be imparted. Early in the morning Squire Mordaunt went to Douglas Dale's room. He found him stretched upon the bed in his clothes. He had made no change in his dress, and had evidently intended to prolong his vigil until the morning. But nature had been exhausted, and in spite of himself, Douglas Dale slept. His old friend stole softly from the room, and cautioning the household not to permit him, who must now be regarded as their master, to be disturbed, he went out, and proceeded to the search. Douglas Dale did not awake until 9 o'clock, and then, starting up with a terrible consciousness of sorrow, and a sense of self-reproach because he had slept, he found Squire Mordaunt standing by his bed. The good old gentleman took the young man's hand in silence, and pressed it with a pressure which told all. They laid the disfigured dead body of him who but yesterday had been the beloved and honoured master of the house, in the library, where he had received the ineffectual warning of the gipsy. It was while Douglas Dale was contemplating the pale, still features of his brother, with grief unutterable, that a servant tapped gently at the door, and called Mr. Mordaunt out. "Niagara is come home, sir," said the man. "He were found just now on the lower road a grazing, and he ain't cut nor hurt in any way, sir." "He's dirty and wet, I suppose?" "Well, sir, he's dirty, certainly, and the saddle is soaking, but he's pretty dry, considering." "Are the girths broken?" "No, sir, there's nothing amiss with them." "Very well. Take care of the horse, but say nothing about him to Mr. Dale at present." The visitors at Hallgrove Rectory had received the intelligence which Sir Reginald Eversleigh had communicated to them with the deepest concern. Arrangements were made for the immediate departure of the Grahams, and of Mrs. Mordaunt and her daughters. The squire and Sir Reginald were to remain with Douglas Dale until the painful formalities of the inquest and the funeral should be completed. Douglas Dale was not a weak man, and no one more disliked any exhibition of sentiment than he. Nevertheless, it was a hard task for him to enter the breakfast-room and bid farewell to the guests who had been so merry only yesterday. But it had to be done, and he did it. A few sad and solemn words were spoken between him and the Mordaunts, and the girls left the room in tears. Then he advanced to Lydia Graham, who was seated in an arm-chair by the fire, still and pale as a marble statue. There were no tears in her eyes, no traces of tears upon her cheeks, but in her heart there was angry, bitter, raging disappointment, almost fury, almost despair. Douglas Dale could not look at her without seeing that in very truth the event which was so terrible to him was terrible to her also, and his manly heart yearned towards the woman whom he had thought but little of until now, who had perhaps loved, and certainly now was grieving for his beloved brother. "Shall we ever meet again, Mr. Dale?" she said, wonderingly. "Why should we not? You will not be able to endure England, perhaps, after this terrible calamity. You will go abroad. You will seek distraction in change of scene. Men are such travellers nowadays." "I shall not leave England, Miss Graham," answered Douglas, quietly. "I am a man of the world. I venture to hope that I am also a Christian, and I can nerve myself to endure grief as a Christian and a man of the world should endure it. My brother's death will make no alteration in the plan of my life. I shall return to London almost immediately." "And we may hope to see you in London?" "Captain Graham and I are members of the same club. We are very likely to meet occasionally." "And am I not to see you as well as my brother?" asked Lydia, in a low voice. "Do you really wish to see me?" "Can you wonder that I do so? For the sake of old times. We are friends of long standing, remember, Mr. Dale." "Yes," answered Douglas, with marked gravity. "We have known each other for a long time." Captain Graham entered the room at this moment. "The carriage which is to take us to Frimley is ready, Lydia," he said. "Your trunks are all on the roof, and you have only to wish Mr. Dale good-bye." "A very sad farewell," murmured Miss Graham. "I can only trust that we may meet again under happier circumstances." "I trust we may," replied Douglas, earnestly. Miss Graham was bonneted and cloaked for the journey. She had dressed herself entirely in black, in respectful regard of the melancholy circumstances attending her departure. Nor did she forget that the sombre hue was peculiarly becoming to her. She wore a dress of black silk, a voluminous cloak of black velvet trimmed with sables, and a fashionable bonnet of the same material, with a drooping feather. Douglas conducted his guests to the carriage, and saw Miss Graham comfortably seated, with her shawls and travelling bags, on the seat opposite. It was with a glance of mournful tenderness that Miss Graham uttered her final adieu. But there was no responsive glance in the eyes of Douglas Dale. His manner was serious and subdued, but it was a manner not easy to penetrate. Gordon Graham flung himself back in his seat with a despairing groan. "Well, Lydia," he said, "this accident in the hunting field has been the ruin of all our hopes. I really think you are the most unlucky woman I ever encountered. After angling for something like 10 years in the matrimonial fisheries, you were just on the point of landing a valuable fish, and at the last moment your husband that is to be goes and gets drowned during a day's pleasure. What should you say if this accident, which you think unlucky, should after all be a fortunate event for us?" asked Lydia, with significance. "What the deuce do you mean?" "How very slow of comprehension you are to-day, Gordon!" exclaimed the lady, impatiently. "Lionel Dale's income was only 5,000 a year. Very little, after all, for a woman with my views of life." "And with your genius for running into debt," muttered her brother. "Do you happen to remember the terms of Sir Oswald Eversleigh's will?" "I should think I do, indeed," replied the captain. "The will was sufficiently talked about at the time of the baronet's death." "That will left 5,000 a year to each of the two brothers, Lionel and Douglas. If either should die unmarried, the fortune left to him was to go to the survivor. Lionel Dale's death doubles Douglas Dale's income. A husband with 10,000 a year would suit me very well indeed. And why should I not win Douglas as easily as I won Lionel?" "Because you are not likely to have the same opportunities. I have asked Douglas to visit us in London." "An invitation which must be very flattering to him, but which he may or may not accept. However, my dear Lydia, I have the most profound respect for your courage and perseverance, and if you can win a husband with 10,000 a year instead of 5, so much the better for you, and so much the better for me, as I shall have a richer brother-in-law to whom to apply when I find myself in difficulties." The carriage had reached Frimley by this time. The brother and sister took their places in the coach, which was to convey them to London. Lydia drew down her veil, and settled herself comfortably in a corner of the vehicle, where she slept through the tedium of the journey. At 30 years of age, a woman of Miss Graham's character is apt to be studiously careful of her beauty, and Lydia felt that she needed much repose after Chapter 24, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 24, Part 2 I am weary of my part. Sir Reginald Eversleigh played his part well during the few days in which he remained at the rectory. No mourner could have seemed more sincere than he, and everybody agreed that the spendthrift baronet exhibited an unaffected sorrow for his cousin's fate, which proved him to be a very noble-hearted fellow, in spite of all the dark stories that had been told of his youth. Before leaving Hallgrove, Reginald took care to make himself thoroughly acquainted with his cousin's plans for the future. Douglas, with 10,000 a year, was of course a more valuable acquaintance than he had been as the possessor of half that income, even if there had been no dark influence ever busy weaving its secret and fatal web. "You will go back to your old life in London, Douglas, I suppose," said Sir Reginald. "There you will soonest forget the sad affliction that has befallen you. In the hurrying whirlpool of modern life there is no leisure for sorrow." "Yes, I shall come to London," answered Douglas. "And you will occupy your old quarters?" "Decidedly." "And we shall see as much of each other as ever, eh, Douglas?" said Sir Reginald. "You must not let poor Lionel's fate prey upon your mind, you know, my dear fellow, or your health as well as your spirits will suffer. You must go down to Hilton House, and mix with the old set again. That sort of thing will cheer you up a little." "Yes," answered Douglas. "I know how far I may rely upon your friendship, Reginald. I shall place myself quite in your hands." "My dear fellow, you will not find me unworthy of your confidence." "I ought not to find you so, Reginald." Sir Reginald looked at his kinsman thoughtfully for a moment, fancying there was some hidden meaning in Douglas Dale's words; but the tone in which he had uttered them was perfectly careless, and Reginald's suspicion was dispelled by the frank expression of his face. Sir Reginald left Hallgrove a few days after the fatal accident in the hunting field, and went back to his London lodging, which seemed very shabby and comfortless after the luxury of Hallgrove Rectory. He did not care to spend his evenings at Hilton House, for he shrank from hearing Paulina's complaints about her loneliness and poverty. The London season had not yet begun, and there were few dupes whom the gamester could victimize by those skilful manoeuvres which so often helped him to success. It may be that some of the victims had complained of their losses, and the villa inhabited by the elegant Austrian widow had begun to be known amongst men of fashion as a place to be avoided. Reginald Eversleigh feared that it must be so, when he found the few young men he met at his club rather disinclined to avail themselves of Madame Durski's hospitality. "Have you been to Fulham lately, Caversham?" he asked of a young lordling, who was master of a good many thousands per annum, but not the most talented of mankind. "Fulham!" exclaimed Lord Caversham. "What's Fulham? Ah, to be sure, I remember. Place by the river. Very nice. Villas, boat races, and that kind of thing. Let me see. Bishops and that kind of church-going people live at Fulham, don't they? I thought you would have remembered one person who lives at Fulham, a very handsome woman, who made a strong impression upon you." "Did she? Did she, by Jove?" cried the viscount. "And yet, upon my honour, Eversleigh, I can't remember her. You see, I know so many splendid women, and splendid women are perpetually making an impression upon me, and I am perpetually making an impression upon splendid women. It's mutual, by Jove, Eversleigh, quite mutual. And pray, who is the lady in question?" "The beautiful Viennese, Paulina Durski." The lordling made a wry face. "Paulina Durski. Yes, Paulina is a pretty woman," he murmured, languidly. "A very pretty woman, and you're right, Eversleigh. She did make a profound impression upon me. But, you see, I found the impression cost me rather too much. Hilton House is the nicest place in the world to visit, but if a fellow finds himself losing 200 or 300 every time he crosses the threshold, you can be scarcely surprised if he prefers spending his evenings where he can enjoy himself a little more cheaply. However, perhaps you'll hardly understand my feelings on this subject, Eversleigh, for if I remember rightly, you were always a winner when I played at Madame Durski's." "Was I?" said Sir Reginald, with the air of a man who endeavours to recall circumstances that are almost forgotten. The lordling was not altogether without knowledge of the world and of his fellow men, and there had been a certain significance in his speech which had made Eversleigh wince. "Did I win when you were there?" he asked, carelessly. "Upon my word, I have forgotten all about it." "I haven't," answered Lord Caversham.
I bled pretty freely on several occasions when you and I played écarté, and I have not forgotten the figures on the cheques I had the pleasure of signing in your favour. No, my dear Eversleigh, although I consider Madame Durski the most charming of women, I don't feel inclined to go to Hilton House again." "Ah," said Sir Reginald, with a sneer, "there are so few men who have the art of losing with grace. We have no Stavordales nowadays. The man who could win 11,000 at a coup, and regret that he was not playing high, since in that case he would have won millions, is an extinct animal." "No doubt of it, dear boy. The gentlemanly art of losing placidly is dying out, and I confess that, for my part, I prefer winning," answered Lord Caversham, coolly. This brief conversation was a very unpleasant one for Sir Reginald Eversleigh. It told him that his career as a gamester must soon come to a close, or he would find himself a disgraced and branded wretch, avoided and despised by the men he now called his friends. It was evident that Viscount Caversham suspected that he had been cheated, nor was it likely that he would keep his suspicions secret from the men of his set. The suspicion, once whispered, would speedily be repeated by others who had lost money in the saloons of Madame Durski. Hints and whispers would swell into a general cry, and Sir Reginald Eversleigh would find himself tabooed. The prospect before him looked black as night, a night illumined by one lurid star, and that was the promise of Victor Carrington. "It is time for me to have done with poverty," he said to himself. "Lord Caversham's insolent innuendoes would be silenced if I had 10,000 a year. It is clear that the game is up at Hilton House. Paulina may as well go back to Paris or Vienna. The pigeons have taken fright, and the hawks must seek a new quarry." Sir Reginald drove straight from his club to the little cottage beyond Malda Hill. He scarcely expected to find the man whom he had last seen at an inn in Dorsetshire, but, to his surprise, he was conducted immediately to the laboratory, where he discovered Victor Carrington bending over an alembic, which was placed on the top of a small furnace. The surgeon looked up with a start, and Reginald perceived that he wore the metal mask which he had noticed on a former occasion. "Who brought you here?" asked Victor, impatiently. "The servant who admitted me," answered Reginald. "I told her I was your intimate friend, and that I wanted to see you immediately. She, therefore, brought me here." "She had no right to do so. However, no matter. When did you return? I scarcely expected to see you in town as soon." "I scarcely expected to find you here after our meeting at Frimley," replied the baronet. "There was nothing to detain me in the country. I came back some days ago, and have been busy with my old studies in chemistry." "You still dabble with poisons, I perceive," said Sir Reginald, pointing to the mask which Victor had laid aside on a table near him. "Every chemist must dabble in poisons, since poison forms an element of all medicines," replied Victor. "And now, tell me to what new dilemma of yours do I owe the honour of this visit? You rarely enter this house except when you find yourself desperately in need of my humble services. What is the last misfortune?" "I have just come from the Phoenix, where I met Caversham. I thought I should be able to get 100 or so out of him at écarté to-night, but the game is up in that quarter." "He suspects that he has been singularly unfortunate?" "He knows it. No man who was not certain of the fact would have dared to say what he said to me. He insulted me, Carrington, insulted me grossly, and I was not able to resent his insolence." "Never mind his insolence," answered Victor. "In 6 months your position will be such that no man will presume to insult you. So the game is up at Hilton House, is it? I thought you were going on a little too fast. And pray, what is to be the next move?" "What can we do? Paulina's creditors are impatient, and she has very little money to give them. My own debts are too pressing to permit of my helping her, and such being the case,
The best thing she can do will be to get back to the Continent as soon as she can." "On no account, my dear Reginald," exclaimed Carrington. "Madame Durski must not leave Hilton House." "Why not?" "Never mind the why. I tell you, Reginald, she must stay. You and I must find enough money to stave off the demands of her sharpest creditors." "I have not a sixpence to give her," answered the baronet. "I can scarcely afford to pay for the lodging that shelters me, and can still less afford to lend money to other people." "Not even to the woman who loves you, and whom you profess to love?" said Victor, with a sneer. "What a noble-minded creature you are, Sir Reginald Eversleigh, a pattern of chivalry and devotion. However, Madame Durski must remain. That is essential to the carrying out of my plans. If you will not find the money, I know who will." "And pray, who is this generous knight-errant so ready to rush to the rescue of beauty in distress?" "Douglas Dale. He is over head and ears in love with the Austrian widow, and will lend her the money she wants. I shall go at once to Madame Durski, and give her a few hints as to her line of conduct." There was a pause, during which the baronet seemed to be thinking deeply. "Do you think that a wise course?" he asked at last. "Do I think what course wise?" demanded his friend. "The line of conduct you propose. You say Douglas is in love with Paulina, and I myself have seen enough to convince me that you are right. If he is in love with her, he is just the man to sacrifice every other consideration for her sake. What if he should marry her? Would not that be a bad lookout for us?" "You are a fool, Reginald Eversleigh," cried Victor, contemptuously. "You ought to know me better than to fear my discretion. Douglas Dale loves Paulina Durski, and is the very man to sacrifice all worldly interests for her sake, the man to marry her, even were she more unworthy of his love than she is. But he never will marry her, notwithstanding." "How will you prevent such a marriage?" "That is my secret. Depend upon it, I will prevent it. You remember our compact the night we met at Frimley?" "I do," answered Reginald, in a voice that was scarcely above a whisper. "Very well. I will be true to my part of that compact, depend upon it. Before this new-born year is out, you shall be a rich man." "I have need of wealth, Victor," replied the baronet, eagerly. "I have bitter need of it. There are men who can endure poverty, but I am not one of them. If my position does not change speedily, I may find myself branded with the stigma of dishonour, an outlaw from society. I must be rich at any cost, Victor." "You have told me that before," answered the Frenchman, coolly, "and I have promised that you shall be rich. But if I am to keep my promise, you must submit yourself with unquestioning faith to my guidance. If the path we must tread together is a dark one, tread it blindly. The end will be success. And now tell me when you expect to see Douglas Dale in London." Sir Reginald explained his cousin's plans, and after a brief conversation left the cottage. He heard Mrs. Carrington's birds twittering in the cold January sunshine, and a passing glimpse through the open doorway of the drawing-room revealed to him the exquisite neatness and purity of the apartment, which even at this season was adorned with a few flowers. "Strange," he thought to himself as he left the house. "Any stranger entering that abode would imagine it the very shrine of domestic peace and simple happiness, and yet it is inhabited by a fiend." He went back to town. He dined alone in his dingy lodging, scarcely daring to show himself at his club. Lord Caversham had spoken so plainly, and had no doubt spoken to others still more plainly. Reginald Eversleigh's face grew hot with shame as he remembered the insults he had been obliged to endure with pretended unconsciousness. He feared to encounter other men who also had been losers at Hilton House, and who might speak as significantly as the Viscount had spoken. This man, who violated the laws of heaven and earth with little terror of the divine vengeance, feared above all to be cut by the men of his set. This is the slavery which the man of fashion creates for himself. These are the fetters which such men as Reginald Eversleigh forge for their own souls. But before we trace the progress of Sir Reginald from step to step in this terrible career, we must once more revert to the strange visitors at Frimley. Jane Payland by no means approved of passing Christmas Day in the uninteresting seclusion of a country inn, with nothing more festive to look forward to than a specially ordered but lonely dinner, and nothing to divert her thoughts but the rural spectacle afforded by the inn-yard. As to going out for a walk in such weather, she would not have thought of such a thing, even if she had any one to walk out with; and to go alone, no. Jane Payland had no fancy for amusement of that order. The day had been particularly dreary to the lady's maid, because the lady had been busily engaged in affairs of which she had no cognizance; and this ignorance, not a little exasperating even in town, became well nigh intolerable to her in the weariness, the idleness, and the dullness of Frimley. When Lady Eversleigh went out in the dark evening, accompanied by the mysterious personage in whom Jane Payland had recognized their fellow lodger, the amazement which she experienced produced an agreeable variety in her sensations, and the fact that the man with the vulture-like beak carried a carpet-bag intensified her surprise. "Now I'm almost sure she is something to him, and she has come down here with him to see her people," said Jane Payland to herself, as she sat desolately by the fire in her mistress's room, a well-thumbed novel lying neglected on her knee. "And she's mean enough to be ashamed of them. Well, I don't think I should be that of my own flesh and blood, if I was ever so great and so grand. I suppose the bag is full of presents. I'm sure she might have told me if it was clothes she was going to give away. I shouldn't have grudged 'em to the poor things." Grumbling a good deal, wondering more, and feasting a little, Jane Payland got through the time until her mistress returned. But for all her grumbling, and all her suspicion, the girl was daily growing more and more attached to her mistress, and her respect was increasing with her liking. Lady Eversleigh returned to the inn alone late on that dismal Christmas night, and she looked worn, troubled, and weary. After a few kind words to Jane Payland, she dismissed the girl, and went to bed, very tired and heartsick. "How am I to prove it?" she asked herself as she lay wearily awake. "How am I to prove it? In my borrowed character I am suspected. In my own I should not be believed, or even listened to for a moment. He is a good man, that Lionel Dale, and he is doomed, I fear." On the morning of the 26th, Mr. Andrew Larkspur had another long private conference with Lady Eversleigh, the immediate result of which was his setting out, mounted on the stout pony which we have seen in difficulties in a previous chapter, and vainly endeavouring to come up with Lionel Dale at the hunt. When Mr. Andrew Larkspur arrived at the melancholy conviction that his errand was a useless one, and that he must only return to Frimley and concert with Lady Eversleigh a new plan of action, he also became aware that he was more hurt and shaken by his fall than he had at first supposed. When he reached Frimley, he felt exceedingly sick and weak. "Queer," he expressed it, and was constrained to tell his anxious and unhappy client that he must go away and rest if he hoped to be fit for anything in the evening, or on the next day. "I will see Mr. Dale to night, if he and I are both alive," said Mr. Larkspur; "but if he was there before me, I could not say a word to him now. I do not mean to say I have not had a hurt or two in the course of my life before now, but I never was so regularly dead beat, and that's the truth." Thus it happened that the acute Mr. Larkspur was hors de combat, just at the time when his acuteness would have found most employment. And thus Lady Eversleigh's project of vengeance received unconsciously the first check. The game of reprisals was indeed destined to be played, but not by her. Providence would do that in time, in the long run. Meanwhile, she strove, after her own fashion, to become the executor of its decrees. The news of Lionel Dale's sudden disappearance, and the alarm to which it gave rise, reached the little town of Frimley in due course, but it was slow to reach the lonely lady at the inn. Lady Eversleigh had taken counsel with herself after Mr. Larkspur had left her, and had come to the determination that she would tell Lionel Dale the whole truth. She resolved to lay before him a full statement of all the circumstances of her life, to reveal all she knew, and all she suspected concerning Sir Reginald Eversleigh, and to tell him of Carrington's presence in her neighbourhood, as well as the designs which she believed him to cherish. She told herself that her dead husband's kinsman could scarcely refuse to believe her statement, when she reminded him that she had no object to serve in this revelation but the object of truth and respect for her husband's memory, when he, Lionel Dale, could have rehabilitated her in public opinion by taking his place beside her. He had not done so. It was too late now. No advance on his part could undo that which had been done, and he could not therefore think that in taking this step she was trying to curry favour with him in order to further her own interest. After debating the question for some time, she resolved to write a letter which Larkspur could carry to the rectory. A great deal of time was consumed by Lady Eversleigh in writing this letter, and the darkness had fallen long before it was finished. When she rang for lights, she took no notice of the person who brought them, and she directed that her dinner should not be served until she rang for it. Thus, no interruption of her task occurred until Mr. Larkspur, looking very little the better for his rest and refreshment, presented himself before her. Lady Eversleigh was just beginning to tell him what she had done, when he interrupted her by saying, in a tone which would have astonished any of his intimates, for there was a touch of real feeling in it, apart from considerations of business, "I am afraid we're too late. I'm very much afraid Carrington has been one too many for us, and has done the trick." "What do you mean?" asked Lady Eversleigh, rising in extreme agitation and turning deadly pale. "Has any harm come to Lionel Dale?" Then Mr. Andrew Larkspur told Lady Eversleigh the report which had reached the town, and of whose truth a secret instinct assured them both only too completely. They were indeed powerless now. The enemy had been too strong, too subtle, and too quick for them. Mr. Larkspur did not remain long with Lady Eversleigh, but having counselled her to keep silence on the subject, to ask no questions of any one, and to preserve the letter she had written, which Mr. Larkspur, for reasons of his own, was anxious to see, he left her and set off for the rectory. He reached his destination before the return of the party who had gone to search for the missing man. He mingled freely, almost unnoticed, with the servants and the villagers who had crowded about the house and lodges, and all he heard confirmed him in his belief that the worst had happened, that Lionel Dale had indeed come by his death, either through the successful contrivance of Carrington, or by an extraordinary accident, coincident with his enemy's fell designs. Mr. Larkspur asked a great many questions of several persons that night, and, as talking to a stranger helped the watchers and loiterers over some of the time they had to drag through until the genuine apprehension of some, and the curiosity of others, should be realized or satisfied, he met with no rebuffs. But, on the other hand, neither did he obtain any information of value. No stranger had been seen to join the hunt that day, or noticed lurking about Hallgrove that morning, and Mr. Larkspur's own reliable eyes had assured him that Carrington was not among the recipients of the rector's hospitality on Christmas Day. The footman who had directed the unknown visitor by the way past the stables to the lower road did not remember that circumstance, and so it did not come to Mr. Larkspur's knowledge. When the party who had led the search for Lionel Dale returned to the rectory, and the worst was known, Mr. Larkspur went away, after having arranged with a small boy, who did odd jobs for the gardener at Hallgrove, that, if the body was brought home in the morning, he should go over to Frimley on consideration of £half-a-crown, and inquire at the inn for Mr. Bennet. "It's no good thinking about what's to be done till the body's found, and the inquest settled," thought Mr. Larkspur. "I don't think anything can be done then, but it's clear there's no use in thinking about it to night. So I shall just tell my lady so, and get to bed. Confound that pony!" At a reasonably early hour on the following morning, the juvenile messenger arrived from Hallgrove, and, on inquiring for Mr. Bennet, was ushered into the presence of Mr. Larkspur. The intelligence he brought was brief but important. The rector's body had been found, much disfigured. He had struck against a tree, the doctors said, in falling into the river, and been killed by the blow. "As well as drownded," added the boy, with some appreciation of the additional piquancy of the circumstance. He was laid out in the library. The fine folks were gone or going, except Squire Mordaunt and Sir Reginald, the rector's cousin. Mr. Douglas took on about it dreadfully. The bay horse had come home with his saddle wet, but he was not hurt or cut about, as the boy knew of. This was all the boy had to tell. Mr. Larkspur dismissed the messenger, having faithfully paid him the stipulated £half-crown, and immediately sought the presence of Lady Eversleigh. The realization of all her fears shocked her deeply, and in the solemnity of the dread event which had occurred, she almost lost sight of her own purpose. It seemed swallowed up in a calamity so appalling. But Mr. Larkspur was of a tougher and more practical temperament. He lost no time in setting before his client the state of the case as regarded herself, and the purpose with which she had gone to Frimley, now rendered futile. Mr. Larkspur entertained no doubt that Carrington had been in some way accessory to the death of Lionel Dale, but circumstances had so favoured the criminal that it would be impossible to prove his crime. "If I told you all I know about the horse and about the man," said Mr. Larkspur, "what good would it do? The man bought a horse very like Mr. Dale's, and he rode away from here mounted on that horse, on the same day that Mr. Dale was drowned. I believe he changed the horses in Mr. Dale's stable, but there's not a tittle of proof of it; and how he contrived the thing I cannot undertake to say, for no mortal saw him at the rectory or at the meet, and the horse that every one would be prepared to swear was the horse that Mr. Dale rode is safe at home at the rectory now, having evidently been in the river. Seeing we can't prove the matter, it's my opinion we'd better not meddle with it, more particularly as nothing that we can prove will do Sir Reginald Eversleigh any harm, and if either of this precious pair of rascals is to escape, you don't want it to be him." "Oh, no, no," said Lady Eversleigh. "He is so much worse than the other, as his added cowardice makes him." "Just so. Well, then, if you want to punish him and his agent, this is certainly not the opportunity. Next to winning, there's nothing like thoroughly understanding and acknowledging what you've lost, and we have lost this game beyond all question. Let us see, now, if we cannot win the next. If I understand the business right, Mr. Douglas Dale is his brother's heir?" "Yes," said Lady Eversleigh. "His life only now stands between Sir Reginald and the fortune." "Then he will take that life by Carrington's agency, as I believe he has taken Lionel Dale's," said Mr. Larkspur; "and my idea is that the proper way to prevent him is to go away from this place, where no good is to be done, and where any movement will only defeat our purpose, by putting him on his guard, letting him know he is watched. Forewarned, forearmed, you know, and set ourselves to watch Carrington in London." "Why in London? How do you know he is there?" Mr. Larkspur smiled. "Lord bless your innocence," he replied, "how do I know it? Why, ain't London the natural place for him to be in? Ain't London the place where every one that has done a successful trick goes to enjoy it, and every one that has missed his tip goes to hide himself? I'll take my Davy, though it's a thing I don't like doing in general, that Carrington's back in town, living with his mother, as right as a trivet." So Lady Eversleigh and Jane Payland travelled up to town again, and took up their old quarters, and Mr. Larkspur returned, and resumed his room and his accustomed habits. But before he had been many hours in London, he had ascertained, by the evidence of his own eyes, that Victor Carrington was, Chapter 25, Part 1 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 25, A Dangerous Alliance, Part 1. In the afternoon of the day following that on which Sir Reginald paid a visit to Victor Carrington, the latter gentleman presented himself at the door of Hilton House. The frost had again set in, and this time with more than usual severity. There had been a heavy fall of snow, and the park-like grounds surrounding Madame Durski's abode had an almost fairy-like appearance. The tracery of the leafless trees defined by the snow that had lodged on every branch, the undulating lawn one bed of pure white. He knocked at the door and waited. The woman at the lodge had told him that it was very unlikely he would be able to see Madame Dursky at this hour of the day, but he had walked on to the house notwithstanding. It was already nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but at that hour Paulina had rarely left her own apartments. Victor Carrington knew this quite as well as the woman at the lodge, but he had business to do with another person as well as Paulina Dursky. That other person was the widow's humble companion. The door was opened by Carlo Toas, Paulina's confidential courier and butler. This man looked very suspiciously at the visitor. "My mistress receives no one at this hour," he said. "I am aware that she does not usually see visitors so early," replied Carrington; "but as I come on particular business, and as I come a long way to see her, she will perhaps make an exception in my favour." He produced his card case as he spoke, and handed the man a card on which he had written the following words in pencil: "Pray see me, dear madam. I come on really important business, which will bear no delay. If you cannot see me till your dinner hour, I will wait." The Spaniard ushered Victor into one of the reception rooms, which looked cold and chill in the winter daylight. Except the grand piano, there was no trace of feminine occupation in that room. It looked like an apartment kept only for the reception of visitors, an apartment which lacked all the warmth and comfort of home. Victor waited for some time, and began to think his message had not been taken to the mistress of the house, when the door was opened, and Miss Brewer appeared. She looked at the visitor with an inquisitive glance as she entered the room, and approached him softly, with her light greenish-grey eyes fixed upon his face. "Madame Dursky has been suffering from nervous headache all day," she said, "and has not yet risen. Her dinner hour is 6:30. If your business is really of importance, and if you care to wait, she will be happy to see you then." "My business is of real importance, and I shall be very glad to wait," answered Victor. "Since Madame Dursky is unhappily unable to receive me for some time, I shall gladly avail myself of the opportunity in order to enjoy a little conversation with you, Miss Brewer," he said courteously, "always supposing that you are not otherwise engaged." "I have no other engagement whatever," answered the lady, in a cold, measured voice. "I wish to speak to you upon very serious business," continued Victor, "and I believe that I can venture to address you with perfect candour. The business to which I allude concerns the interests of Madame Durski, and I have every reason to suppose that you are thoroughly devoted to her interests." "For whom else should I care?" returned Miss Brewer, with a bitter laugh. "Madame Durski is the only friend I can count in this world. I have known her from her childhood; and if I can believe anything good of my species, which is not very easy for me to do, I can believe that she cares for me a little, as she might care for some piece of furniture which she had been accustomed to see about her from her infancy, and which she would miss if it were removed." "You wrong your friend," said Victor. "She has every reason to be sincerely attached to you, and I have little doubt that she is so." "What right have you to have little doubt or much doubt about it?" exclaimed Miss Brewer, contemptuously. "And why do you try to palm off upon me the idle nonsense which senseless people consider it incumbent on them to utter? You do not know Paulina Durski. I do. She is a woman who never in her life cared for more than two things." "And these two things are?" "The excitement of the gaming table, and the love of your worthless friend, Sir Reginald Eversleigh." "Does she really love my friend?" "She does. She loves him as few men deserve to be loved, and least of all that man. She loves him, although she knows that her affection is unreturned, unappreciated. For his sake she would sacrifice her own happiness, her own prosperity. Women are foolish creatures, Mr. Carrington, and you men do wisely when you despise them." "I will not enter into the question of my friend's merits," said Victor; "but I know that Madame Durski has won the love of a man who is worthy of any woman's affection, a man who is rich, and can elevate her from her present doubtful position." The Frenchman uttered these last words with a great appearance of restraint and hesitation. "Say miserable position," exclaimed Miss Brewer, "for Paulina Durski's position is the most degraded that a woman, whose life has been comparatively sinless, ever occupied." "And every day its degradation will become more profound," said Victor. "Unless Madame Durski follows my advice, she cannot long remain in England. In her native city she has little to hope for. In Paris her name has acquired an evil odour. What, then, lies before her?" "Ruin!" exclaimed Miss Brewer, abruptly. "Starvation, it may be. I know that our race is nearly run, Mr. Carrington. You need not trouble yourself to remind me of our misery." "If I do remind you of it, I only do so in the hope that I may be able to serve you," answered Victor. "I have tasted all the bitterness of poverty, Miss Brewer. Forgive me if I ask whether you, too, have been acquainted with its sting?" "Have I felt its sting?" cried the poor fated creature. "Who has felt the tooth of the serpent, poverty, more cruelly than I? It has pierced my very heart. From my childhood I have known nothing but poverty. Shall I tell you my story, Mr. Carrington? I am not apt to speak of myself or of my youth, but you have evoked the demon memory, and I feel a kind of relief in speaking of that long departed time." "I am deeply interested in all you say, Miss Brewer. Stranger though I am, believe me that my interest is sincere." As Victor Carrington said this, Charlotte Brewer looked at him with a sharp, penetrating glance. She was not a woman to be fooled by shallow hypocrisies. The light of the winter's day was fading, but even in the fading light Victor saw the look of sharp suspicion in her pinched face. "Why should you be interested in me?" she asked, abruptly. "Because I believe you may be useful to me," answered Victor, boldly. "I do not want to deceive you, Miss Brewer. Great triumphs have been achieved by the union of two powerful minds. I know you to possess a powerful mind. I know you to be a woman above ordinary prejudices, and I want you to help me, as I am ready to help you. But you were about to tell me the story of your youth." "It shall be told briefly," said Miss Brewer, speaking in a rapid, energetic manner that was the very reverse of the measured tones she was wont to use. "I am the daughter of a disgraced man, who was a gentleman once; but I have forgotten that time, as he forgot it long before he died. My father passed the last 10 years of his life in a prison. He died in that prison, and within those dingy, smoke-blackened walls my childhood was spent, a joyless childhood, without a hope, without a dream, haunted perpetually by the dark phantom, poverty. I emerged from that prison to enter a new one, in the shape of a West End boarding school, where I became the drudge and scapegoat of rich citizens' daughters, heiresses presumptive to the scrapings of tallow chandlers and coal merchants, linen drapers and cheesemongers. For 6 years I endured my fate patiently, uncomplainingly. Not one creature amongst that large household loved me, or cared for me, or thought whether I was happy or miserable. I worked like a slave. I rose early and went to bed late, giving my youth, my health, my beauty. You will smile, perhaps, Mr. Carrington, but in those days I was accounted a handsome woman. In exchange for what? My daily bread, and the education which was to enable me to earn a livelihood hereafter. Some distant relations undertook to clothe me, and I was dressed in those days about as shabbily as I have been dressed ever since. In all my life I never knew the innocent pleasure which every woman feels in the possession of handsome clothes. At 18 I left the boarding school to go on the Continent, where I was to fill a situation which had been procured for me. That situation was in the household of Paulina Durski's father. Paulina was 10 years of age, and I was appointed as her governess and companion. From that day to this I have never left her. As much as I am capable of loving any one, I love her; but my mind has been embittered by the miseries of my girlhood, and I do not pretend to be capable of much womanly feeling." "I thank you for your candour," said Victor. "It is of importance for me to understand your position, for by doing so I shall be the better able to assist you. I may believe, then, that there is only one person in the world for whom you care, and that person is Paulina Durski?" "You may believe that." "And I may also believe that you, who have drained to the dregs the bitter cup of poverty, would do much, and risk much, in order to be rich?" "You may." "Then, Miss Brewer, let me speak to you openly, as one sincerely interested in you, and desirous of serving you and your charming but infatuated friend. May I hope that we shall be uninterrupted for some time longer? For I am anxious to explain myself at once, and fully, now that the opportunity has arisen." "No one is likely to enter this room unless summoned by me," said Miss Brewer. "You may speak freely and at any length you please, Mr. Carrington, but I warn you, you are speaking to a person who has no faith in any profession of disinterested regard." As she spoke, Miss Brewer leaned back in her chair, folded her hands before her, and assumed an utterly impassible expression of countenance. No less promising recipient of a confidential scheme could have been seen, but Victor Carrington was not in the least discouraged. He replied in a cheerful, deferential, and yet business-like tone. "I am quite aware of that, Miss Brewer, and for my part, I should not feel the respect I do feel for you if I believed you so deficient in sense and experience as to take any other view. I don't offer myself to you in the absurd disguise of a preux chevalier, anxious to espouse the unprofitable cause of 2 unprotected women in an equivocal position, and in circumstances rapidly tending to desperation." Here Victor Carrington glanced at his companion. He wanted to see if the shot had told. But Miss Brewer cared no more for the almost open insult than she had cared for the implied interest conveyed in the exordium of his discourse. She sat silent and motionless. He continued: "I have an object to gain, which I am resolved to achieve. Two ways to the attainment of this object are open to me. The one injurious, in fact destructive, to you and Madame Durski; the other eminently beneficial. I am interested in you. I particularly like Madame Durski, though I am not one of the legion of her professed admirers." Miss Brewer shook her head sadly. That legion was much reduced in its numbers of late. "Therefore," continued Carrington, without seeming to observe the gesture, "I prefer to adopt the latter course, and further your interests in securing my own. I suppose you can at least understand and credit such very plain motives, so very plainly expressed, Miss Brewer?" "Yes," she said, "that may be true. It does not seem unlikely. We shall see." "You certainly shall. My explanation will not, I hope, be unduly tedious, but it is indispensable that it should be full. You know, Miss Brewer, that Sir Reginald Eversleigh and I are intimate friends?" Miss Brewer smiled, a pale, prolonged, unpleasant smile, and then replied, speaking very deliberately: "I know nothing of the kind, Mr. Carrington. I know you are much together, and have an air of familiar acquaintance, which is the true interpretation of friendship, I take it, between men of the world, of your world in particular." The hard and determined expression of her manner would have discouraged and deterred most men. It did not discourage or deter Victor Carrington. "Put what interpretation you please upon my words," he said, "but recognize the facts. There is a strict alliance, if you prefer that phrase, between me and Sir Reginald Eversleigh, and his present intimacy, with his seeming devotion to Madame Durski, prevents him from carrying out the terms of that alliance to my satisfaction. I am therefore resolved to break off that intimacy. Do you comprehend me so far?" "Yes, I comprehend you so far," answered Miss Brewer, "perfectly." "Considering Madame Durski's feelings for Sir Reginald, feelings of which, I assure you, I consider him, even according to my own unpretending standards, entirely unworthy. This intimacy cannot be broken off without pain to her, but it might be destroyed without any profit, nay, with ruinous loss. Now, I cannot spare her the pain. That is necessary, indispensable, both for her good and, which I don't pretend not to regard more urgently, my own. But I can make the pain eminently profitable to her, with your assistance. In fact, so profitable as to secure the peace and prosperity of her whole future life." He paused, and Miss Brewer looked steadily at him, but she did not speak. "Reginald Eversleigh owes me money, Miss Brewer, and I cannot afford to allow him to remain in my debt. I don't mean that he has borrowed money from me, for I never had any to lend, and having any, should never have lent it. He saw how the tone he was taking suited the woman's perverted mind, and pursued it. But I have done him certain services for which he undertook to pay me money, and I want money. He has none, and the only means by which he can procure it is a rich marriage. Such a marriage is within his reach. One of the richest heiresses in London would have him for the asking. She is an ironmonger's daughter, and pines to be my lady. But he hesitates, and loses his time in visits to Madame Durski, which are only doing them both harm. Doing her harm, because they are deceiving her, encouraging a delusion; and doing him harm, because they are wasting his time, and incurring the risk of his being blown upon to the ironmonger. Vulgar people of the kind, you know, my dear Miss Brewer, give ugly names, and attach undue importance to intimacies of this kind, and in short, It is on the cards that Madame Durski may spoil Sir Reginald's game. Well, as that game is also mine, you will find no difficulty in understanding that I do not intend Madame Durski shall spoil it." "Yes, I understand that," said Miss Brewer, as plainly as before; "but I don't understand how Paulina is to be served in the affair, and I don't understand what my part is to be in it." "I am coming to that," he said. "You cannot be unaware of the impression which Madame Durski has made upon Sir Reginald's cousin, Douglas Dale." "I know he did admire her," said Miss Brewer; "but he has not been here since his brother's death. He is a rich man now." "Yes, he is; but that will make no change in him in certain respects. Douglas Dale is a fool, and will always remain so. Madame Durski has completely captivated him, and I am perfectly certain he would marry her to morrow, if she could be brought to consent." "A striking proof that Mr. Douglas Dale deserves the character you have given him, you would say, Mr. Carrington?" "Madam, I am at the mercy of your perspicuity," said Victor, with a mock bow. "However, a truce to badinage. Douglas Dale is a rich man, and very much in love with Madame Durski; but he is the last man in the world to interfere with his cousin by trying to win her affections, if he believes her attached to Sir Reginald. He is a fool in some things, as I have said before, and he is much more likely, if he thinks it a case of mutual desperation, to contribute 1,000 a year or so, to set the couple up in a modest competence, like a princely proprietor in a play, than to advance his own claims. Now, this modest competence business would not suit Sir Reginald, or Madame Durski, or me, but the other arrangement would be a capital thing for us all." "You see she really loves your friend, Sir Reginald?" said Miss Brewer. "Tush!" ejaculated Victor Carrington, contemptuously. "Of course I know she does; but what does it matter? She would be the most wretched of women if Reginald married her, and he won't. After all, that's the great point. He won't. Now Dale will, and will give her unlimited control of his money. A very nice position, not so elevated as to ensure an undesirable raking up of her antecedents, and the means of proving her gratitude to you by providing for you comfortably for life." "That is all possible," replied Miss Brewer, as calmly as before; "but what am I to do towards bringing about so desirable a state of affairs? You have to use the influence which your position auprès de Madame Durski gives you. You can keep her situation constantly before her. You can perpetually harp upon its exigencies. They are pressing, are they not? Yes, then make them more pressing. Expose her to the constant worry and annoyance of poverty. Make no effort to hide the inconvenience of ruin. She is a bad manager. Of course, all women of her sort are bad managers. Don't help her. Make the very worst of everything. Then you can take every opportunity of pointing out Reginald's neglect, all his defalcations, the cruelty of his conduct to her, the evidence of his never intending to marry her, the selfishness which makes him indifferent to her troubles, and unwilling to help her. Work on pride, on pique, on jealousy, on the love of comfort and luxury, and the horror of poverty and privation, which are always powerful in the minds of women like Madame Durski. Don't talk much to her at first about Douglas Dale, especially until he has come to town and resumed his visiting here; but take care that her difficulties press heavily upon her, and that she is kept in mind that help or hope from Reginald there is none. I have no doubt whatever that Dale will propose to her, if he does not see her infatuation for Reginald." "But suppose Mr. Dale does not come here at all?" asked Miss Brewer. He has broken through the habit now, and he may have thought it over, and determined to keep away." "Suppose a moth flies away from a candle, Miss Brewer," returned Carrington, "and makes a refreshing excursion out of window into the cool evening air. May we not calculate with tolerable certainty on his return and his incremation? The last thing in all this matter I should think of doubting would be the readiness of Douglas Dale to tumble head foremost into any net we please to spread for him." A short pause ensued, interrupted by Miss Brewer, who said, "I suppose this must all be done quickly, on account of that wealthy Philistine, the ironmonger?" "On account of my happening to want money very badly, Miss Brewer, and Madame Durski finding herself in the same position. The more quickly the better for all parties. And now I have spoken very plainly to you so far. Let me speak still more plainly. It is manifestly for your advantage that Madame Durski should be rich and respectable, rather than that she should be poor and under a cloud. It is no less manifestly, though not so largely, for your advantage that I should get my money from Reginald Eversleigh, because, when I do get it, I will hand you £500 by way of bonus." "If there were any means by which you could be legally bound to the fulfilment of that promise, Mr. Carrington," said Miss Brewer, "I should request you to put it in writing. But I am quite aware that no such means exist. I accept it, therefore, with moderate confidence, and will adopt the course you have sketched, not because I look for the punctual payment of the money, but because Paulina's good fortune, if secured, will secure mine. But I must add," and here Miss Brewer sat upright in her chair, and a faint colour came into her sallow cheek, "I should not have anything to do with your plots and plans if I did not believe and see that this one is for Paulina's real good." Victor Carrington smiled as he thought, "Here is a rare sample of human nature. Here is this woman, quite pleased with herself, and positively looking almost dignified, because she has succeeded in persuading herself that she is actuated by a good motive." The conversation between Miss Brewer and Victor Carrington lasted for some time longer, and then he was left alone while Miss Brewer went to attend the levee of Madame Durski. As he paced the room, Carrington smiled again, and muttered, "If Dale were only here, and she could be persuaded to borrow money of him, all would be right. So far, all is going well, and I have taken the right course. My motto is the motto of Danton, de l'audace." Chapter 25, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 25. A Dangerous Alliance, Part 2. Victor Carrington dined with Madame Durski and her companion. The meal was served with elegance, but the stamp of poverty was too plainly impressed upon all things at Hilton House. The dinner served with such ceremony was but a scanty banquet. The wines were poor, and Victor perceived that, in place of the old silver which he had seen on a previous occasion, Madame Durski's table was furnished with the most worthless plated ware. Paulina herself looked pale and haggard. She had the weary air of a woman who finds life a burden almost too heavy for endurance. "I have consented to see you this evening, Mr. Carrington, in accordance with your very pressing message," she said, when she found herself alone in the drawing-room with Victor Carrington after dinner, Miss Brewer having discreetly retired. but I cannot imagine what business you can have with me."
"Do not question my motives too closely, Madame Durski," said Victor. "There are some secrets lying deep at the root of every man's existence. Believe me when I assure you that I take a real interest in your welfare, and that I came here to night in the hope of serving you. Will you permit me to speak as a friend?"
"I have so few friends that I should be the last to reject any honest offer of friendship," answered Paulina, with a sigh. "And you are the friend of Reginald Eversleigh. That fact alone gives you some claim to my regard."
"Sir Reginald Eversleigh is my friend," replied Victor; "but do not think me treacherous, Madame Durski, when I tell you he is not worthy of your regard. Were he here at this moment, I would say the same. He is utterly selfish. It is of his own interest alone that he thinks; and were the chance of a wealthy marriage to offer itself, I firmly believe that he would seize it, ay, even if by doing so he knew that he was to break your heart. I think you know that I am speaking the truth, Madame Durski."
"I do," answered Paulina, in a dull, half despairing tone. "Heaven help me, I know that it is the truth. I have long known as much. We women are capable of supreme folly. My folly is my regard for your friend, Reginald Eversleigh."
"Let your pride work the cure of that wasted devotion, madam," said Victor, earnestly. "Do not submit any longer to be the dupe, the tool of this man. Do you know how dearly your self-sacrifice has cost you? I am sure you do not. You do not know that this house is beginning to be talked about as a place to be shunned. You have observed, perhaps, that you have had few visitors of late. Day by day your visitors will grow fewer. This house is marked. It is talked of at the clubs, and Reginald Eversleigh will no longer be able to live upon the spoils won from his dupes and victims. The game is up, Madame Durski, and now that you can no longer be useful to Reginald Eversleigh, you will see how much his love is worth."
"I believe he loves me," murmured Paulina, "after his own fashion."
"Yes, madam, after his own fashion, which is, at the best, a strange one. May I ask how you spent your Christmas?"
"I was very lonely. This house seemed horribly cold and desolate. No one came near me. There were no congratulations, no Christmas gifts. Ah, Mr. Carrington, it is a sad thing to be quite alone in the world."
"And Reginald Eversleigh, the man whom you love, he who should have been at your side, was at Hallgrove Rectory, among a circle of visitors, flirting with the most notorious of coquettes, Miss Graham, an old friend of his boyish days."
Victor looked at Paulina's face, and saw the random shot had gone home. She grew even paler than she had been before, and there was a nervous working of the lips that betrayed her agitation. "Were there ladies amongst the guests at Hallgrove?" she asked.
"Yes, Madame Durski, there were ladies. Did you not know that it was to be so?"
"No," replied Paulina. "Sir Reginald told me it was to be a bachelor's party."
Victor saw that this pretty deception on the part of her lover stung Paulina keenly. She had been deeply wounded by Reginald's cold and selfish policy, but until this moment she had never felt the pangs of jealousy.
"So he was flirting with one of your fashionable English coquettes, while I was lonely and friendless in a strange country," she exclaimed; and then, after a brief pause, she added passionately, "You are right, Mr. Carrington. Your friend is unworthy of one thought from me, and I will think of him no more."
"You will do wisely, and you will receive proof of what I say ere long from the lips of Reginald Eversleigh himself. Tell me the truth, dear madam. Are not your pecuniary difficulties becoming daily more pressing?"
"They have become so pressing," answered Paulina, "that unless Reginald lends me money almost immediately, I shall be compelled to fly from this country in secret, like a felon, leaving all my poor possessions behind me. Already I have parted with my plate, as you no doubt have perceived. My only hope is in Reginald."
"A broken reed on which to rely, madam. Sir Reginald Eversleigh will not lend you money. Since this house has become a place of evil odour, to be avoided by men who have money to lose, you are no longer of any use to Sir Reginald. He will not lend you money. On the contrary, he will urge your immediate flight from England; and when you have gone—"
"What then?"
"There will be an obstacle removed from his pathway, and when the chance of a rich marriage arises, he will be free to grasp it."
"Oh, what utter baseness!" murmured Paulina. "What unspeakable infamy!"
"A selfish man can be very base, very infamous," replied Victor. "But do not let us speak further of this subject, dear Madame Durski. I have spoken with cruel truth; but my work has been that of the surgeon who uses his knife freely in order to cut away the morbid spot which is poisoning the very life-blood of the sufferer. I have shown you the disease, the fatal passion, the wasted devotion to which you are sacrificing your life. My next duty is to show you where your cure lies."
"You may be a very clever surgeon," replied Paulina, scornfully; "but in this case your skill is unavailing. For me there is no remedy."
"Nay, madam, that is the despairing cry of a romantic girl, and is unworthy the lips of an accomplished woman of the world. You complained just now of your loneliness. You said that it was very sad to be without a friend. How if I can show you that you possess one attached and devoted friend, who would be as willing to sacrifice himself for your interests as you have been willing to devote yourself to Reginald Eversleigh?"
"Who is that friend?"
"Douglas Dale."
"Douglas Dale!" exclaimed Paulina. "Yes, I know that Mr. Dale admires me, and that he is a good and honourable man. But can I take advantage of his admiration? Can I trade upon his love? I, who have no heart to give, no affection to offer in return for the honest devotion of a good man. Do not ask me to stoop to such baseness, such degradation."
"I ask nothing from you but common sense," answered Victor, impatiently. "Instead of wasting your love upon Reginald Eversleigh, who is not worthy of a moment's consideration from you, give at least your esteem and respect to the honourable and unselfish man who truly loves you. Instead of flying from England a ruined woman, branded with the name of cheat and swindler, remain as the affianced wife of Douglas Dale. Remain to prove to Reginald Eversleigh that there are those in the world who know how to value the woman he has despised."
"Yes, he has despised me," murmured Paulina, speaking to herself rather than to her companion. "He has despised me. He left me alone in this dreary house, in the Christmas festival time, when friends and lovers draw nearer together all the world over, united by the sweet influences of the season. He left me to sit alone by this desolate hearth, while he made merry with his friends, while he sunned himself in the smiles of happier women. What truth can he claim from me, he who has been falsehood itself?"
She remained silent for some minutes after this, with her eyes fixed on the fire, her thoughts far away. Victor did not arouse her from that reverie. He knew that the work he had to do was progressing rapidly. He felt that he was moulding this proud and passionate woman to his will, as the sculptor moulds the clay which is to take the form of his statue. At last she spoke.
"I thank you for your good advice, Mr. Carrington," she said, calmly, "and I will avail myself of your worldly wisdom. What would you have me do?"
"I would have you tell Douglas Dale, when he returns to town and comes to see you,
the position in which you find yourself with regard to money matters, and ask the loan of a few hundred. The truth and depth of his love for you will be proved by his response to this appeal." "How came you to suspect his love for me?" asked Paulina. "It has never yet shaped itself in words. A woman's own instinct generally tells her when she is truly loved. But how came you, a bystander, a mere looker on, to discover Douglas Dale's secret?" "Simply because I am a man of the world, and somewhat of an observer, and I will pledge my reputation as both upon the issue of your interview with Douglas Dale." "So be it," said Paulina. "I will appeal to him. It is a new degradation; but what has my whole life been, except a series of humiliations? And now, Mr. Carrington, this interview has been very painful to me. Pardon me if I ask you to leave me to myself." Victor complied immediately, and took leave of Madame Durski with many apologies for his intrusion. Before leaving the house he encountered Miss Brewer, who came out of a small sitting room as he entered the hall. "You are going away, Mr. Carrington?" she asked. "Yes," he answered; "but I shall call again in a day or two. Meantime, let me hear from you if Dale presents himself here. I have had some talk with your friend, and am surprised at the ease with which the work we have to do may be done." Chapter 26 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 26 Move the First. After the lapse of a few days, during which Victor Carrington carefully matured his plans, while apparently only pursuing his ordinary business, and leading his ordinary life of dutiful attention to his mother, and quiet domestic routine, he received a letter in a handwriting which was unfamiliar to him. It contained the following words: "In accordance with your desire and my promise, I write to inform you that D. has notified his return to London, and his intention to visit P. He did not know whether she was in town, and therefore wrote before coming. She seemed much affected by his letter, and has replied to it, appointing Wednesday afternoon for receiving him, and inviting him to luncheon. No communication has been received from R.E., and she takes that fact easily. If you have any advice, or I suppose I should say instructions, to give me, you had better come here to-morrow, Tuesday, when I can see you alone. C.B." Victor Carrington read this note with a smile of satisfaction, which faithfully interpreted the feelings it produced. There was a business-like tone in his correspondent's letter, which exactly suited his ideas of what it was advisable his agent should be. "She is really admirable," he said, as he destroyed Miss Brewer's note. "Just clever enough to be useful, just shrewd enough to understand the precise force and weight of an argument, but not clever enough, or shrewd enough, to find out that she is used for any purpose but the one for which she has bargained." And then Victor Carrington wrote a few lines to Miss Brewer, in which he thanked her for her note, and prepared her to receive a visit from him on the following day. This written and posted, he walked up and down his laboratory in deep thought for some time, and then once more seated himself at his desk. This time his communication was addressed to Sir Reginald Eversleigh, and merely consisted of a request that that gentleman should call upon him, Victor Carrington, on a certain day, at a week's distance from the present date. "I shall have more trouble with this shallow fool than with all the rest of them," said Victor to himself as he sealed his letter, and as he said it, he permitted his countenance to assume a very unusual expression of vexation. His vanity will make him kick against letting Paulina turn him off, and he will run the risk of destroying the game sooner than suffer that mortification. But I will take care he shall suffer it, and not destroy the game. No, no, Sir Reginald Eversleigh, you shall not be my stumbling block in this instance." "How horribly afraid he is of me," thought Victor Carrington, and a smile of cruel satisfaction, which might have become a demon, lighted his pale face at the reflection. He is dying to know exactly how that business of Dale the elder was managed. He has the haziest notions in connection with it, and, by Jove, he dare not ask me. And yet I am only his agent, his to-be-paid agent, and he shakes in his shoes before me. Yes, and I will be paid too, richly paid, Sir Reginald, not only in money, but in power. In power, the best and most enjoyable thing that money has to buy." Victor Carrington sent his letter to the post, and joined his mother in her sitting-room, where her life passed placidly away among her birds and her flowers. Mrs. Carrington had none of the vivacity about her which is so general an attribute of French women. She liked her quiet life, and had little sympathy with her son's restless ambition and devouring discontent. A cold, silent, self-contained woman, she shut herself up in her own occupations, and cared for nothing beyond them. She had the French national taste and talent for needlework, and generally listened to her son as he talked or read to her, with a piece of elaborate embroidery in her hand. On the present occasion she was engaged as usual, and Victor looked at her work and praised it according to his custom. "What is it for, mother?" he asked. "An altar cloth," she replied. "I cannot give money, you know, Victor, and so I am glad to give my work." The young man's dark eyes flashed as he replied, "True, mother, but the time will come, it is not far off now, when you and I shall both be set free from poverty, when we shall once more take our place in our own rank, when we shall be what the Champfontaines were, and do as the Champfontaines did, when this hateful English name shall be thrown aside, and this squalid English home abandoned, and the past restored to us, we to the past." He rose as he spoke, and walked about the room. A faint flush brightened his sallow face, an unwonted light glittered in his deep-set eyes. His mother continued to ply her needle, with downcast eyes, and a face which showed no sign of sympathy with her son's enthusiasm. "Industry and talent are good, my Victor," she said, "and they bring comfort. They bring le bien-être in their train. But I do not think all the industry and talent you can display as a surgeon in London will ever enable you to restore the dignity and emulate the wealth of the old Champfontaines." Victor Carrington glanced at his mother almost angrily, and for an instant felt the impulse rise within him which prompted him to tell her that it was not only by the employment of means so tame and commonplace that he designed to realize the cherished vision of his ambition. But he checked it instantly, and only said, with the reverential inflection which his voice never failed to take when he addressed his mother, "What, then, would you advise me to try in addition?" "Marry a rich woman, my Victor. Marry one of these moneyed English girls, who are, for the most part, permitted to follow their inclinations which would surely, if encouraged, lead many of them your way." Mrs. Carrington spoke in the calmest tone possible. "Marry? I marry?" said Victor, in a tone of surprise, in which a quick ear would have noticed something also of disappointment. "I thought you would never like that, mother. It would part us, you know. And then what would you do?" "There is always the convent for me, Victor," said his mother, "if you no longer needed me." And she composedly threaded her needle, and began a very minute leaf in the pattern of her embroidery. Victor Carrington looked at his mother with surprise, and some vague sense of pain. She could make up her mind to part with him. She had thought of the possibility, and with complacence. He muttered something about Chapter 27 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 27. Weave the warp and weave the woof. On the following day, Victor Carrington presented himself at Hilton House, and was received by Miss Brewer alone. She was pale, chilly, and ungracious, as usual, and the understanding which had been arrived at between Carrington and herself did not move her to the manifestation of the smallest additional cordiality in her reception of him. "I have to thank you for your prompt compliance with my request, Miss Brewer," said Victor. She made no sound nor sign of encouragement, and he continued, "Since I saw you, another complication has arisen in this matter, which makes our game doubly safe and secure. In order to explain this complication thoroughly, I must ask you to let me put you through a kind of catechism. Have I your permission, Miss Brewer?" "You may ask me any questions you please," returned Miss Brewer, in a hard, cold, even voice, "and I will answer them as truthfully as I can. Do you know anything of Douglas Dale's family connections and antecedents?" "I know that his mother was Sir Oswald Eversleigh's sister, and that he and Lionel Dale, who was drowned on St. Stephen's Day, were left large incomes by their uncle, in addition to some inconsiderable family property which they inherited from their father, Mr. Melville Dale, who was a lawyer, and I believe a not very successful one." "Did you ever hear anything of the family history of this Mr. Melville Dale, the father of Lionel and Douglas?" "I never heard more than his name, and the circumstance I have already mentioned." "Listen, then. Melville Dale had a sister, towards whom their father conceived undue and unjust partiality, according to the popular version, from their earliest childhood. This sister, Henrietta Dale, married, when very young, a country baronet of good fortune, one Sir George Verner, and thereby still further pleased her father, and secured his favour. Melville Dale, on the contrary, opposed the old gentleman in everything, and ultimately crowned the edifice of his offences by publishing a deistical treatise, which made a considerable sensation at the time of its appearance, and caused the author's expulsion from Balliol, where he had already attained a bad eminence by numerous escapades of the Shelley order. This proceeding so incensed his father that he made a will in the heat of his anger, by which he disinherited Melville Dale, and left the whole of his fortune to his daughter, Lady Verner. If he repented this summary and vindictive proceeding, neither I nor any one else can tell. The disinherited son reformed his life very soon after the breach between himself and his father, and was lucky enough to win the affections of Sir Oswald Eversleigh's sister. But he was too proud to ask for his father's forgiveness, and the father died a year after Douglas Dale's birth, never having seen Mrs. Dale or his grandchildren. At the time of her father's death, Lady Verner had no children, and she was, I believe, disposed to treat her brother very generously. But he was an obstinate, headstrong man, and persisted in believing that she had purposely done him injury with his father. He would not see her. He refused to accept any favour at her hands, and a complete estrangement took place. The brother and sister never met again, and it was only through the medium of the newspapers that Lionel and Douglas Dale learned, some time after their father's death, Melville Dale died young, that severe affliction had befallen their aunt, Lady Verner. The bitter and deadly breach between father and son, and between brother and sister, was destined never to be healed. Lionel and Douglas grew up knowing nothing of their father's family, but treated always with persistent kindness by their uncle, Sir Oswald Eversleigh, who insisted upon their making Raynham Castle a second home. "Their cousin Reginald must have liked that, I fancy," remarked Miss Brewer, in her coldest tone. "He did, as you suppose," said Carrington. "He hated the Dales, and I fancy they had but little intimacy with him. He was early taken up by Sir Oswald, and acknowledged and treated as his heir. You know, of course, how all that came to grief, and how Sir Oswald married a nobody, and left her the bulk of his fortune." "Yes, I have heard all that," said Miss Brewer. "Sir Reginald did not spare us the details of the injustice Sir Oswald had done him, or the expression of his feelings regarding it. Sir Reginald is the most egotistical man I know." "Well, then, as you are in possession of the family relations so far, let me return to Lady Verner, of whom her nephews knew nothing during their father's lifetime. She had lost her husband shortly after the birth of her only child, and continued to live at Naples, whither Sir George had been taken, in the vain hope of prolonging his life. A short time after Sir George Verner's death, and while his child was almost an infant, Lady Verner's villa was robbed, and the little girl, with her nurse, disappeared. The general theory was, that the nurse had connived at the robbery, and gone off with the thieves; and being, after the fashion of Italian nurses, extraordinarily fond of the child, had refused to be parted from her. Be that as it may, the nurse and the child were never heard of again, and though the case was put into the hands of the cleverest of the police, in Paris and London, no discovery has ever been made. Lady Verner fell into a state of hopeless melancholy, in which she continued for many years, and during that period, of course, her wealth accumulated, and is now very great indeed. I see by your face, Miss Brewer, that you are growing impatient, and are disposed to wonder what the family history of the Dales and the troubles of Lady Verner have to do with Paulina Durski and our designs for her future. Bear with my explanation a little longer, and you will perceive the importance of the connection between them. Lady Verner has now recovered, under the influence of time and medical skill, and has come to London with the avowed purpose of arranging the affairs of her large property. She has heard of Lionel Dale's death, and therefore knows that there is a candidate the less in the field. Sir Reginald Eversleigh has obtained access to this lady, and he has carefully nipped in the bud certain symptoms of interest which she betrayed in the fate of Sir Oswald Eversleigh's widow and orphan daughter. Lady Verner is an exceedingly proud woman, and you may suppose her maternal instincts are powerful when the loss of her child caused her years of melancholy madness. My gifted friend speedily discovered these characteristics, and practised on them. Lady Verner was made aware that the widow of Sir Oswald Eversleigh was a person of low origin and dubious reputation, and cared so little for her child that she had gone abroad for an indefinite time, leaving the little girl at Raynham in the care of servants. The result of this representation was, that Lady Verner felt and expressed extreme disgust and considerable satisfaction that she had not committed herself to a course from which she must have receded by opening any communication with Lady Eversleigh. One danger thus disposed of, and I must say I think Reginald did it well. He was very enthusiastic, he tells me, on the virtues of his uncle, and his inextinguishable regret for that benefactor of his youth. Miss Brewer's cold smile and glittering, baleful eye attracted Carrington's attention at this point. "That shocks you, does it, Miss Brewer?" he asked. "Shock me? Oh, no, it rather interests me. There's an eminence of baseness in it." "So there is. said Carrington, with pleased assent, "especially to one who knows as I do how Reginald hated his uncle living, how he hates his memory dead. However, he did this, and did it well; but it was only half his task. Lady Verner would keep herself clear of Lady Eversleigh, but she must be kept clear of Douglas Dale." "Ha!" said Miss Brewer, with a slight change of attitude and expression. "I see now. She must be turned against him by means of Paulina. Poor Paulina! She says she is fatal to him. She says he ought to fly from her. This looks still more like her being right." "It does indeed, Miss Brewer," said Carrington, gravely. "You are right. It was by means of Madame Durski that the trick was done. But neither you nor I, and I assure you I like your friend immensely, can afford to take objection to the manner of doing it." Lady Verner was made to understand that by extending her countenance to, or enriching, Douglas Dale, she would only be giving additional security and éclat to a marriage scarcely less disgraceful than that which Sir Oswald Eversleigh had contracted. The device has been successful so far, and now comes the third portion of Sir Reginald's game, the substitution of himself in Lady Verner's good graces for the nephew he has ousted. This is only fair, after all. Dale cut him out with his uncle. He means to cut Dale out with his aunt. You understand our programme now, Miss Brewer, don't you?" "Yes," she replied, slowly; "but I don't see why I should lend him any assistance. It would be more to my interest that Douglas Dale should inherit this lady's fortune. The richer Paulina's husband is, the better for me." "Unquestionably, my dear Miss Brewer," said Carrington; "but Dale will not marry Paulina if Sir Reginald Eversleigh chooses to prevent it, and Douglas Dale will not give you £500 for any services whatever, because there are none which you can render him. I think you can see that pretty plainly, Miss Brewer; and you can also see, I presume, that provided I get my money from Eversleigh, it is a matter of total indifference to me whether he gets Lady Verner's money or whether Dale gets it. The only means by which I can get my money is by detaching Sir Reginald from Paulina, and making him marry the ironmonger's heiress. When that is done, and the money is paid, I am perfectly satisfied that Dale should get the fortune, and I think it very likely he will. But you must perceive that I cannot play my own game, except by appearing to play Reginald's." "Is Lady Verner likely to think the ironmonger's heiress a good match for Sir Reginald Eversleigh?" Miss Brewer asked, in a coldly sarcastic tone. "How is she to know anything of her origin?" returned Carrington, who was, however, disconcerted by the question. "She lives a most retired life. No one but Reginald has any access to her, and he can make her believe anything he likes." "That's fortunate," said Miss Brewer, dryly. "Pray proceed." "Well, then, you see these points as clearly as I do. The next thing to be done is to secure Paulina's marriage with Douglas Dale." "I don't think that needs much securing," said Miss Brewer. "Judging from his manner before he left town, and from the tone of his letter, I should think very little encouragement from her would ensure a proposal of marriage from him." "And will she give him that encouragement?" "Undoubtedly. I fully believe she will marry Douglas Dale. She has certainly learned to despise Sir Reginald Eversleigh, and I think Mr. Dale has caught her heart in the rebound." "Have you attended to my instructions about impressing her money difficulties on her mind? Have you made things as bad as possible?" "Certainly," answered Miss Brewer. "Only this morning I have sent into her room several pressing and impertinent letters from her tradespeople, and I put some accounts of the most dispiriting character before her last night. She is in dreadfully low spirits." "So much the better. If we can but induce her to borrow money from Dale, all will be well. He will take that as a convincing proof of regard and confidence, and will propose to her at once. I am sure of it. So sure that I will pass that matter by, and take it for granted. And now, if this comes to pass, and Douglas Dale is here as the accepted lover of Paulina, I must have constant access to the house, and he must not know me as Victor Carrington. He has never seen me, though I am familiar with his appearance." "Why?" asked Miss Brewer, in a tone of suspicious surprise. "I will tell you by and by. Suffice it for the present that it must be so. Then again, it would not do to have a man who is not a relative established l'ami de la maison. That is not the sort of thing that an affianced lover could be expected to like. You must introduce me to Douglas Dale as your cousin, and by the name of Carton. It is sufficiently like my real name to prevent the servants knowing my name is changed, since they always bungle over the Carrington. As Victor Carrington, Dale might refuse to know me, and certainly would not form any intimacy with me. And that he should form an intimacy with me is essential to my purpose." "Why?" said Miss Brewer, in exactly the same tone as before. "I will tell you by and by," said Carrington. "You consent, do you not?" "I am not sure," she answered. "But even supposing I do consent, there is Paulina to be consulted. How is she to be induced to call you Mr. Carton and my cousin?" "I will undertake to persuade Madame Durski that it will be for her best interest to consent," said Carrington. "And now to my explanation. Reginald Eversleigh is a man who is not to be trusted for a moment, even where his own interests are closely concerned. He cares nothing for Paulina. He knows the best thing that can happen to him would be her marriage with Dale, for he calculates upon his hold over the wife giving him the chance of a good share of the husband's money in some way. Yet such is his vanity, so unmanageable is his temper, that if he were not too much afraid of me, too much in my power, he would indulge them both, at the cost of destroying our plan. If he knew me to be absent, or unable to present myself freely here, he would persecute Paulina. She would never be free from him. He would compromise his own chance with the heiress, which is naturally my chief consideration, and compromise her with Douglas Dale. Again, I do not mind admitting to you, Miss Brewer, that I am of a cautious and suspicious temperament, and when I pay an agent liberally, as I intend to pay you, I always like to see for myself how the work is done." "That argument, at least, is unanswerable," she replied. "You shall, so far as I can answer for it, pass as my cousin and Mr. Carton, and have a free entree here." "Good," said Carrington, rising. "And now there is nothing more to be said just at present." "Pardon me, you have not told me why an intimacy with Mr. Dale is essential to your purpose." "Because I must watch his proceedings and intentions; in fact, know all about him, in order to discover whether it will suit my interests best to forward Eversleigh's plans with respect to Lady Verner, or to betray them to Dale." Miss Brewer looked at him with something like admiration. She thought she understood him so perfectly now that she need ask nothing farther. So they parted, with the understanding that she was to report fully on Douglas Dale's visit, and Carrington was to call on Paulina on the day succeeding it. When she was alone, Miss Brewer remembered that Carrington had not explained why it was he felt certain Dale would not form any intimacy with him as Victor Carrington. As he walked homewards, Victor muttered to himself, "Heavens, what a clever fool that woman is! Once more I have won, and by boldness." The feelings with which Douglas Dale prepared for his visit to Hilton House on the day following that on which Victor Carrington had made his full and candid explanation to Miss Brewer were such as any woman, the purest, the noblest, the best, might have been proud of inspiring. They were full of love, trust, pity and hope. Douglas Dale had by no means ceased to feel his brother's loss. No, the death of Lionel, and even more, the terrible manner of that death, still pursued him in every waking hour, still haunted him in his dreams. But sorrow, and especially its isolating tendency, does but quicken and intensify feelings of tenderness in true and noble hearts. He drove up to Hilton House with glad expectancy, and his eyes were dim as he was ushered into the drawing-room in which Paulina sat. Madame Durski's emotions on this occasion were unspeakably painful. So well had Miss Brewer played her part, that she had persuaded Paulina her only chance of escape from immediate arrest lay in borrowing money that very day from Douglas Dale. Paulina's pride revolted, but the need was pressing, and the unhappy woman yielded. As she rose to return her visitor's greeting, and stood before him in the cold January sunset, she was indeed, in all outward seeming, worthy of any man's admiration. Remorse and suffering had paled her cheeks, but they had left no disfiguring traces on her perfect face. The ivory whiteness of her complexion was perhaps her greatest charm, and her beauty would scarcely have been enhanced by those rosy tints so necessary to some faces. To-day she addressed herself to perfection, fully conscious of the influence which a woman's costume is apt to exercise over the heart of the man who loves her. Half an hour passed in conversation of a general nature, and then luncheon was announced. When Paulina and her visitor returned to the dreary room, they were alone. Miss Brewer had discreetly retired. "My dear Madame Durski," exclaimed Douglas, when the widow had seated herself, and he had placed himself opposite to her, "I cannot tell you what intense pleasure it gives me to see you again, and most of all, because it leads me to believe that I can in some manner serve you. I know how secluded your habits have been of late, and I fancy you would scarcely so depart from them in my favour if you had not some real need of my service." This speech was peculiarly adapted to smooth away the difficulties of Paulina's position. Douglas had long guessed the secret of her poverty, and had more than half divined the motive of her letter. He was eager to save her, as far as possible, from the painfulness of the request, which he felt almost sure she was about to make to him. "Your cordial kindness affects me deeply, Mr. Dale," said Paulina, with a blush that was the glow of real shame. "You are right. I should be the last woman in the world to appeal to you thus, if I had not need of your help, bitter need. I appeal to you, because I know the goodness and generosity of your nature. I appeal to you as a beggar." "Madame Durski, for pity's sake, do not speak thus," cried Douglas, interrupting her. "Every penny that I possess in the world is at your command. I am ready to begin life again a worker for my daily bread, rather than that you should suffer one hour's pain, one moment's humiliation, that money can prevent." "You are too generous, too noble," exclaimed Paulina, in a broken voice. "The only way in which I can prove my gratitude for your delicate goodness is by being perfectly candid. My life has been a strange one, Mr. Dale, a life of apparent prosperity, but of real poverty. Before I was old enough to know the value of a fortune, I was robbed of that which should have been mine, and robbed by the father who should have protected my interests. From that hour I have known little except trouble. I was married to a man whom I never loved, married at the command of the father who had robbed me. If I have not fallen, as many other women so mated have fallen, I take no pride in my superior strength of mind. It may be that temptation such as lures other women to their ruin never approached me. Since my husband died, my life, as you too well know, has been a degraded one. I have been the companion and friend of gamesters. It is, indeed, only since I came to England that I have myself ceased to be a gambler. Can you remember all this, Mr. Dale, and yet pity me?"
"I can remember it all, and yet love you, Paulina," answered Douglas, with emotion. "We are not masters of our own affections. From the hour in which I first saw you, I have loved you in spite of myself. I will admit that your life has not been that which I would have chosen for the woman I love, and that to remember your past history is pain to me. But, in spite of all, I ask you to be my wife, and it shall be the business of my future life to banish from your remembrance every sorrow and every humiliation that you have suffered in the past. Say that you will be my wife, Paulina. I love you as few women are loved. I am rich, and have the power to remove you far from every association that is painful to you. Tell me that I may be the guardian of your future existence."
Paulina contemplated her lover for a few moments with singular earnestness. She was deeply impressed by his generous devotion, and she could not but compare this self-sacrificing love with the base selfishness of Reginald Eversleigh's conduct. "You do not ask me if I can return your affection," she said, after that earnest look. "You offer to raise me from degradation and poverty, and you demand nothing in return." "No, Paulina," replied Douglas, "I would not make a bargain with the woman I love. I know that you have not yet learned to love me, and yet I do not fear for the future if you consent to become my wife. True love, such as mine, rarely fails to win its reward sooner or later. I am content to wait. It will be sufficient happiness to me to know that I have rescued you from a miserable and degrading position." "You are only too generous," murmured Paulina, softly; "only too generous."
"And now tell me the immediate object of this most welcome summons. I will not press you for a prompt reply to my suit. I will trust that time may be my friend. Tell me how I can serve you, and why you sent for me to-day."
"I sent for you that I might ask you for the loan of £200, to satisfy the claims of my most urgent creditors, and to prevent the necessity of an ignominious flight."
"I will write you a cheque immediately for 500, said Douglas. "You can drive to my banker's and get it cash there. Or stay, it would not be so well for my banker to know that I lent you money. Let me come to you again this evening, and bring ink sum in bank notes. That will give me an excuse for coming."
"How can I ever thank you sufficiently?"
"Do not thank me at all. Only let me love you, looking forward hopefully to the day in which you may learn to love me."
"That day must surely come ere long," replied Paulina, thoughtfully. "Gratitude so profound as mine, esteem so sincere, must needs grow into a warmer feeling."
"Yes, Paulina," said Douglas, "if your heart is free. Forgive me if I approach a subject painful to you and me. Reginald Eversleigh, my cousin, have you seen him often lately?"
"I have not seen him since he left London for Hallgrove. I am not likely to see him again."
"I am very glad of that. There is but one fear in my mind when I think of our future, Paulina."
"And that is?"
"The fear that Reginald Eversleigh may come between you and me."
"You need no longer fear that," replied Madame Durski. "You have been so noble, so devoted in your conduct to me, that I must be indeed a worthless wretch if I shrink from the painful duty of laying my heart bare before you. I have loved your cousin Reginald foolishly, blindly; but there must come an end to all folly. There must come a day when the bandage falls from the eyes that have obstinately shunned the light. That day has come for me, and Sir Reginald Eversleigh is henceforward nothing more to me than the veriest stranger."
"A thousand thanks, dearest, for that assurance," exclaimed Douglas. "And now trust in me.
Chapters 28 and 29 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 28. Preparing the Ground. Black Milsom made his appearance in the little village of Raynham immediately after Lady Eversleigh's departure from the castle. But on this occasion it would have been very difficult for those who had seen him at the date of Sir Oswald Eversleigh's funeral to recognize in the respectable-looking, well-dressed citizen of to-day the ragged tramp of that period. While Honoria Eversleigh was living under a false name in Percy Street, Tottenham Court Road, the man who called himself her father established himself in a little riverside public-house under the shadow of Raynham Castle. The house in question had never borne too good a character, and its reputation was in no wise improved when, on the death of its owner, it passed into the custody of Mr. Milsom, who came down to Raynham one November morning, almost immediately after Lady Eversleigh's departure, saw the Cat and Fiddle public-house vacant, and went straight to the attorney who had the letting of it, to offer himself as a tenant, announcing himself to the lawyer as Thomas Maunders. The attorney at first looked rather suspiciously at the gentleman who had earned for himself the ominous nickname of Black Milsom, but when the would-be tenant offered to pay a year's rent in advance, down on the nail, the man of law melted and took the money. Thomas Milsom lost no time in taking possession of his new abode. It was the haunt of the lower class of agricultural labourers, and of the bargemen, who moored their barges sometimes beneath the shadow of Raynham Bridge, while they dawdled away a few lazy hours in the village public-house. Anyone who had cared to study Mr. Milsom's face and manners during his residence at Raynham would have speedily perceived that the life did not suit him. He lounged at the door of the low-gabled cottage, looking out into the village street with a moody and sullen countenance. He drank a great deal, and swore not a little, and led altogether as dissolute a life as it was possible to lead in that peaceful village. No sooner had Mr. Milsom established himself at Raynham than he made it his business to find out the exact state of affairs at the castle. He contrived to entice one of the under-servants into his bar-parlour, and entertained the man so liberally with a smoking jorum of strong rum punch, that a friendly acquaintance was established between the two on the spot. "There's nothing in my place you ain't welcome to, James Harwood," he said. "You're uncommonly like a favourite brother of mine that died young of the measles, and I've taken a fancy to you on account of that likeness. Come when you like, and as often as you like, and call for what you like, and there shan't be no talk of scores between you and me. I'm a bitter foe and a firm friend. When I like a man, there's nothing I couldn't do to prove my liking. When I hate him—" Here Mr. Milsom's speech died away into an ominous growl, and James Harwood, who was rather a timid young man, felt as if drops of cold water had been running down his back. But the rum punch was very nice, and he saw no reason why he should refuse Mr. Milsom's offer of friendship. He did drop in very often, having plenty of leisure evenings in which to amuse himself, and through him Thomas Milsom was enabled to become familiar with every detail of the household at Raynham Castle. "No news of your lady, I suppose, Mr. Harwood?" Milsom said to him one Sunday evening in January. "Not coming home yet, I suppose?" "No, Mr. Maunders," answered the groom, "not to my knowledge. And as to news, there ain't any more news of her than if she and Miss Payland had gone off to the very wildest part of Africa, where if you feel lonesome and want company, your only choice lies between tigers and rattlesnakes. Never mind Africa. What was it that you were going to say about your lady?" "Well, I was about to inform you," replied the groom, with offended dignity, "when you took me up so uncommon short as to prevent me. I was about to observe that, although we haven't received no news whatsoever from my lady direct, we have received a little bit of news promiscuous that is rather puzzling, in a manner of speaking."
"What is it?"
"Well, you see, Mr. Maunders," began James Harwood, with extreme solemnity, "it is given out that Lady Eversleigh is gone abroad to the Continent, wherever that place may be situated, and a very nice place I dare say it is when you get there. And it is likewise given out that Miss Payland have gone with her."
"Well, what then?"
"I really wish you hadn't such a habit of taking people up short, Mr. Maunders," remonstrated the groom. "I was on the point of telling you that our head coachman had a holiday this Christmas, and where does he go but up to London to see his friends which live there; and while in London, where does he go but to Drury Lane Theatre; and while coming out of Drury Lane Theatre, who does he set his eyes on but Miss Payland, Lady Eversleigh's own maid, as large as life, and hanging on the arm of a respectable elderly man, which might be her father. Our head coachman weren't near enough to her to speak to her, and though he tried to catch her eye, he couldn't catch it; but he'll take his Bible oath that the young woman he saw was Jane Payland, Lady Eversleigh's own maid. Now that's rather a curious circumstance, is it not, Mr. Maunders?"
"It is, rather," answered the landlord; "but it seems to me your mistress, Lady Eversleigh, is rather a strange person altogether. It's a strange thing for a mother to run away to foreign parts, if she has gone to foreign parts, and leave her only child behind her."
"Yes, and a child she was so fond of, too. That's the strangest part of the whole business," said the groom. "I'm sure to see that mother and child together, you'd have thought there was no power on earth would part them. And yet, all of a sudden, my lady goes off and leaves Miss Gertrude behind her. But if Miss Gertrude was a royal princess, she couldn't be more watched over, or taken more care of, than she is. To see Mrs. Morden, the governess, with her, you'd think as the little girl was made of barley sugar, and would melt away with a drop of rain; and to see Captain Copplestone with her, you'd think as she was the crown jewels of England, and that everybody was on the watch to get the chance of stealing her." Black Milsom smiled as the groom said this. It was a grim smile, not by any means pleasant to see. But James Harwood was not an observer, and he was looking tenderly at his last spoonful of rum punch, and wondering within himself whether Mr. Milsom was likely to offer him another glass of that delicious beverage.
"And pray, what sort of customer is Captain Copplestone?" asked Milsom, thoughtfully.
"An uncommonly tough customer," replied James Harwood. "That's what he is. If it wasn't for his rheumatic gout, he's a man that would be ready to fight the champion of England any day in the week. There's very few things the captain wouldn't do in the way of downright pluck; but, you see, whatever pluck a man may have, it can't help him much when he's laid by the heels with the rheumatic gout, as the captain is very often."
"Ah, and who takes care of little missy then?"
"Why, the captain. He's like a watchdog, and his kennel is at little missy's door. That's what he says himself, in his queer way. Miss Gertrude and her governess live in 3 handsome rooms in the south wing, my lady's own rooms, and the principal way to these rooms is along a wide corridor. So what does the captain do when my lady goes away, but order a great iron door down from London, and has the corridor shut off with this iron door, bolted and locked and barred, so that the cleverest burglar that ever were couldn't get it open."
"But how do people get to the little girl's rooms, then?" asked Thomas Milsom.
"Why, through a small bedroom intended for Lady Eversleigh's maid, and a little bit of a dressing room that poor Sir Oswald used to keep his boots and hat boxes and such like in. These rooms open on to the second staircase, and what does the captain do but have these 2 small rooms fitted up for hisself and his servant, Solomon Grundy, with a thin wooden partition, with little glass spy-holes in it, put across the 2 rooms, to make a kind of passage to the rooms beyond, so that night and day he can hear every footstep that goes by to Miss Gertrude's rooms. Now, what do you think of such whims and fancies?"
"I think the captain must be stark raving mad," answered Milsom.
But it was to be observed that he said this in rather an absent manner, and appeared to be thinking deeply. "Oh, no, he ain't," said James Harwood. "There ain't a sharper customer going." And then, finding that the landlord of the Cat and Fiddle did not offer anything more in the way of refreshment, Mr. Harwood departed. There was a full moon that January night, and when Mr. Milsom had attended to the wants of his customers, seen the last of them to the door a little before 12 o'clock, shut his shutters, and extinguished the lights, he stole quietly out of his house, went forth into the deserted street, and made his way towards the summit of the hill on which the castle stood, like an ancient fortress, frowning darkly upon the humble habitations beneath it. He passed the archway and the noble Gothic gates, and crept along by the fine old wall that enclosed the park, where the interlaced branches of giant oaks and beeches were white under the snow that had fallen upon them, and formed a picture that was almost like a scene in fairyland. He climbed the wall at a spot where a thick curtain of ivy afforded him a safe footing, and dropped softly upon the ground beneath, where the snow had drifted into a heap, and made a soft bed for him to fall on. "There will be more snow before daylight to-morrow," he muttered to himself, "if I'm any judge of the weather, and there'll be no trace of my footsteps to give the hint of mischief." He ran across the park, leaped the light invisible fence dividing the park from the gardens, and crept cautiously along a shrubberied pathway, where the evergreens afforded him an impenetrable screen. Thus concealed from the eyes of any chance watcher, he contrived to approach one end of the terrace slope which formed the garden front of the castle. Each terrace was adorned with stone balustrades, surmounted by large vases, also of stone, and sheltered by these vases, Milsom ascended to the southern angle of the great pile of building. 7 lighted windows at this southern end of the castle indicated the apartments occupied by the heiress of Raynham and her eccentric guardian. The lights burned but dimly, like the night lamps left burning during the hours of rest, and Milsom had ascertained from Mr. Harwood that the household retired before 11 o'clock at the latest. The apartments occupied by the little girl were on the first floor. The massive stone walls here were unadorned with ivy, nor were there any of those elaborate decorations in stonework which might have afforded a hold for the foot of the climber. The bare stone wall frowned down upon Thomas Milsom, impregnable as the walls of Newgate itself. "No," he muttered to himself, after a long and thoughtful scrutiny, "no man will ever get at those rooms from the outside. No, not if he had the power of changing himself into a cat or a monkey. Whoever wants to have a peep at the heiress of Raynham must go through this valiant captain's chamber. Well, well, I've heard of tricks played upon faithful watchdogs before to-day. There's very few things a man can't do, if he only tries hard enough, and I mean to be revenged upon my Lady Eversleigh." He paused for a few moments, standing close against the wall of the castle, sheltered by its black shadow, and looking down upon the broad domain beneath. "And this is all hers, is it? Park lands and houses, horses and carriages, powdered footmen to fetch and carry for her, jewels to wear, plates and dishes of solid gold to eat her dinner off if she likes, all hers. And she refuses me a few £100, and defies me, does she? We'll see whether that's a safe game. I've sworn to have my revenge, and I'll have it," he muttered, shaking his brawny fist, as if some phantom figure were standing before him in the wintry moonlight. "I can afford to wait. I wouldn't mind waiting years to get it, but I'll have it, if I grow old and grey while I'm watching and plotting for it. I'll be patient as time, but I'll have it. She has refused me a few hundreds, has she? I'll see her there, on the ground at my feet, grovelling like a beaten dog, offering me half her fortune, all her fortune, her very life itself. I'll humble her proud spirit. I'll bring her grandeur down to the dust.
She won't own me for her father, won't she? Why, if I choose, she shall tramp barefoot through the mud after me, singing street ballads in every town in England, and going round with my battered old hat to beg for halfpence afterwards. I'll humble her. I'll do it. I'll do it as sure as there's a moon in the sky."
Chapter 28. Chapter 29. At Watch. Sanguine as Victor Carrington had been, confidently as he had calculated upon the fascination which Paulina had exerted over Douglas Dale, he was not prepared for the news contained in Miss Brewer's promised letter, which reached him punctually a few hours after Paulina had become the affianced wife of Douglas Dale. This was indeed success beyond his hopes. He had not expected this result for some days at the very earliest, and the surprise and pleasure with which he learned it were almost equal. Carrington did not believe in good. He absolutely distrusted and despised human nature, and he never dreamed of imputing Madame Durski's conduct to anything but coquetry and fickleness. "She's on with the new love, beyond a doubt," said he to himself, as he read Miss Brewer's letter. "Whether she's off with the old is quite another question, and rests with him rather than with her, I fancy." Victor Carrington's first move was to present himself before Madame Durski on the following day, at the hour at which she habitually received visitors. He took up the confidential conversation which they had had on the last occasion of their meeting, as if it had not been dropped in the interval, and came at once to the subject of Douglas Dale. This plan answered admirably. Paulina was naturally full of the subject, and the ice of formalism had been sufficiently broken between her and Victor Carrington to enable her to refer to the interview which had taken place between herself and Douglas Dale without any impropriety. When she had done so, Carrington began to play his part. He assured Paulina of his warm interest in her, of the influence which he possessed over Sir Reginald Eversleigh, and the fears which he entertained of some treacherous proceeding on Reginald's part, which might place her in a most unpleasant position. "Reginald has no real love for you," said Carrington. "He would not hesitate to sacrifice you to the meanest of his interests; but his vanity and his temper are such that it is impossible to calculate upon what sort of folly he may be guilty." Paulina Durski was a thorough woman, and therefore, having utterly discarded Reginald from her heart, having learned to substitute utter contempt for love, she was not averse to receiving any information, to learning any opinion, which tended to justify her change of feeling. "What harm can he do me with Douglas?" asked Paulina, in alarm. "Who can tell that, Madame Durski?" replied Carrington; "but this is not to the purpose. I don't pretend to be wholly disinterested in this matter. I tell you plainly I am not so. It is very important to me that Sir Reginald should marry a woman of fortune, and should not marry you." "He never had any intention of marrying me," said Paulina, hastily and bitterly. "No, I don't believe he had. But he would have liked very well to have compromised you in the eyes of society, so that no other man would have married you; to have bragged of relations existing between you which never did exist, and to have effectually ruined your fortunes in any other direction than the gaming table. Now this I am determined he shall not do; and as I have more power over him than any one else, it lies with me to prevent it. What that power springs from, or how I have hitherto exercised it, you need not inquire, Madame Durski. I only wish you to believe that I exercise it in this instance for your good, for your protection." Paulina murmured some vague words of acknowledgment. He continued: "If Reginald Eversleigh knows I am here, constantly cognizant of the state of affairs, and prepared to act for your advantage, He will not dare to come here and compromise you by his violent and unreasonable jealousy. He will be forced, it is needless to explain how, to keep his envy and rage to himself, and to suppress the enmity with which he regards Douglas Dale. Let me tell you, Madame Durski, Reginald's enmity is no trifling rock ahead in life, and your engaged lover has that rock to dread." Paulina turned very pale. "Save him from it, Mr. Carrington," she said, appealingly. "Save him from it, and let me have a little happiness in this weary world, if such a thing there be." "I will, Madame Durski," replied Victor. "You have already done as I have counselled you, and you have no reason to regret the result." The soft, dreamy smile of happy love stole over Paulina's face as she listened to him. "Let me be here with you as much as possible, and you will have no reason to fear Reginald. He is capable of anything, but he is afraid of me; and if he knows that I am determined to advance the marriage of yourself and Douglas Dale, he will not venture to oppose it openly. But there is one condition which I must append to my frequent presence here." He spoke as though he were conferring the greatest favour on her. "Mr. Dale must not know me as Victor Carrington." With an expression in which there was something of the suspicious quickness which Miss Brewer had manifested when Carrington made a similar statement to her, Paulina asked him why. Then Victor told her his version of the story of Honoria Eversleigh, the unfortunate woman whom Douglas Dale's unhappy and misguided uncle had raised to such undoubted rank and fortune, and the wild and absurd accusations the wretched woman had made against him. "Mr. Dale never saw me," said Victor, "and I know not whether he was thoroughly aware of the absurdity, the insanity of this woman's accusations. At all events, I don't wish to recall any unpleasantness to his mind, and therefore I venture to propose that I should visit here, and be introduced to him as Mr. Carton. The fraud is a very harmless one. What do you say, Madame Durski?" Paulina had her full share of the feminine love of mystery and intrigue, and she consented at once. "What can the name matter," she thought, "if it is really necessary for this man to be here?" "And there is another consideration which we must take into account," said Victor. "It is this. Mr. Dale may not like to find any man established here in the degree of intimacy to which, in your interests, I aspire; and therefore I propose, with your leave, to pass as a relation of Miss Brewer's, say her cousin. This will thoroughly account for my intimacy here. What do you say, Madame Durski?" "As you please," said Paulina, carelessly. "I am sure you are right, Mr. Carrington. Carton, I mean; and I am sure you mean kindly and well by me. But how odd it will seem to Charlotte and me, lonely creatures, waifs and derelicts as we have been so long, to have any one with whom we can claim even a pretended kinship." She spoke with a mingled bitterness and levity which have been painful to any man of right feelings, but which was pleasant to Victor Carrington, because it showed him how helpless and ignorant she was, how her mind had been warped, how ready a tool he had found in her. When the interview between them came to an end, it had been arranged that Mr. Dale was to be introduced on the following day at Hilton House to Miss Brewer's cousin, Mr. Carton. The introduction took place. A very short time, well employed in close observation, sufficed to assure Victor that Douglas Dale was as much in love as any man need be to be certain of committing any number of follies, and that Paulina was a changed woman under the influence of the same soul-subduing sentiment which, though not so strong in her case, was assuming strength and intensity as each day taught her more and more of her lover's moral and intellectual excellence. Douglas Dale was much pleased with Mr. Carton, and that gentleman did all in his power to render himself agreeable, and so far succeeded that, before the close of the evening, he had made a considerable advance towards establishing a very pleasant intimacy with Sir Reginald Eversleigh's cousin. Victor Carrington, always an observant man, had peculiarly the air of being on the watch that day during dinner. He noticed everything that Paulina ate and drank, and he took equal note of Miss Brewer's and Douglas Dale's choice of meats and wines. Miss Brewer drank no wine, Paulina very little, and Douglas Dale exclusively claret. When the dinner had reached its conclusion, a stand of liqueurs was placed upon the table, one of the few art treasures left to the impoverished adventuress, rare and fragile Venetian flacons, and tiny goblets of opal and ruby glass. These glasses were the especial admiration of Douglas Dale, and Paulina filled the ruby goblet with curaçoa. She touched the edge of the glass playfully with her lips as she handed it to her lover, but Victor observed that she did not taste the liqueur. "You do not affect curaçoa, madam?" he asked carelessly. "No, I never take that, or indeed any other liqueur." "And yet you drink scarcely any wine." "No," replied Paulina, indifferently, "I take very little wine." "Indeed!" There was the faintest possible significance in Carrington's tone as he said this. He had watched Madame Durski closely during dinner, and he had noted an excitement in her manner, a nervous vivacity, such as are generally inspired by something stronger than water. And yet this woman had taken little else than water during the dinner; and it was to be observed that the almost febrile gaiety which distinguished her manner this evening had been as apparent when she first entered the drawing-room as it was now. This was a physiological or psychological enigma, extremely interesting to Mr. Carrington. He was not slow to find a solution that was, in his opinion, sufficiently satisfactory. "That woman takes opium in some form or other," he said to himself. Miss Brewer did not touch the liqueur in question, and her cousin took maraschino. After a very short interval, Douglas Dale and his new friend rose to join the ladies. They crossed the hall together; but as they reached the drawing-room door, Mr. Carrington discovered that he had dropped a letter in the dining-room, and returned to find it, first opening the drawing-room door that Dale might pass through it. All was undisturbed in the dining-room. The table was just as they had left it. Victor approached the table, took up the carafon containing curaçoa, and holding it up to the light with one hand, poured the contents of a small vial into it with the other. He watched the one liquid mingling with the other until no further traces of the operation were visible, and then, setting the carafon Chapter 30, Part I. Of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 30, Found Wanting, Part I. Reginald Eversleigh was in complete ignorance of Victor Carrington's proceedings when he received the letter summoning him to an interview with his friend at a stated time. Carrington's estimate of Reginald's character was quite correct. All this time his vanity had been chafing under Paulina's silence and apparent oblivion of him. He had not received any letter from Paulina, fond as she had been of writing to him long, half-despairing letters, full of complaint against destiny, and breathing in every line that hopeless love which the beautiful Austrian woman had so long wasted on the egotist and coward, whose baseness she had half suspected, even while she still clung to him. Sir Reginald had been in the habit of receiving these letters as coolly as if they had been but the fitting tribute to his transcendent merits. "Poor Paulina!" he murmured sometimes, as he folded the perfumed pages, after running his eyes carelessly over their contents. "Poor Paulina! How devotedly she loves me! And what a pity she hasn't a penny she can call her own! If she were a great heiress, now what could be more delightful than this devotion? But Under existing circumstances, it is nothing but an embarrassment, a bore. Unfortunately, I cannot be brutal enough to tell her this plainly, and so matters go on. And I fear, in spite of all my hints, she may believe in the possibility of my ultimately making a sacrifice of my prospects for her sake." This was how Reginald Eversleigh felt, while Paulina was scattering at his feet the treasures of a disinterested affection. He had been vain and selfish from boyhood, and his vices grew stronger with increasing years. His nature was hardened, and not chastened, by the trials and disappointments which had befallen him. In the hour of his poverty and degradation, it had been a triumph for him to win the devotion of a woman whom many men better than himself, had loved in vain. It was a rich tribute to the graces of him who had once been the irresistible Reginald Eversleigh, the favourite of fashionable drawing-rooms. Thus it was that, when Paulina's letters suddenly ceased, Sir Reginald was at once mortified and indignant. He had made up his mind to obey Victor's suggestion, or rather command, by abstaining from either visiting or writing to Paulina; but he had not been prepared for a similar line of proceeding on her part, and it hurt his vanity much. She had ceased to write. Could she have ceased to care for him? Could any one else, richer, more disinterested, have usurped his place in her heart? The baronet remembered what Victor Carrington had said about Douglas Dale; but he could not for one moment believe that his cousin, a man whom he considered infinitely beneath him, had the power to win Paulina Durski's affection. "She may perhaps encourage him," he said to himself, "especially now that his income is doubled. She might even accept him as a husband. Women are so mercenary. But her heart will never cease to be mine." Sir Reginald waited a week, a fortnight, but there came no letter from Paulina. He called on Carrington, according to appointment; but his friend had changed his mind, or his tactics, and gave him no explanation. Victor had been a daily visitor at Hilton House during the week which had intervened since the day he had dined there and been introduced to Douglas Dale. His observation had enabled him to decide upon accelerating the progress of his designs. The hold which Paulina had obtained upon Douglas Dale's affection was secure. He had proposed to her much sooner than Victor had anticipated. The perfect understanding and confidence subsisting between them rendered the cautious game which he had intended to play unnecessary, and he did not now care how soon a final rupture between Paulina and Reginald should take place. Indeed, for two of his purposes, the establishment of an avowed quarrel between Douglas Dale and his cousin, Sir Reginald, and the infliction of ever-growing injury on Paulina's reputation, the sooner such a rupture could be brought about, the better. Therefore, Victor Carrington assumed a tone of reserve and mystery which did not fail to exasperate Sir Reginald. "Do not question me, Reginald," he said. "You are afflicted with a lack of moral courage, and your want of nerve would only enfeeble my hand. Know nothing, expect nothing. Those who are at work for you know how to do their work quietly. Oh, by the way, I want you to sign a little document, very much the style of thing you gave me at Raynham Castle." Nothing could be more careless than the Frenchman's tone and manner as he said this; but the document in question was a deed of gift by which Reginald Eversleigh bestowed upon Victor Carrington the clear half of whatever income should arise to him from real or personal property from the date of the first day of June following. "I am to give you half my income?" "Yes, my dear Reginald, after the 1st of next June. You know that I am working laboriously to bring about good fortune for you. You cannot suppose that I am working for nothing. If you do not choose to sign this document, Neither do I choose to devote myself any longer to your interest."
"And what if you fail?"
"If I fail, the document in question is so much waste paper. Since you have no income at present, nor are likely to have any income between this and next June, unless by my agency." The result was the same as usual. Reginald signed the deed without even taking the trouble to study its full bearing. "Have you seen Paulina lately?" he asked afterwards. "Not very lately." "I don't know what's amiss with her," exclaimed Reginald, peevishly. "She has not written to me to ask explanation of my absence and silence." "Perhaps she grew tired of writing to a person who valued her letters so lightly." "I was glad enough to hear from her," answered Reginald; "but I could not be expected to find time to answer all her letters. Women have nothing better to do than to scribble long epistles." "Perhaps Madame Durski has found some one who will take the trouble to answer her letters," said Victor. After this the two men parted, and Reginald Eversleigh called a cab, in which he drove down to Hilton House. He might have stayed away much longer, in self-interested obedience to Carrington, had he been sure of Paulina's unabated devotion; but he was piqued by her silence, and he wanted to discover whether there was a rival in the field. He knew Madame Durski's habits, and that it was not till late in the afternoon that she was to be seen. It was nearly 6 o'clock when he drove up to the door of Hilton House. Carlo Toas admitted him, and favoured him with a searching and somewhat severe scrutiny as he led the way to the drawing-room in which Paulina was wont to receive her guests. Here Sir Reginald felt some little surprise, and a touch of mortification, on beholding the aspect of things. He had expected to find Paulina pensive, unhappy, perhaps ill. He had expected to see her agitated at his coming. He had pondered much upon the cessation of her letters, and he had told himself that she had ceased to write because she was angry with him, with that anger which exists only where there is love. To his surprise, he found her brilliant, radiant, dressed in her most charming style. Never had he seen her looking more beautiful or more happy. He pressed the widow's hand tenderly, and contemplated her for some moments in silence. "My dear Paulina," he said at last, "I never saw you looking more lovely than to-night; and yet to-night I almost feared to find you ill." "Indeed! And why so?" she asked. Her tone was the ordinary tone of society, from which it was impossible to draw any inference. "Because it is so long since I heard from you. I have grown tired of writing letters that were rarely honoured by your notice." So, thought the baronet, I was right. She is offended. "To what do I owe this visit?" asked Madame Durski. "She is desperately angry," thought the baronet. "My dear Paulina," he said aloud, "can you imagine that your letters were indifferent to me? I have been busy, and, as you know, I have been away from London." "Yes," she said. "You spent your Christmas very agreeably, I believe." "Not at all, I assure you. A bachelor's party in a country parsonage is one of the dullest things possible, to say nothing of the tragical event which ended my visit," added Reginald, his cheek paling as he spoke. "A bachelor's party!" repeated Paulina. "There were no ladies, then, at your cousin's house?" "None." "Indeed!" Paula Durski's lip curled contemptuously, but she did not openly convict Sir Reginald of the deliberate falsehood he had uttered. "I am very glad you have come to me," she said, presently, "because I have urgent need of your help." "My dear Paulina, believe me," began the baronet. "Do not make your protest till you have heard what I have to ask," said Madame Durski. "You know how troublesome my creditors had become before Christmas. The time has arrived when they must be paid, or when She stopped, and looked searchingly at the face of her companion. "When you what?" he asked. "What is the alternative, Paulina?" "I think you ought to know as well as I," she answered. I must either pay those debts, or fly from this place, and from this country, disgraced. I appeal to you in this bitter hour of need. Can you not help me, you who have professed to love me?"
"Surely, Paulina, you cannot doubt my love," replied Sir Reginald.
"Unhappily, there is no magical process by which the truest and purest love can transform itself into money. I have not a £20 note in the world." "Indeed! And the £450 you won from Lord Caversham just before Christmas, is that money gone?"
"Every shilling of it," answered Reginald, coolly. He had notes to the amount of nearly £200 in his desk; but he was the last man in Christendom to sacrifice money which he himself required, and his luxurious habits kept him always deeply in debt.
"You must have disposed of it very speedily. Surely it is not all gone, Reginald. I think 100 would satisfy my creditors for a time at least."
"I tell you it is gone, Paulina. I gave you a considerable sum at the time I won the money. You should remember."
"Yes, I remember perfectly. You gave me £50. £50 for the support of the house which enabled you to entrap your dupes, while I was the bait to lure them to their ruin. Oh, you have been very generous, very noble. And now that your dupes are tired of being cheated, now that your cat's paw has become useless to you, I am to leave the country, because you will not sacrifice one selfish desire to save me from disgrace."
"This is absurd, Paulina," exclaimed the baronet, impatiently. "You talk the usual nonsense women indulge in when they can't have everything their own way. It is not in my power to help you to pay your creditors, and you had much better slip quietly away while you are free to do so, and before they contrive to get you into prison. You know what Sheridan said about frittering away his money in paying his debts. There's no knowing where to leave off if you once begin that sort of thing."
"You would have me steal away in secret, like what you English call a swindler?"
"You needn't dwell upon unpleasant names. Some of the best people in England have been obliged to cross the water for the same reasons that render your residence here unpleasant. There is nothing to be gained by sentimental talk about the business, my dear Paulina. My friends at the clubs have begun to grow suspicious of this house, and I don't think there's a chance of my ever winning another sovereign in these rooms. Why, then, should you remain to be tormented by your creditors? Return to Paris, where you have twice as many devoted slaves and admirers as in this detestable straight-laced land of ours. I will slip across as soon as ever I can settle my affairs here some way or other, and once more you may be queen of a brilliant salon, while you may find a convenient cat's paw for getting hold of new plunder," cried Paulina, with unmitigated scorn. Then, with a sudden burst of passion, she exclaimed, "Oh, Sir Reginald Eversleigh, I thank Providence for this interview. At last I understand you completely. I have been testing you, Sir Reginald. I have been sounding your character. I have stooped to beg for help from you, in order that I might know the broken reed on which I have leaned. And now I can laugh at you and despise you. Go, Sir Reginald Eversleigh. This house is mine, my home, no longer a private gambling house, no longer a snare for the delusion of your rich friends. I am no longer friendless. My debts have been paid by one who, if he had owned but 1 sixpence, would have given it to me, content to be penniless himself for my sake. I have no need of your help. I am not obliged to creep away in the night like a felon from the house that has sheltered me. I can now dare to call myself mistress of this house, unfettered by debt, untrammelled by the shameful secrets that made my life odious to me, and my first act as mistress of this house shall be to forbid its doors to you." "Indeed, Madame Durski," cried Reginald, with a sneer, "this is a wonderful change."
"You thought, perhaps, there were no limits to a woman's folly," said Paulina; "but, you see, you were wrong. There is an end to even that. And now, Sir Reginald Eversleigh, I will wish you good evening, and farewell." "Is this a farce, Paulina?" asked the baronet, in a voice that was almost stifled by rage. "No, Sir Reginald, it is a stern reality," answered Madame Durski, laying her hand on the bell. Her summons was speedily answered by Carlo Toas. "Carlo, the door," she said, quietly. The baronet gave her one look, a dark and threatening glance, and then left the room, followed by the Spaniard, who conducted him to his cab with every token of grave respect. "Curse her!" muttered Sir Reginald between his set teeth, as he drove away from Hilton House. "It must be Douglas Dale who has given her the power to insult me thus, and he shall pay for her insolence. But why did Victor bring those two together? An alliance between them can only result in mischief to me. I must and will fathom his motive for conduct that seems so incomprehensible." Sir Reginald and his fatal ally Carrington met on the following day, and the former angrily related the scene which had been enacted at Hilton House. "Your influence has been at work there," he exclaimed. "You have brought about an alliance between this woman and Douglas Dale." "I have," answered Victor, coolly. "Mr. Dale has offered her his hand and fortune, as well as his heart, and has been accepted." "You are going to play me false, Victor Carrington." "Indeed." "Yes; or else why take such pains to bring about this marriage?" "You are a fool, Reginald Eversleigh, and an obstinate fool, or you would not harp upon this subject after what I have said. I have told you that the marriage which you fear will never take place." "How will you prevent it?" "As easily as I could bring it about, did I choose to do so. Pshaw! My dear boy, the simple, honest people in this world are so many puppets, and it needs but the master mind to pull the strings." "If this marriage is not intended to take place, why have you brought about an engagement between Paulina and Douglas?" asked the baronet, in no wise convinced by what his ally had said. "I have my reasons, and good ones, though you are too dull of brain to perceive them," replied Victor, impatiently. "You and your cousin Douglas Dale have been fast friends, have you not?" "We have." "Listen to me, then. If he were to die without direct heirs, you are the only person who would profit by his death; and if he, a young man, powerful of frame, in robust health, no likely subject for disease, were to die, leaving you owner of 10,000 a year, and were to die while in the habit of holding daily intercourse with you, known to be your friend and companion, is it not just possible that malevolent and suspicious people might drop strange hints as to the cause of his death? They might harp upon your motives for wishing him out of the way. They might dwell upon the fact that you were so much together, and that you had such opportunities, mark me, Reginald, opportunities for tampering with the one solitary life which stood between you and fortune. They might say all this, might they not?" "Yes," replied Reginald, in his gloomiest tone, "they might." "Very well, then, if you take my advice, you will cut your cousin's acquaintance from this time. You will take care to let your friends of the clubs know that he has supplanted you in the affections of the woman you loved, and that you and he are no longer on speaking terms. You will cut him publicly at one of your clubs, so that the fact of the coldness between you may become sufficiently notorious. And when you have done this, you will start for the Continent." "Go abroad! But why?" "That is my secret. Remember, you have promised to obey me blindly," answered Victor. "You will go abroad. You will let the world know that you and Douglas Dale are divided by the width of the Channel. You will leave him free to devote himself to the woman he has chosen for his wife. And if, while engaged to her, an untimely fate should overtake this young man; if he, like his elder brother, should be removed from your pathway. The most malicious scandalmonger that ever lived could scarcely say that you had any hand in his fate." "I understand," murmured Reginald, in a low voice. "I understand." He said no more. He had grown white to the very lips, and those pale lips were dry and feverish. But the conversation changed abruptly, and Douglas Dale's name was not again mentioned. In the meantime, the betrothed lovers had been very happy, and this interview, which she had always dreaded, but felt she could not avoid, having passed over, Paulina was more at liberty to realize her changed position, and dwell on her future prospects. She was really happy, but in her happiness there was some touch of fever, something too much of nervous excitement. It was not the calm happiness which makes the crowning joy of an untroubled life. A long career of artificial excitement, of alternate fears and hopes, the mad delight and madder despair which makes the gambler's fever, had unfitted Paulina for the quiet peace of a spirit at rest. She yearned for rest, but the angel of rest had been scared away by the long nights of dissipation, and would not answer to her call. Victor Carrington had fathomed the mystery of her feverish gaiety, her intervals of dull apathy that was almost despair. In the depth of her misery she had lulled herself to a false repose by the use of opium; and even now, when the old miseries were no more, she could not exist without the poisonous anodyne. Douglas Dale must be blinded by his infatuation, or he would have found out the state of the case by this time, Victor said to himself. Circumstances could not be more favourable to my plans. A man who is blind and deaf, and utterly idiotic under the influence of an absurd infatuation; one woman whose brains are intoxicated by opium, and another who would sell her soul for money. These incidents, which have occupied so much space in the telling, in reality did not fill up much time. Only a month had elapsed since Lionel Dale's death, when Reginald Eversleigh and Paulina had the interview described above; and now it seemed as though fate itself were conspiring with the conspirators, for the watch kept upon them by Andrew Larkspur was perforce delayed, and Lady Eversleigh's designs of retributive punishment were suspended. A few days after the return of Mr. Larkspur to town, that gentleman was seized with serious illness, and for 3 weeks was unable to leave his bed. Mr. Andrew lay ill with acute bronchitis in the lodging house in Percy Street, and Mrs. Eden, Chapter 30, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 30, Found Wanting, Part 2. Sir Reginald Eversleigh and Douglas Dale met at the Phoenix Club soon after Reginald's interview with Madame Durski. Douglas met his cousin with a quiet and courteous manner, in which there was no trace of unfriendly feeling; a manner that expressed so little of any feeling whatever as to be almost negative. It was not so, however, with Sir Reginald. He remembered Victor Carrington's advice as to the wisdom of a palpable estrangement between himself and his cousin, and he took good care to act upon that counsel. This course was, indeed, the only one that would have been at all agreeable to him. He hated Douglas Dale with all the force of his evil nature, as the innocent instrument of Sir Oswald's retribution upon the destroyer of Mary Goodwin. He envied the young man the advantages which his own bad conduct had forfeited, and he now had learned to hate him with redoubled intensity as the man who had supplanted him in the affections of Paulina Durski. The two men met in the smoking room of the club, at the most fashionable hour of the day. Nothing could have been more conspicuous than the haughty insolence of the spendthrift baronet as he saluted his wealthy cousin. "How is it that I have not seen you at my chambers in the Temple, Eversleigh?" asked Douglas, in that calm tone of studied courtesy which expresses so little. "Because I had no particular reason for calling on you, and because, if I had wished to see you, I should scarcely have expected to find you in your Temple chambers," answered Sir Reginald. "If report does not belie you, you spend the greater part of your existence at a certain villa in Fulham." There was that in Sir Reginald Eversleigh's tone which attracted the attention of the men within hearing, almost all of whom were well acquainted with the careers of the two cousins, and many of whom knew them personally. Though the club loungers were too well bred to listen, it was nevertheless obvious that the attention of all had been more or less aroused by the baronet's tone and manner. Douglas Dale answered in accents as audible, and a tone as haughty as the accents and tone of his cousin. "Report is not likely to belie me," he said, "since there is no mystery in my life to afford food for gossip. If by a certain villa at Fulham you mean Hilton House, you are not mistaken. I have the honour to be a frequent guest at that house." "It is an honour which many of us have enjoyed," answered Reginald, with a sneer. "An honour which I used to find deuced expensive, by Jove!" exclaimed Viscount Caversham, who was standing near Douglas Dale. "That was at the time when Sir Reginald Eversleigh usurped the position of host in Madame Durski's house," replied Douglas. "You would find things much changed there now, Caversham, were the lady to favour you by an invitation. When Madame Durski first came to England, she was so unfortunate as to fall into the hands of evil counsellors. She has learned since to know her friends from her enemies." "She is a very charming woman," drawled the viscount, laughingly; "but if you want to keep a balance at your banker's, Dale, I should strongly advise you to refuse her hospitality." "Madame Durski will shortly be my wife," replied Douglas, in a voice loud enough to be heard by the bystanders; "and the smallest word calculated to cast a slur on her fair fame will be an insult to me, an insult which I shall know how to resent." This announcement fell like a thunderbolt in the assembly of fashionable idlers. All knew the history of the house at Fulham. They knew of Paulina Durski only as a beautiful but dangerous siren, whose fatal smiles lured men to their ruin. That Douglas Dale should unite himself to such a woman seemed to them little short of absolute madness. Love must be strong indeed, which will face the ridicule of mankind unflinchingly. Douglas Dale knew that in redeeming Paulina from her miserable situation, in elevating her to a position that many blameless and well-born Englishwomen would have gladly accepted, he was making a sacrifice which the men amongst whom he lived would condemn as the act of a fool; but he was willing to endure this, painful though it was to him, for the sake of the woman he loved. "Better that I should have the scorn of shallow-brained worldlings than that the blight on her life should continue," he said to himself. "When she is my wife, no man will dare to question her honour. No woman will dare to frown upon her when she enters society leaning on my arm." This is what Douglas Dale repeated to himself very often during his courtship of Paulina Durski. This is what he thought as he stood erect and defiant in the crowded room of the Pall Mall Club, facing the curious looks of his acquaintances. After the first shock there was a dead silence. No voice murmured the commonplace phrases of congratulation which might naturally have followed such an announcement. If Douglas Dale had just announced that some dire misfortune had befallen him, the faces of the men around him could not have been more serious. No one smiled, no one applauded his choice. Not one voice congratulated him on having won for himself so fair a bride. That ominous silence told Douglas Dale how terrible was the stigma which the world had set upon her he so fondly loved. The anguish which rent his heart during those few moments is not to be expressed by words. After that most painful silence, He walked to the table at which it was his habit to sit, and began to read a newspaper. Sir Reginald watched him furtively for a few moments in silence, and then left the room. After this the two cousins met frequently, but they never spoke. They passed each other with the coldest and most ceremonious salutation. The idlers of the club perceived this, and commented on the fact. "Douglas Dale and his cousin are not on speaking terms," they said. "They have quarrelled about that beautiful Austrian widow, at whose house there used to be such high play." In Paulina's society, Douglas tried to forget the cruel shadow which darkened, and which, in all likelihood, would for ever darken her name; and while in her society, he contrived to banish from his mind all bitter thought of the world's harsh verdict and cruel condemnation. But away from Paulina, he was tortured by the recollection of that scene at the Phoenix Club; tormented by the thought that, let him make what sacrifice he might, he could never wipe out the stain which those midnight assemblies of gamesters had left on his future wife's reputation. "We will leave England for ever after the marriage," he said to himself sometimes. "We will make our home in some fair Italian city, where my Paulina will be respected and admired as if she were a queen, as well as the loveliest and sweetest of women." If he asked Paulina where their future life was to be spent, she always replied to him in the same manner. "Wherever you take me I shall be content," she said. "I can never be grateful enough for your goodness. I can never repay the debt I owe you. Let our future be your planning, not mine." "And you have no wish, no fancy that I can realize, Paulina?" "None. From my earliest girlhood I have sighed for only one blessing, peace. You have given me that. What more can I ask at your hands? Ah, Douglas, I fear my love has already cost you too dearly. The world will never forgive you for your choice, you, who might make so brilliant a marriage." Her generous feelings once aroused, Paulina could be almost as noble as her lover. Again and again she implored him to withdraw his promise, to leave and to forget her. "Believe me, Douglas, our engagement is a mistake," she said. "Consider this before it is too late. You are a proud man where honour is concerned, and the past life of her whom you marry should be without spot or blemish. It is not so with me. If I have not sinned as other women have sinned, I have stooped to be the companion of gamblers and roués. I have allowed my house to become the haunt of reckless and dissipated men. Society revenges itself cruelly upon those who break its laws. Society will neither forget nor forgive my offence." "I do not live for society, but for you, Paulina," replied Douglas, passionately. "You are all the world to me. Let me never hear these arguments again, unless you would have me think that you are weary of me, and that you only want an excuse for getting rid of me." "Weary of you!" exclaimed Paulina. "My friend, my benefactor, how can I ever prove my gratitude for your goodness, your devotion?" "By learning to love me a little," answered Douglas, tenderly. "The lesson ought not to be difficult," Paulina murmured. Could she do less than love this noble friend, this pure-minded and unselfish adorer? He came to her one day, accompanied by a solicitor; but before introducing the man of law, he asked for a private interview with Paulina, and in this interview gave her a new proof of his devotion. "In thinking much of our position, dearest, I have been struck with a sudden terror of the uncertainty of life. What would be your fate, Paulina, if anything were to happen, if I were to die suddenly, as men so often die in this high-pressure age, before marriage had united our interests? What would be your fate, alone and helpless, assailed once more by all the perplexities of poverty, and perhaps subject to the mean spite of my cousin, Reginald Eversleigh, who does not forgive me for having robbed him of his place in your heart, little as he was worthy of your love?" "Oh, Douglas!" exclaimed Paulina, "why do you imagine such things? Why should death assail you?" "Why, indeed, dearest," returned Douglas, with a smile. "Do not think that I anticipate so sad a close to our engagement. But it is the duty of a man to look sharply out for every danger in the pathway of the woman he is bound to protect. I am a lawyer, remember, Paulina, and I contemplate the future with the eye of a lawyer. So far as I can secure you from even the possibility of misfortune, I will do it. I have brought a solicitor here to day, in order that he may read you a will, which I have this morning executed in your favour." "A will!" repeated Madame Durski. "You are only too good to me; but there is something horrible to my mind in these legal formalities." "That is only a woman's prejudice. It is the feminine idea that a man must needs be at the point of death when he makes his will. And now let me explain the nature of this will," continued Douglas. "I have told you that if I should happen to die without direct heirs, the estate left me by Sir Oswald Eversleigh will go to my cousin Reginald. That estate, from which is derived my income, I have no power to alienate. I am a tenant for life only. But my income has been double, and sometimes treble, my expenditure, for my habits have been very simple, and my life only that of a student in the Temple. My sole extravagance, indeed, has been the collection of a library. I have, therefore, been able to save £12,000, and this sum is my own to bequeath. I have made a will, leaving this amount to you, Paulina, charged only with a small annuity to a faithful old servant. Together with my personal property, consisting only of a few good Italian pictures, a library of rare old books, and the carvings and decorations of my rooms, all valuable in their way. This is all the law allows me to give you, Paulina, but it will, at least, secure you from want." Madame Durski tried to speak, but she was too deeply affected by this new proof of her lover's generosity. Tears choked her utterance. She took Douglas Dale's hand in both her own, and lifted it to her lips, and this silent expression of gratitude touched his heart more than the most eloquent speech could have affected it. He led her into the room where the attorney waited her. "This gentleman is Mr. Horley," he said, "a friend and adviser, in whom you may place unbounded confidence. My will is to remain in his possession, and should any untimely fate overtake me, he will protect your interests. And now, Mr. Horley, will you be good enough to read the document to Madame Durski, in order that she may understand what her position would be in case of the worst?" Mr. Horley read the will. It was as simple and concise as the law allows any legal document to be, and it made Paulina Durski mistress of £12,000. Chapter 31 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 31. A worthless woman, mere cold clay. Neither Lydia Graham nor her brother were quick to recover from the disappointment caused by the untimely fate of Lionel Dale. Miss Graham endeavoured to sustain her failing spirits with the hope that in Douglas she might find a wealthier prize than his brother. But Douglas was yet to be enslaved by those charms which Lydia herself felt were on the wane, and by fascinations which 12 years of fashionable existence had rendered somewhat stale even to the fair Lydia's most ardent admirers. It was very bitter. The cup had been so near her lips, when an adverse destiny had dashed it from her. The lady's grief was painfully sincere. She did not waste one lamentation on her lover's sad fate, but she most bitterly regretted her own loss of a rich husband. She watched and hoped day after day for the promised visit from Douglas Dale, but he did not come. Every day during visiting hours She wore her most becoming toilets. She arranged her small drawing room with the studied carelessness of an elegant woman. She seated herself in her most graceful attitudes every time the knocker heralded the advent of a caller. But it was all so much wasted labour. The only guest whom she cared to see was not among those morning visitors, and Lydia's heart began to be oppressed by a sense of despair. "Well, Gordon, have you heard anything of Douglas Dale?" she asked her brother day after day. One day he came home with a very gloomy face, and when she uttered the usual question, he answered her in his gloomiest tone. "I've heard something you'll scarcely care to learn," he said, "as it must sound the death knell of all your hopes in that quarter. You know Douglas Dale is a member of the Phoenix, as well as the Forum. I don't belong to the Phoenix, as you also know, but I meet Dale occasionally at the Forum. Yesterday I lunched with Lord Caversham, a member of the Phoenix, and an acquaintance of Dale's, and from him I learned that Douglas Dale has publicly announced his intended marriage with Paulina Durski." "Impossible!" exclaimed Lydia. She had heard of Paulina and the villa at Fulham from her brother, and she hated the lovely Austrian for the beauty and the fascination which won her a kind of renown amongst the fops and lordlings, the idlers and spendthrifts of the fashionable clubs. "It cannot be true!" cried Miss Graham, flushing crimson with anger. "It is one of Lord Caversham's absurd stories, and I dare say is without the slightest foundation. I cannot and will not believe that Douglas Dale would throw himself away upon such a woman as this Madame Durski." "You have never seen her?" "Of course not." "Then don't speak so very confidently," said Captain Graham, who was malicious enough to take some pleasure in his sister's discomfiture. "Paulina Durski is one of the handsomest women I ever saw, not above 25 years of age, elegant, fascinating, patrician, a woman for whose sake a wiser man than Douglas Dale might be willing to sacrifice himself." "I will see Mr. Dale," exclaimed Lydia. "I will ascertain from his own lips whether there is any foundation for this report." "How will you contrive to see him?" "You must arrange that for me. You can invite him to dinner." "I can invite him, but the question is whether he will come. Perhaps, if you were to write him a note, he would be more flattered than by any verbal invitation from me." Lydia was not slow to take this hint. She wrote one of those charming and flattering epistles which an artful and self-seeking woman of the world so well knows how to pen. She expressed her surprise and regret at not having seen Mr. Dale since her return to town, her fear that he might be ill, her hope that he would accept an invitation to a friendly dinner with herself and her brother, who was also most anxious about him. She was not destined to disappointment. On the following day she received a brief note from Mr. Dale, accepting her invitation for the next evening. The note was very stiffly, nay, almost coldly worded, but Lydia attributed the apparent lack of warmth to the reserved nature of Douglas Dale, rather than to any failure of her own scheme. The fact that he accepted her invitation at all she considered a proof of the falsehood of the report about his intended marriage, and a good omen for herself. She took care to provide a recherche little dinner for her important guest, low as the finances of herself and her brother were, and were likely to be for some time to come. She invited a dashing widow, who was her obliging friend and neighbour, and who was quite ready to play propriety for the occasion. Lydia Graham looked her handsomest when Douglas Dale was ushered into her presence that evening; but she little knew how indifferent were the eyes that contemplated her bold dark beauty, and how, even as he looked at her, Douglas Dale's thoughts wandered to the fair, pale face of Paulina Durski, that face which for him was the loveliest that had ever beamed with light and beauty below the stars. The dinner was to all appearance a success. Nothing could be more cordial or friendly, as it seemed, than that party of four, seated at a prettily decorated circular table, attended by a well-trained manservant, the dashing widow's butler and factotum, borrowed for the occasion. Mrs. Marmaduke, the dashing widow, made herself very agreeable, and took care to engage Captain Graham in conversation all the evening, leaving Lydia free to occupy the entire attention of Douglas Dale. That young lady made excellent use of her time. Day by day her chances of a rich marriage had grown less and less, and day by day she had grown more and more anxious to secure a position and a home. She had a very poor opinion of Mr. Dale's intellect, for she believed only in the cleverness of those bolder and more obtrusive men who make themselves prominent in every assembly. She thought him a man easily to be beguiled by honeyed words and bewitching glances, and she had therefore determined to play a bold, if not a desperate game. While Mrs. Marmaduke and Captain Graham were talking in the front drawing-room, Lydia contrived to detain her guest in the inner apartment, a tiny chamber, just large enough to hold a small cottage piano, a stand of music-books, and a couple of chairs. Miss Graham seated herself at the piano, and played a few bars with an absent and somewhat pensive air. "That is a mournful melody," said Douglas. "I don't think I ever heard it before." "Indeed," murmured Lydia; "and yet I think it is very generally known. The air is pretty, is it not? But the words are ultra sentimental." And then she began to sing softly: "I do not ask to offer thee a timid love like mine. I lay it, as the rose is laid, on some immortal shrine." "I think the words are rather pretty," said Douglas. "Do you?" murmured Miss Graham; and then she stopped suddenly, looking downward, with one of those conscious blushes which were always at her command. There was a pause. Douglas Dale stood by the music-stand, listlessly turning over a volume of songs. Lydia was the first to break the silence. "Why did you not come to see us sooner, Mr. Dale?" she asked. "You promised me you would come." "I have been too much engaged to come," answered Douglas. This reply sounded almost rude; but to Lydia this unpolished manner seemed only the result of extreme shyness, and indeed embarrassment, which to her appeared proof positive of her intended victim's enthralment. Her eyes grew bright with a glance of triumph. "I shall win," she thought to herself; "I shall win." "Have you really wished to see me?" asked Douglas, after another pause. "I did indeed wish to see you," she murmured, in tremulous tones. "Indeed," said Douglas, in a tone that might mean astonishment, delight, or anything else. "Well, Miss Graham, that was very kind of you. I go out very little, and never except to the houses of intimate friends." "Surely you number us my brother, I mean among that privileged class?" said Lydia, once more blushing bewitchingly. "I do, indeed," said Douglas Dale, in a candid, kind, unembarrassed tone, which, if she had been a little less under the dominion of that proverbially blinding quality, vanity, would have been the most discouraging of all possible tones to the schemes which she had formed. "I never forget how high you stood in my poor brother's esteem, Miss Graham. Indeed, if you will pardon my saying so, I thought there was a much warmer feeling than that on his part." Lydia hardly knew how to take this observation. In one sense it was flattering, in another discouraging. If the belief brought Douglas Dale into easier relations with her, if it induced him to feel that a bond of friendship, cemented by the memory of the past, subsisted between them, so much the better for her purpose. But if he believed that this supposed love of Lionel's had been returned, and proposed to cultivate her on the mutual sympathy, or weep with thee tear for tear principle, so much the worse. The position was undeniably embarrassing, even to a young lady of Miss Lydia Graham's remarkable strength of mind and savoir faire. But she extricated herself from it, without speaking, by some wonderful management of her eyes, and a slight deprecatory movement of her shoulders, which made even Douglas Dale, a by no means ready man, though endowed with deep feelings and strong common sense, understand, as well as if she had spoken, that Lionel had indeed entertained feelings of a tender nature towards her, but that she had not returned them by any warmer sentiment than friendship. It was admirably well done, and the next sentence which Douglas Dale spoke was certainly calculated to nourish Lydia's hopes. "He might have sustained a terrible grief, then, had he lived longer," said Douglas. "But I see this subject pains you, Miss Graham. I will touch upon it no more. But perhaps you will allow the recollection of what we must both believe to have been his feelings and his hopes to plead with you for me." "For you, Mr. Dale?" And Lydia Graham's breast heaved with genuine emotion, and her voice trembled with no artificial faltering. "Yes, Miss Graham, for me. I need a friend, such a friend as you could be if you would, to counsel and to aid me. But pardon me, I am detaining you, and you have another guest." How ardently Lydia Graham wished she had not invited the accommodating widow to play propriety. "You will permit me to visit you soon again, and we will speak of much which cannot now be discussed. May I come soon?" As he spoke these hope-inspiring words, there was genuine eagerness in the tone of Douglas Dale's voice. There was brightness in his frank eyes. No wonder Lydia held the story her brother had told her in scornful disbelief. No wonder she felt all the glow of the fulfilment of long-deferred hope. What would have been her sensations had she known that Douglas Dale's only actuating motive in the proposed friendly alliance was to secure a female friend for his adored Paulina, to gain for her the countenance and protection of a woman whose place in society was recognized and unassailable? You will excuse my joining your brother and your friend now, will you not, Miss Graham? I must, at all events, have taken an early leave of you, and this conversation has given me much to think of. I shall see you soon again. Good night." He moved hastily, passed through the door of the small apartment which opened on the staircase, and was gone. Lydia Graham remained alone for a few moments in triumphant reverie. Then she joined Gordon Graham and the bewitching widow, who had been making the most of the opportunity for indulging in her favourite florid style of flirtation. "I have won," Lydia said to herself, "and how easily! Poor fellow! His agitation was really painful. He did not even stop to shake hands with me." Mrs. Marmaduke took leave of her dearest Lydia and her dearest Lydia's brother soon after Douglas Dale had departed, and Miss Graham and her brother were left tête-à-tête. "Well," said Gordon Graham, with rather a sulky air, "you don't seem to have done much execution by your dinner party, my young lady. Dale went off in a great hurry, which does not say much for your powers of fascination." Lydia gave her head a triumphant little toss as she looked at her brother. "You are remarkably clever, my dear Gordon," she said; "but you are apt to make mistakes occasionally, in spite of your cleverness. What should you say if I were to tell you that Mr. Dale has this evening almost made me an offer of his hand?" "You don't mean to say so?" "I do mean to say so," answered Lydia, triumphantly. "He is one of that eccentric kind of people who have their own manner of doing things, and do not care to tread the beaten track. Or it may be that it is only his reserved nature which renders him strange and awkward in his manner of avowing himself." "Never mind how awkwardly the offer has been made, provided it is genuine," returned the practical Captain Graham. "But I don't like almosts. Besides, you really must mind what you are about, Lydia; for I assure you there is no doubt at all about the fact of his engagement. He stated it himself." "Well, and suppose he did," said Lydia; "and suppose some good-for-nothing woman in an equivocal position has trapped him into an offer, is he the first man who has got into a dilemma of that kind, and got out of it? He thought I cared for Lionel, and that so there was no hope for him. I can quite understand his getting himself into an entanglement of the kind under such circumstances." Gordon Graham smiled, a certain satirical smile, intensely irritating to his sister's temper, which she called her nerves, and which it was rather fortunate she did not see. He was perfectly alive to the omnivorous quality of his sister's vanity, and perfectly aware that it had on many occasions led her into a fool's paradise, whence she had been ejected into the waste regions of disappointment and bitterness of spirit. He had been quite willing that she should try the experiment with Douglas Dale, to which that gentleman had just been subjected; but he had not been sanguine as to its results, and he did not implicitly confide in the very exhilarating statement now made to him by Lydia. If Douglas Dale's almost proposal meant nothing more than that he would be glad, or implied that he would be glad, to be off with Paulina and on with Lydia, he did not think very highly of the chances of the latter. A man of the world, in the worst sense of that widely significant word, Gordon Graham was inclined to think that Douglas Dale was merely trifling with his sister, indulging in a safe flirtation, under the aegis of an avowed engagement. Graham felt very anxious to know the particulars of the conversation between Dale and his sister, in order to discover how far they bore out his theory; but he knew Lydia too well to place implicit reliance on any statement of them he might elicit from her. "Well, but," said he, "supposing you are right in all this, the entanglement, as you call it, exists. How did he explain or excuse it?" Lydia smiled, a self-satisfied, contemptuous smile. She was not jealous of Madame Durski; she despised her. "He did not excuse it. He did not explain. He knows he has no severity to fear from me. All he needs is to induce me to acknowledge my affection for him, and then he will soon rid himself of all obstacles. Don't be afraid, Gordon. This is a great falling off from the ambitions I once cherished, the hopes I once formed. This is a very different kind of thing from Sir Oswald Eversleigh and Raynham Castle; but I have made up my mind to be content with it." Lydia spoke with a kind of virtuous resignation and resolution, infinitely assuring to her brother; but he was getting tired of the discussion, and desirous to end it. Anxious as he was to be rid of his sister, and to effect the riddance on the best possible terms, he did not mean to be bored by her just then. So he spoke to the point at once. "That's rather a queer mode of proceeding," he said. "You are to avow your affection for this fine gentleman, and then he is to throw over another lady in order to reward your devotion. There was a day when Miss Graham's pride would have been outraged by a proposition which certainly seems rather humiliating." Lydia flushed crimson, and looked at her brother with angry eyes. She felt the sting of his malicious speech, and knew that it was intended to wound her. "Pride and I have long parted company," she answered, bitterly. "I have learnt to endure degradation as placidly as you do, when you condescend to become the toady and flatterer of richer men than yourself." Captain Graham did not take the trouble to resent this remark. He smiled at his sister's anger with the air of a man who was quite indifferent to the opinion of others. "Well, my dear Lydia," he said, good humouredly, "all I can say is, that if you have caught the brother of your late admirer, you are very lucky. The merest schoolboy knows enough arithmetic to be aware that 10,000 a year is twice as good as 5, and it certainly is not every woman's fortune to be able to recover a chance which seems so nearly lost as yours when we left Hallgrove. By all means nail him to his proposition, and let him throw over the lovely Paulina. What a fool the man must be not to know his mind a little better." "Madame Durski entrapped him into the engagement," said Lydia, scornfully. "Ah, to be sure. Women have a way of laying snares of the matrimonial kind, as you and I know, my dear Lydia. And now, good night. Go and think about your trousseau in the silence of your own apartment." Lydia Graham fell asleep that night, secure in the certainty that the end and aim of her selfish life had been at last attained, and disposed to regard the interval as very brief that must elapse before Douglas Dale would come to throw himself at her feet. For a day or two, unwonted peace and serenity were observable in Lydia Graham's demeanour and countenance. She took even more than the ordinary pains with her dress. She arranged her little drawing room more than ever effectively, and with sedulous care, and she remained at home every afternoon, in spite of fine weather and an unusual number of invitations. But Douglas Dale made no sign. He did not come. He did not write. And all his enthusiastic declarations seemed to have ended in nothing. The truth was that Paulina Durski was ill, and, in his anxiety and uneasiness, Douglas forgot even the existence of Lydia Graham. A vague alarm began to fill Lydia's mind, and she felt as if the good establishment, the liberal allowance of pin money, the equipages, the clever French maid, the diamonds, and all the other delightful things which she had looked upon almost as already her own, were suddenly vanishing away like a dream. Miss Graham was in no very amiable humour when, after a week's watching and suspense, she descended to the dining room, a small and shabbily furnished apartment, which bore upon it the stamp peculiar to London lodging-houses, an aspect which is just the reverse of everything we look for in a home. Gordon Graham was already seated at the breakfast-table. A letter for Miss Graham lay by the side of her breakfast-cup, a bulky document, with 4 stamps upon the envelope. Lydia knew the hand too well. It was that of her French milliner, Mademoiselle Suzanne, to whom she owed a sum which she knew never could be paid out of her own finances. The thought of this debt had been a perpetual nightmare to her. There was no such thing as bankruptcy for a lady of fashion in those days, and it was in the power of Mademoiselle Suzanne to put her high-bred creditor into a common prison, and detain her there until she had passed the ordeal of the insolvent debtors' court. Lydia opened the packet with a sinking heart. There it was, the awful bill, with its records of elegant dresses, every one of which had been worn with the hope of conquest, and all of which had, so far, failed to attain the hoped-for victory. And at the end of that long list came the fearful total, close upon £300. "I can never pay it," murmured Lydia. "Never, never." Her involuntary exclamation sounded almost like a cry of despair. Gordon Graham looked up from the newspaper in which he had been absorbed until this moment, and stared at his sister. "What's the matter?" he exclaimed. "Oh, I see, it's a bill. Suzanne's, I suppose. Well, well, you women will make yourselves handsome at any cost, and you must pay for it sooner or later. If you can secure Douglas Dale, a cheque from him will soon settle Mademoiselle Suzanne, and make her your humble slave for the future. But what has gone wrong with you, my Lydia? Your brow wears a gloomy shade this morning. Have you received no tidings of your lover?" "Gordon," said Lydia, passionately, "do not taunt me. I don't know what to think. But I have played a desperate game. I have risked all upon the hazard of this die, and if I have failed, I must submit to my fate. I can struggle no longer." CHAPTER XXXII. Of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. CHAPTER XXXII. A Meeting and an Explanation. For George Jernam's young wife, the days passed sadly enough in the pleasant village of Allanbay. Fair as the scene of her life was, to poor Rosamond it seemed as if the earth were overshadowed by dark clouds, through which no ray of sunlight could penetrate. The affection which had sprung up between her and Susan Jernam was deep and strong, and the only gleam of happiness which Rosamond experienced in her melancholy existence came from the affection of her husband's aunt. If Rosamond's existence was not happy, it was, at least in all outward seeming, peaceful; but the heart of the deserted wife knew not peace. She was perpetually brooding over the strange circumstances of George's departure, perpetually asking herself why it was he had left her. She could shape no answer to that constantly repeated question. Had he ceased to love her? No, surely that could not be. For the change which arises in the most inconstant heart is, at least, gradual. George Jernam had changed in a day, in an hour. Reason upon the subject as she might, the conviction at which Rosamond arrived at last was always the same. She believed that the mysterious change that had arisen in the husband she so fondly loved was a change in the mind itself, a sudden monomania, beyond the influence of the outer world, a wild hallucination of the brain, not to be cured by any ordinary physician. Believing this, the wife's heart was tortured as she thought of the perils that surrounded her husband's life, perils that were doubly terrible for one whose mind had lost its even balance. She watched every alteration in the atmosphere, every cloud in the sky, with unspeakable anxiety. As the autumn gave place to winter, as the winds blew loud above the broad expanse of ocean, as the foam crests of the dark waves rose high and gleamed white and silvery in the dim twilight, her heart sank with an awful fear for the absent wanderer. Night and day her prayers arose to heaven, such prayers as only the loving heart of woman breathes for the object of all her thoughts. While Rosamond occupied the abode which Captain Jernam had chosen for her, Riverview Cottage was abandoned entirely to the care of Mrs. Mugby and Susan Trott, and the trim house had a desolate look in the dismal autumn days and the darkening winter twilights, carefully as it was kept by Mrs. Mugby, who aired the rooms, and dusted and polished the furniture every day as industriously as if she had been certain of the captain's return before nightfall. "He may come this night, or he may not come for a year," she said to Susan very often, when Miss Trott was a little disposed to neglect some of her duties in the way of dusting and polishing. "But mark my words, Susan, when he does come, he'll come sudden, without so much as one line of warning, or notice enough to get a bit of dinner ready for him." The day came at last when the housekeeper was gratified to find that all her dusting and polishing had not been thrown away. Captain Duncombe returned exactly as she had prophesied he would return, without sending either note or message to give warning of his arrival. He rang the bell one day, and walked into the garden, and from the garden into the house, with the air of a man who had just come home from a morning's walk, much to the astonishment of Susan Trott, who admitted him, and who stared at him with eyes opened to their widest extent as he strode hurriedly past her. He went straight into the parlour he had been accustomed to sit in. A fire was burning brightly in the polished steel grate, and everything bore the appearance of extreme comfort. The merchant captain looked round the room with an air of satisfaction. "There's nothing like a trip to the Indies for making a man appreciate the comforts of his own home," he exclaimed. "How cheery it all looks,
and a man must be a fool who couldn't enjoy himself at home after tossing about in a hurricane off Gibraltar for a week at a stretch. But where's your mistress?" cried Joe Duncombe, suddenly, turning to the astonished Susan. "Where's Mrs. Jernam? Where's my daughter? Doesn't she hear her old father's gruff voice? Isn't she coming to bid me welcome, after all I've gone through to earn more money for her?" Before Susan could answer, Mrs. Mugby had heard the voice of her master, and came hurrying in to greet him. "Thank you for your hearty welcome," said the captain, hurriedly; "but where's my daughter? Is she out of doors this cold winter day, gadding about London streets? Or how the deuce is it she doesn't come to give her old father a kiss, and bid him welcome home?" "Law, sir," cried Mrs. Mugby, "you don't mean to say as you haven't heard from Miss Rosa, begging your pardon, Mrs. Jernam, but the other do come such more natural." "Heard from her!" exclaimed the captain. "Not I. I haven't had a line from her. But heaven have mercy on us, how the woman does stare! There isn't anything wrong with my daughter, is there? She's well, eh?" The captain's honest face grew pale, as a sudden fear arose in his mind. "Don't tell me my daughter is ill," he gasped, "or worse." "No, no, no, captain," cried Mrs. Mugby. "I heard from Mrs. Jernam only a week ago, and she was quite well. But she is residing down in Devonshire, where she removed with her husband last July, and I made sure you would have received a letter telling you of the change." "What!" roared Joseph Duncombe. "Did my daughter go and turn her back upon the comfortable little box her father built for her, the place he spent his hard-won earnings upon for her sake? So Rosie got tired of the cottage, did she? It wasn't good enough for her, I suppose. Well, well, that does seem rather hard, somehow. It does seem hard." The captain dropped heavily down into the chair nearest him. He was deeply wounded by the idea that his daughter had deserted the home which he had made for her. "Begging your pardon, sir," interposed Mrs. Mugby, in her most insinuating tone, "which I am well aware it's not my place to interfere in family matters; but knowing as devotion itself is a word not strong enough to express Mrs. Jernam's feelings for her pa, I cannot stand by and see her misunderstood by that very pa. It was no doings of hers as she left Riverview, Captain Duncombe, for the place was very dear to her; but Captain Jernam, he took it into his head all of a sudden he'd set off for foreign parts in his ship, the Albert's Horse, and before he went he insisted on taking Mrs. Jernam down to Devonshire, which burying her alive would be too mild a word for such cruelty, I think." "What! He deserted his post, did he?" exclaimed the captain. "Ran away from his pretty young wife, after promising to stop with her till I came back. Now I don't call that an honest man's conduct," added the captain, indignantly. "No more would any one, sir," answered the housekeeper. "A wild, roving life is all very well in its way; but if a man who is just married to a pretty young wife, that worships the very ground he walks on, can't stay at home quiet, I should like to know who can." "So he went to sea himself, and took his wife down to Devonshire before he sailed, eh?" said the captain. "Very fine goings on, upon my word. And did Miss Rosie consent to leave her father's home without a murmur?" he asked, angrily. "Begging your pardon, sir," pleaded Mrs. Mugby, "Miss Rosamond was not the one to murmur before servants, whatever she might feel in her heart. I overheard her crying and sobbing dreadful one night, poor dear, when she little thought as there was any one to overhear her." "Did she say anything to you before she left?" "Not till the night before she went away; and then she came to me in my kitchen, and said, 'Mrs. Mugby, it's my husband's wish I should go down to Devonshire and live there, while he's away with his ship. Of course I am very sorry to leave the house that my dear father made such a happy home for me, and in which he and I lived so peaceably together, but I am bound to obey my husband, let him ask what he will.
I shall write to my dear father, and tell him how sorry I am to leave my home."
"Did she say that?" said the captain, evidently touched by this proof of his child's affection. "Then I won't belie her so much as to doubt her love for me. I never got her letter; and why George Jernam should kick up his heels directly I was gone, and be off with his ship goodness knows where, is more than I can tell. I begin to think the best sailor that ever roamed the seas is a bad bargain for a husband. I'm sorry I ever let my girl marry a rover. However, I'll just settle my business in London, and be off to Devonshire to see my poor little deserted Rosie. I suppose she's gone to live at that sea-coast village where Jernam's aunt lives?"
"Yes, sir, Allendale, or Allenbay, or some such name, I think, they call the place."
"Yes, Allenbay, I remember," answered the captain. "I'll try and get through the business I've got on hand to night, and be off to Devonshire to morrow."
Mrs. Mugby exerted herself to the uttermost in her endeavour to make the captain's first dinner at home a great culinary triumph; but the disappointment he had experienced that morning had quite taken away his appetite. He had anticipated such delight from his unannounced return to River View Cottage. He had pictured to himself his daughter's rapturous welcome. He had fancied her rushing to greet him at the first sound of his voice, and had almost felt her soft arm clasped around his neck, her kisses on his face. Instead of the realization of this bright dream, he had found only disappointment. Susan Trott placed the materials for the captain's favourite punch upon the table after she had removed the cloth, but Joseph Duncombe did not appear to see the cheery preparations for a comfortable evening. He rose hastily from his chair, put on his hat, and went out, much to the discomfiture of the worthy Mrs. Mugby. "After what I went through with standing over that roaring furnace of a kitchen range, it does seem hard to see my soul just turned over and played with like, and my chicken not so much as touched," said the dame. "Oh, Miss Rosamond, you've a deal to answer for." Captain Duncombe walked along the dark road between the cottage and Ratcliffe Highway at a rapid pace. He soon reached the flaring lights of the sailors' quarter, through which he made his way as fast as he could, to a respectable and comfortable little tavern near the Tower, much frequented by officers of the merchant service. He had promised to meet an old shipmate at this house, and was very glad of an excuse for spending his evening away from home. In the little parlour he found the friend he expected to see, and the two sailors took their glasses of grog together in a very friendly manner, and then parted, the captain's friend going away first, as he had a long distance to walk in order to reach his suburban home. The captain was sitting by the fire meditating, and sipping his last glass of grog, when the door was opened, and someone came into the room. Joseph Duncombe looked up with a start as the newcomer entered, and to his intense astonishment recognized George Jernam.
"Jernam," he cried, "you in London? Well, this is the greatest surprise of all."
"Indeed, Captain Duncombe," answered the other, coolly. "The Albatross only entered the port of London this afternoon. This is the first place I have come to, and of all men on earth I least expected to meet you here."
"And from your tone, youngster, it seems as if the surprise were by no means a pleasant one," cried Joseph Duncombe. "May I ask how Rosamond Duncombe's husband comes to address his wife's father in the tone you have just used to me?"
"You are Rosamond's father," answered George. "That is sufficient reason that Valentine Jernam's brother should keep aloof from you."
"The man's mad," muttered Captain Duncombe; "undoubtedly mad."
"No," answered George Jernam, "I am not mad. I am only too acutely conscious of the misery of my position. I love your daughter, Joseph Duncombe, love her as fondly and truly as ever a man loved the wife of his choice; and yet here I am skulking in London, alone and miserable, at the hour when I should be hurrying back to the home of my darling. dear though she is to me, truly as I love her, I dare not go back to her, for between her and me there rises the phantom of my murdered brother Valentine."
"What on earth has my daughter Rosamond to do with the wretched fate of your brother?" asked the captain.
"In her own person, nothing; but it is her misfortune to be allied to one who was in league with the assassin, or assassins, of my unhappy brother."
"What, in heaven's name, do you mean?" asked the bewildered captain of the Vixen.
"Do not press me for my meaning, Captain Duncombe," answered George, in a repellent tone. "You are my father-in-law. The knowledge which accident revealed to me of one dark secret in your life of seeming honesty came too late to prevent that tie between us. When the fatal truth revealed itself to me, I was already your daughter's husband. That secures my silence. Do not force yourself upon me. I shall do my duty to your daughter as if you and your crime had never been upon this earth. But you and I can never meet again, except as foes. The remembrance of my brother Valentine is part and parcel of my life, and a wrong done to him is twice a wrong to myself." The captain of the Vixen had arisen from his chair. He stood before his son-in-law, breathless, crimson with passion.
"George Jernam," he cried, "do you want me to knock you down? Egad, my fine gentleman, you may consider yourself lucky that I have not done it before this. What do you mean by all that balderdash you've been talking? What does it all mean, I say? Are you drunk, or mad, or both?"
"Captain Duncombe," said George, calmly, "do you really wish me to speak plainly?"
"It will be very much the worse for you if you don't," retorted the infuriated captain.
"First, then, let me tell you that before I left Riverview Cottage last July, your daughter pressed me to avail myself of the contents of your desk one day, when I was in want of foreign letter paper."
"Well, what then?"
"Very much against my own inclination, I consented to open that desk with a key in Rosamond's possession. I did not pry into the secrets of its contents, but before me, in the tray intended for pens, I saw an object which could not fail to attract my attention, which riveted my gaze as surely as if I had lighted on a snake."
"What in the name of all that's bewildering could that object have been?" cried the captain. "I don't keep many curiosities in my writing desk."
"I will show you what I found that day," answered George. "The finding of it changed the whole current of my life, and sent me away from that once happy home, a restless and miserable wanderer."
"The man's mad," muttered Captain Duncombe to himself. "He must be mad."
George Jernam took from his waistcoat pocket a tiny parcel, and, unfolding the paper covering, revealed a gold coin, the bent Brazilian coin, which he placed in the captain's hands.
"Why, heaven have mercy on us!" cried Joseph Duncombe, "if that isn't the ghost's money!"
There was astonishment plainly depicted on his countenance, but no look of guilt. George Jernam watched his face as he contemplated the token, and saw that it was not the face of a guilty man. "Oh, captain, captain!" he exclaimed, remorsefully, "if I have suspected you all this time for nothing."
"Suspected me of what?"
"Of being concerned, more or less, in my brother's murder. That piece of gold which you now hold in your hand was a farewell token, given by me to him. You may see my initials scratched upon it. I found it in your desk."
"And therefore suspected that I was the aider and abettor of thieves and murderers!" exclaimed the captain of the Vixen. "George Jernam, I am ashamed of you."
There was a depth of reproach in the words, commonplace though they were. George Jernam covered his face with his hands, and sat with bent head before the man he had so cruelly wronged.
"If I was a proud man," said Joseph Duncombe, "I shouldn't stoop to make any explanation to you; but as I am not a proud man, and as you are my daughter's husband, I'll tell you how that bit of gold came into my keeping, and when I've told you my story, I'll bring witnesses to prove that it's true. Yes, George, I'll not ask you to believe my word, for how can you take the word of a man you have thought base enough to be the accomplice of a murderer? Oh, George, it was too cruel, too cruel!" There was a brief silence, and then Captain Duncombe told the story of the appearance of old Screwton's ghost, and the coin found in the kitchen at River View Cottage after the departure of that apparition. "I've faced many a danger in my lifetime, George Jernam," said Captain Duncombe, "and I don't think there's any man who ever walked the ship's deck beside me that would call me coward; and yet I'll confess to you that I was frightened that night. Flesh and blood I'll face anywhere and anyhow. I'll stand up alone and fight for my life, 1 against 6, 1 against 20, if needs be; but when it comes to a visit from the other world, Joseph Duncombe is done. He shuts up, sir, like an oyster." "And do you really believe the man you saw that night was a visitant from the other world?" "What else can I believe? I'd heard the description of old Screwton's ghost, and what I saw answered to the description as close as could be." "Visitors from the other world do not leave substantial evidences of their presence behind them," answered George. "The man who dropped that gold coin was no ghost. We'll see into this business, Captain Duncombe. We'll fathom it, mysterious as it is. I expect Joyce Harker back from Ceylon in a month or so. He knows more of my brother's fate than any man living, except those who were concerned in the doing of the deed. He'll get to the bottom of this business, depend upon it, if any man can. And now, friend, father, can you find it in your heart to forgive me for the bitter wrong I have done you?" "Well, George," answered Joseph Duncombe, gravely, "I'm not an unforgiving chap, but there are some things try the easiest of men rather hard, and this is one of them. However, for my little Rosie's sake, and out of remembrance of the long night watches you and I have kept together out upon the lonesome sea, I forgive you. There's my hand and my heart with it." George's eyes were full of tears as he grasped his old captain's strong hand. "God bless you," he murmured, "and heaven be praised that I came into this room to night. You don't know the weight you've lifted off my heart. You don't know what I've suffered." "More fool you!" cried Joe Duncombe. "And now,
Chapter 33, Part 1 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 33, Treason has done his worst. Part 1. Black Milsom, otherwise Mr. Maunders, kept a close watch on Raynham Castle, through the agency of his friend James Harwood, whose visits he encouraged by the most liberal treatment, and for whom he was always ready to brew a steaming jorum of punch. Mr. Maunders showed a great deal of curiosity concerning the details of life within the castle, and was particularly fond of leading Harwood to talk about the excessive care taken of the baby heiress, and the precautions observed by Lady Eversleigh's orders. One day, when he had led the conversation in the accustomed direction, he said, "One would think they were afraid somebody would try to steal the child." "So you would, Mr. Maunders; but you see, every situation in life has its trials, and a child can't be a great heiress for nothing. One day, when I was sitting in the rumble of the open carriage, I heard Captain Copplestone let drop in his conversation with Mrs. Morden as how the child has enemies, bitter enemies, he said, as might try to do her harm if she weren't looked after sharp. I've known you a good long time now, Mr. Harwood, and you've partaken of many a glass of rum punch in my parlour," said Black Milsom, otherwise Mr. Maunders, of the Cat and Fiddle, "and in all that time you've never once offered to introduce me to one of your fellow servants, or asked me to take so much as a cup of tea in your servants' hall." "Begging your pardon, Mr. Maunders," said the groom, in an insinuating tone, "as to asking a friend to take a cup of tea, or a little bit of supper, without leave from Mrs. Smithson, the housekeeper, is more than my place is worth." "But you might get leave, I should think, James Harwood?" returned Milsom; "especially if your friend happened to be a respectable householder, and able to offer a comfortable glass to any of your fellow servants." "I'm sure, if I had thought as you'd accept an invitation to the servants' hall, I'd have asked leave before now," replied James Harwood; "but I'm sure I thought as you wouldn't demean yourself to take your glass of ale or your cup of tea anywheres below the housekeeper's room, and she's a rare starched one, is Mrs. Smithson." "I'm not proud," said Mr. Milsom. "I like a convivial evening, whether it's in the housekeeper's room or the servants' hall." "Then I'll ask leave to night," answered James Harwood. He sent a little scrawl to Milsom next day, by the hands of a stable boy, inviting that gentleman to a social rubber and a friendly supper in the servants' hall that evening at 7 o'clock. To spend a few hours inside Raynham Castle was the privilege which Black Milsom most desired, and a triumphant grin broke out upon his face as he deciphered James Harwood's clumsy scrawl. "How easy it's done," he muttered to himself; "how easy it's done, if a man has only the patience to wait." The servants' hall was a pleasant place to live in; but if Mrs. Smithson, the housekeeper, was liberal in her ideas, she was also strict, and on some points especially severe; and the chief of these was the precision with which she required the doors of the castle to be locked for the night at 10:30. On more than one occasion lately, Mrs. Smithson had a suspicion that there was one offender against this rule. The offender in question was Matthew Brook, the head coachman, a jovial, burly Briton, with convivial habits and a taste for politics, who preferred enjoying his pipe and glass and political discussion in the parlour of the Hen and Chickens public house, to spending his evenings in the servants' hall at Raynham Castle. He was rarely home before 10, sometimes not until 10:30, and one never to be forgotten night, Mrs. Smithson had heard him, with her own ears, enter the doors of the castle at the unholy hour of 20 minutes to 11. There was one appalling fact of which Mrs. Smithson was entirely ignorant, and that was the fact that Matthew Brook had entered the castle by a little half-glass door on several occasions, half an hour or more after the great oaken door leading into the servants' hall had been bolted and barred with all due solemnity before the approving eyes of the housekeeper herself. The little door in question opened into a small ground-floor bedroom, in which one of the footmen slept, and nothing was more easy than for this man to shelter the nightly misdoings of his fellow servant by letting him slip quietly through his bedroom, unknown to any member of the household. James Harwood, the groom, was a confirmed gossip, and of course he had not failed to inform his friend Mr. Maunders, otherwise Black Milsom, of Matthew Brook's little delinquencies. Mr. Maunders listened to the account with interest, as he did to everything relating to affairs in the household of which Harwood was a member. It was some little time after this conversation that Mr. Milsom was invited to sup at the castle. Several friendly rubbers were played by Mrs. Trimmer, the cook, Matthew Brook, the coachman, James Harwood, and Thomas Milsom, known to the company as Mr. Maunders. Honest Matthew and he were partners, and it was to be observed, by any one who had taken the trouble to watch the party, that Milsom paid more attention to his partner than to his cards, whereby he lost the opportunity of distinguishing himself as a good whist player. The whist party broke up while the cloth was being laid on a large table for supper, and the men adjourned to the noble old stone quadrangle on which the servants' hall abutted. James Harwood, Brook, Milsom, and two of the footmen strolled up and down, smoking under a cold starlit sky. The apartments occupied by the family were all on the garden front, and the smoking of tobacco in the quadrangle was not forbidden. Milsom, who had until this time devoted his attention exclusively to the coachman, now contrived to place himself next to James Harwood, as the party paced to and fro before the servants' quarters. "Which is the little door Brooke slips in at when he's past his time?" he asked carelessly of Harwood, taking care, however, to drop his voice to a whisper. "We're just coming to it," answered the groom. "That little glass door on my right hand. Steph's a good-natured fellow, and always leaves his door unfastened when old Matt is out late. The room he sleeps in was once a lobby, and opens into the passage, so it comes very convenient to Brooke. Everybody likes old Matt Brooke, you see, and there isn't one amongst us would peach if he got into trouble." "And a jolly old chap he is as ever lived," answered Black Milsom, who seemed to have taken a wonderful fancy to the convivial coachman. "You come down to my place whenever you like, Mr. Brooke," he said presently, putting his arm through that of the coachman, in a very friendly manner. "You shall be free and welcome to everything I've got in my house, and I know how to brew a decent jorum of punch when I give my mind to it, don't I, Jim?" Mr. James Harwood protested that no one else could brew such punch as that concocted by the landlord of the Cat and Fiddle. The supper was a very cheery banquet. Ponderous slices of underdone roast beef disappeared as if by magic, and the consumption of pickles, from a physiological or sanitary point of view, positively appalling. After the beef and pickles came a Titanic cheese and a small stack of celery, while the brown beer pitcher went so often to the barrel that it is a matter of wonder that it escaped unbroken. At 10:15, Mr. Maunders bade his new acquaintance good night; but before departing he begged as a great favour to be permitted one peep at the grand oak hall. "You shall see it," cried good-natured Matthew Brooke. "It's a sight worth coming many a mile to see. Step this way." He led the way along a dark passage to a door that opened into the great entrance hall. It was indeed a noble chamber. Black Milsom stood for some moments contemplating it in silence, with a reverential stare. "And which may be the back staircase leading to the little ladies' rooms?" he asked presently. "That door opens to the foot of it," replied the coachman. "Captain Copplestone sleeps in the room you come to first, on the first floor, and the little missy's rooms are inside his'n." Gertrude Eversleigh, the heiress of Raynham, was one of those lovely and caressing children who win the hearts of all around them, and in whose presence there is a charm as sweet as that which lurks in the beauty of a flower or the song of a bird. Her mother idolized her, as we know, even though she could resign herself to a separation from this loved child, sacrificing affection to the all-absorbing purpose of her life. Before leaving Raynham Castle, Honoria had summoned the only friend upon whom she could rely, Captain Copplestone, the man whose testimony alone had saved her from the hideous suspicion of murder, the man who had boldly declared his belief in her innocence. She wrote to him, telling him that she had need of his friendship for the only child of his dead friend, Sir Oswald, and he came promptly in answer to her summons, pleased at the idea of seeing the child of his old comrade. He had read the announcement of the child's birth in the newspapers, and had rejoiced to find that Providence had sent a consolation to the widow in her hour of desolation. "She is like her father," he said softly, after he had taken the child in his arms, and pressed his shaggy moustache to her pure young brow. "Yes, the child is like my old comrade, Oswald Eversleigh. She has your beauty, too, Lady Eversleigh, your dark eyes, those wonderful eyes which my friend loved to praise." "I wish to heaven that he had never seen them!" exclaimed Honoria. "They brought him only evil fortune, anguish, untimely death." "Come, come," cried the captain, cheerily, "this won't do. If the workings of two villains brought about a breach between you and my poor friend, and resulted in his untimely end, the sin rests on their guilty heads, not on yours." "And the sin shall not go unpunished even upon this earth," exclaimed Honoria, with intensity of feeling. "I only live for one purpose, Captain Copplestone, and that is to strip the masks from the faces of the two hypocrites and traitors who between them compassed my disgrace and my husband's death, and I implore you to aid me in the carrying out of my purpose."
"How can I do that?" cried the captain. "When I begged you to let me challenge that scoundrel Carrington, and fight him, in spite of our cowardly modern fashion, which has exploded duelling, you implored me not to hazard my life. I was your only friend, you told me, and if my life was sacrificed, you would be helpless and friendless. I gave way in order to satisfy you, though I should have liked to send a bullet through that French scoundrel's plotting brains."
"And I thank you for your goodness," answered Lady Eversleigh. "It is not by the bullet of a brave soldier that Victor Carrington should die. I will pursue the two villains silently, stealthily, as they pursued me, and when the hour of my triumph comes, it shall be a real triumph, not a defeat like that which ended their scheming. But if I stoop to wear a mask, I ask no such service from you, Captain Copplestone. I ask you only to take up your abode in this house, and to protect my child while I am away from home."
"You are really going to leave home?"
"For a considerable time."
"And you will tell me nothing about the nature of your schemes?"
"Nothing. I shall do no wrong, though I am about to deal with men so base that the common laws of honour can scarcely apply to any dealings with them."
"And your mind is set upon this strange scheme?"
"My mind is fixed. Nothing on earth can alter my resolution, not even my love for this child."
Captain Copplestone saw that her determination was not to be reasoned away, and he made no further attempt to shake her resolve. He promised that, during her absence from the castle, he would guard Sir Oswald's daughter, and cherish her as tenderly as if she had been his own child. It was by the captain's advice that Mrs. Morden was engaged to act as governess to the young heiress during her mother's absence. She was the widow of one of his brother officers, a highly accomplished woman, and a woman of conscientious feelings and high principle.
"Never had any creature more need of your protection than my child has," said Honoria. "This young life and mine are the sole obstacles that stand between Sir Reginald Eversleigh and fortune. You know what baseness and treachery he and his ally are capable of committing. You cannot, therefore, wonder if I imagine all kinds of dangers for my darling."
"No," replied the captain. "I can only wonder that you consent to leave her."
"Ah, you do not understand. Can you not see that, so long as those two men exist, their crimes undiscovered, their real nature unsuspected in the world in which they live, there is perpetual danger for my child? The task which I have set myself is the task of watching these two men, and I will do it without flinching. When the hour of retribution approaches, I may need your aid, but till then let me do my work alone and in secret." This was the utmost that Lady Eversleigh told Captain Copplestone respecting the motive of her absence from the castle. She placed her child in his care, trusting in him, under Providence, for the guardianship of that innocent life, and then she tore herself away. Nothing could exceed the care which the veteran soldier bestowed upon his youthful charge. It may be imagined, therefore, that nothing short of absolute necessity would have induced him to leave the neighbourhood of Raynham during the absence of Lady Eversleigh. Unhappily, this necessity arose. Within a fortnight after the night on which Black Milsom had been invited to supper in the servants' hall, Captain Copplestone quitted Raynham Castle for an indefinite period, for the first time since Lady Eversleigh's departure. He was seated at breakfast in the pretty sitting-room in the south wing, which he occupied in common with the heiress and her governess, when a letter was brought to him by one of the castle servants. "Ben Simmons has just brought this up from the Hen and Chicken, sir," said the man. "It came by the mail coach that passes through Raynham at 6 o'clock in the morning." Captain Copplestone gazed at the superscription of the letter with considerable surprise. The handwriting was that of Lady Eversleigh, and the letter was marked "Immediate and important." In those days there was no electric telegraph, and a letter conveyed thus had pretty much the same effect upon the captain's mind that a telegram would nowadays exercise. It was something special, out of the common rule. He tore open the missive hastily. It contained only a few lines in Honoria's hand, but the hand was uncertain, and the letter scrawled and blotted, as if written in extreme haste and agitation of mind. "Come to me at once, I entreat. I have immediate need of your help. Pray come, my dear friend. I shall not detain you long. Let the child remain in the castle during your absence. She will be safe with Mrs. Morden. Clarendon Hotel, London." This, and the date, was all. Captain Copplestone sat for some moments, staring at this document with a look of unmitigated perplexity. "I can't make it out," he muttered to himself. Presently he said aloud to Mrs. Morden, "What a pity it is you women all write so much alike that it's uncommonly difficult to swear to your writing. I'm perplexed by this letter. I can't quite understand being summoned away from my pet. I think you know Lady Eversleigh's hand?" "Yes," answered the lady. "I received 2 letters from her before coming here. I could scarcely be mistaken in her handwriting." "You think not? Very well, then. Please tell me if that is her hand," said the captain, showing Mrs. Morden the address of the missive he had just received. "I should say decidedly, yes, that is her hand." "Humph!" muttered the captain. "She said something about wanting me when the hour of retribution drew near. Perhaps she has succeeded in her schemes more rapidly than she expected, and the time is come." The little girl had just quitted the room with her nurse, to be dressed for her morning run in the gardens. Mrs. Morden and the captain were alone. "Lady Eversleigh asks me to go up to London," he said at last, "and I suppose I must do what she wishes. But upon my word, I've watched over little Gertrude so closely, and I've grown so foolishly fond of her, that I don't like the idea of leaving her, even for 24 hours; though, of course, I know I leave her in the best possible care." "What danger can approach her here?" "Ah, what danger, indeed!" returned the captain, thoughtfully. "Within these walls she must be secure." "The child shall not leave the castle, nor shall she quit my sight during your absence," said Mrs. Morden; "but I hope you will not stay away long." "Rely upon it that I shall not remain away an hour longer than necessary," answered the captain. An hour afterwards he departed from Raynham in a post chaise. He left without having taken any farewell of Gertrude Eversleigh. He could not trust himself to see her. This grim, weather-beaten old soldier had surrendered his heart entirely to the child of his dead friend. He travelled Londonwards as fast as continual relays of post horses could convey him; and on the morning after he had received the letter from Lady Eversleigh, a post chaise, covered with the dust of the roads, rattled up to the Clarendon Hotel, and the traveller sprang out, after a sleepless night of impatience and anxiety. "Show me to Lady Eversleigh's rooms at once," he said to one of the servants in the hall. "I beg your pardon, sir," said the man. "What name did you say?" "Lady Eversleigh. Eversleigh, a widow lady, staying in this house." "There must be some mistake, sir. There is no one of that name at present staying in the hotel," answered the man. The housekeeper had emerged from a little sitting room, and had overheard this conversation. "No, sir," she said, "we have no one here of that name." Captain Copplestone's dark face grew deadly pale. "A trap," he muttered to himself; "a snare. That letter was a forgery." And without a word to the people of the house, he darted back to the street, sprang into the chaise, crying to the postilions, "Don't Chapter 33, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 33, Treason has done his worst. Part II. The intimacy with the household of Raynham Castle, begun by Mr. Maunders at the supper in the servants' hall, strengthened as time went by, and there was no member of the Castle household for whom Mr. Maunders entertained so warm a friendship as that which he felt for Matthew Brook, the coachman. Matthew began to divide his custom between the rival taverns of Raynham, spending an evening occasionally at the Cat and Fiddle, and appearing to enjoy himself very much at that inferior hostelry. About a fortnight had elapsed after the comfortable supper party at the castle, when Mr. Milsom took it into his head to make a formal return for the hospitalities he had received on that occasion. It happened that the evening chosen for this humble but comfortable entertainment was the evening after Captain Copplestone's departure from the castle. The supper was well cooked and neatly placed on the table. A foaming tankard of ale flanked the large dish of hissing steaks, and the gentlemen from the castle set to work with a good will to do justice to Mr. Maunders' entertainment. When the table had been cleared of all except a bowl of punch and a tray of glasses, it is scarcely a matter for wonder if the quartette had grown rather noisy, with a tendency to become still louder in its mirth with every glass of Mr. Milsom's excellent compound. They were enjoying themselves as much as it is in the power of human nature to enjoy itself. They had proposed all manner of toasts, and had drunk them with cheers, and the mirth was at its loudest when the clock of the village church boomed out solemnly upon the stillness of night, and told the hour of 10. The three men staggered hastily to their feet. "We must be off, Maunders, old fellow," said the coachman, with a certain thickness of utterance. "Right you are, Mat," answered Stephen. "You've had quite enough of that 'ere liquor, and so have we all. Good night, Mr. Maunders, and thank you kindly for a jolly evening. Come, Jim, come, Mat, old boy, off we go." "No, no," cried Mr. Maunders, the hospitable. "I'm not a-going to let Matthew Brook leave my house at 10 o'clock, when he can stay as long as he likes. You and he beat me at whist, but I mean to be even with him at cribbage. We'll have a friendly hand and a friendly glass, and I'll see him as far as the gates afterwards. You'll let him in, Plumpton, come when he will, I know. If he can stay over his time at the other house, he can stay over his time with me. Come, Brook, you won't say no, will you, to a friend?" asked Milsom. Matthew Brook looked at Mr. Milsom and at his fellow servants in a stupid, half-drunken manner, and rubbed his big head thoughtfully with his big hand. "I'm blessed if I know what to do," he said. "I've promised Stephen I wouldn't stay out after time again, and not as a rule, perhaps," answered Mr. Milsom, "but once in a way can't make any difference, I'm sure. And Stephen Plumpton is the last to be ill-natured." "That I am," replied the good-tempered footman. "Stay, if you like to stay, Mat. I'll leave my door unfastened, and welcome." On this, the two other men took a friendly leave of their host and departed, walking through the village street with legs that were not by any means too steady. There was a triumphant grin upon Mr. Milsom's face as he shut the door on these two departing guests. "Good night, and good riddance to you," he muttered. "And now for Matthew Brook. You'll sleep sound enough to night, Stephen Plumpton, I'll warrant. So sound that if old Nick himself went through your room, you'd scarcely be much wiser." He went back to the little parlour in which he had left his guest, the coachman. As he went, he slipped his forefinger and thumb into his waistcoat pocket, where they closed upon a tiny phial. It contained a pennyworth of laudanum, which he had purchased a week or so before from the Raynham chemist, as a remedy for the toothache. Here he found Matthew Brook seated with his arms folded on the table, and his eyes fixed on the cribbage board, with that stolid, unseeing gaze peculiar to drunkenness.
"He's pretty far gone as it is," Mr. Milsom thought to himself, as he looked at his guest. "It won't take much to send him further. Take another glass of punch before we begin, eh, Brooke?" he asked, in that tone of jolly good fellowship which had made him so agreeable to the castle servants. "So I will," cried Matthew. "'Nother glass. Punish the punch, eh, old boy? We'll punish glass. 'Nother punch. Hand cribbage. Glorious evening. Uproarious. Happy, glorious. God save. 'Nother glass." While Mr. Brooke attempted to shuffle the cards, dropping them half under the table during the process, Black Milsom moved the bowl and glasses to a table behind the coachman's back. Here he filled a glass for Mr. Brooke, which the coachman emptied at a draught. But after having done so, he made a wry face, and looked reproachfully at his host. "What the deuce was that you gave me?" he asked, with some indignation. "What should it be but rum punch?" answered Milsom. "The same as you've been drinking all the evening." "I'll be hanged if it is," answered Mr. Brooke. "You've been playing off some of your publican's tricks upon me, Mr. Maunders, pouring the dregs of some stale porter into the bowl, or something of that kind. Don't you do it again. I'm a very good-tempered chap, but the man that takes liberty with once don't take liberty with me twice. So don't you go do that again." This was said with tipsy solemnity, and then Mr. Brooke made another effort to shuffle the cards, and stooped a great many times to pick up some of those he had dropped, but seemed never to succeed in picking up all of them. "I'll tell you what it is, Maunders," he said at last, "I'm getting an old man. My sight isn't what it used to be. I'm blessed if I can tell a king from a queen." Before he could complete the shuffling of the cards to his own satisfaction, Mr. Brooke's eyelids began to droop over his watery eyes, and all at once his head fell forward on the table, amongst the scattered cards, his hair flopping against a fallen candlestick and smoking tallow candle. Mr. Milsom's air of jolly good fellowship disappeared. He sprang up suddenly, went to his friend, and shook him, rather roughly for such friendship. Matthew snored a little louder, but slept on. "He's fast as a rock," muttered Black Milsom; "but I must wait till it's likely Stephen Plumpton will be as sound asleep as this one." Mr. Milsom went to his kitchen, and ordered his only servant, a sturdy young native of the village, to go off to bed at once. "I've got a friend in the parlour, but I'll see him out myself when he goes," said Mr. Milsom. "You pack off to bed as soon as you've put out the lights in the bar, and shut the back door." Mr. Milsom then returned to the apartment where his sleeping guest reposed. The coachman's capacious overcoat hung on a chair near where its owner slept. Mr. Milsom deliberately put on this coat, and the hat which Mr. Brooke had worn with it. There was a thick woollen scarf of the coachman's lying on the floor near the chair, and this Black Milsom also put on, twisting it several times round his neck, so as to completely muffle the lower part of his face. He was of about the same height as Matthew, and the thick coat gave him bulk. Thus attired, he might, in an uncertain light, have been very easily mistaken for the man whose clothes he wore. Mr. Milsom gave one last scrutinizing look at the sleeping coachman, and then extinguished the candle. The fire he had allowed to die out while he sat smoking. The room was therefore now in perfect darkness. He paused by the door to look about him. All was alike, still and lonely. The village street could have been no more silent and empty if the 2 rows of houses had been so many vaults in a cemetery. Black Milsom walked rapidly up the village street, and entered the gardens of the castle by a little iron gate, of which Matthew Brooke, the reprobate and offender, had a key. This key Black Milsom had often heard of, and knew that it was always carried by Brooke in a small breast pocket of his overcoat. From the garden he made his way quickly,
silently to the quadrangle on which Stephen Plumpton's bedchamber opened. Here all was dark and silent. Milsom went straight to the little half-glass door, which served both as door and window for the small sleeping chamber of Stephen Plumpton. He opened this door with a cautious hand, and stepped softly into the room. Stephen lay with his head half covered with the bedclothes, and his loud snoring resounded through the chamber. "The rum punch has done the trick for you, my friend," Mr. Milsom said to himself. He crossed the room with slow and stealthy footsteps, opened the door communicating with the rest of the house, and went along the passage leading to the hall. With cautious steps, he groped his way to the door opening on the secondary staircase, and ascended the thickly carpeted staircase within. Here a lamp was left, dimly burning all night, and this lamp showed him another cloth-covered door at the top of the first flight of stairs. Black Milsom tried this door, and found it also unfastened. This door, which Black Milsom opened, communicated with the little passage that had been made across the room, usually tenanted by Captain Copplestone. Within this room there was a still smaller chamber, little more indeed than a spacious closet, in which slept the faithful old servant, Solomon Grundy. Both the doors were open, and Black Milsom heard the heavy breathing of the old man, the breathing of a sound sleeper. Beyond the short passage was the door opening into the sitting-room used by the young heiress of Raynham. Black Milsom had only to push it open. The intruder crept softly across the room, drew aside a curtain, and opened the massive oak door which divided the sitting-room from the bedroom. Mr. Milsom had taken care to make himself familiar with the smallest details of the castle household, and he had even heard of Mrs. Morden's habit of sleeping within closely drawn curtains, from his general informant, James Harwood, the groom, who had received his information from one of the housemaids, in that temple of gossip, the servants' hall. Gertrude Eversleigh slept in a white-curtained cot by the side of Mrs. Morden's bed. Black Milsom lifted the coverlet, threw it over the face of the sleeping child, and with one strong hand lifted her from her cot, her face still shrouded by the thick down coverlet, which must effectually prevent her cries. With the other hand he snatched up a blanket, and threw it round the struggling form, and then, bundled in coverlet and blanket, he carried the little girl away. Only when his feet were on the turf, and the castle stood up black Chapter 34 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 34 Caught in the Toils. Captain Copplestone did not waste half an hour on the road between London and Raynham. No words can paint his agony of terror, the torture of mind which he endured, as he sat in the post-chaise, watching every landmark of the journey, counting every minute of the tedious hours, and continually putting his head out of the front window, and urging the postillions to greater speed. He hated himself for having been duped by that forged letter. "I had no business to leave the child," he kept repeating to himself, "not even to obey her mother. My place was by little Gertrude, and I have been a fool to desert my post. If any harm has come to her in my absence, by the heaven above me, I think I shall be tempted to blow out my brains." Once having decided that the letter, purporting to be written by Lady Eversleigh, was a forgery, he could not doubt that it formed part of some plot against the household of Raynham Castle. To Captain Copplestone, who knew that the life of his friend had been sacrificed to the dark plottings of a traitor, this idea was terrible. "I knew the wretches I had to deal with.
I was forewarned that treachery and cunning would be on the watch to do that child wrong," he said to himself, during those hours of self-reproach; "and yet I allowed myself to be duped by the first trick of those hidden foes. Oh, great heaven, grant that I may reach Raynham before they can have taken any fatal advantage of my absence." It was daybreak when the captain's post chaise dashed into the village street of Raynham. He murmured a thanksgiving and a prayer, almost in the same breath, as he saw the castle turrets dark against the chill grey sky. The vehicle ascended the hill, and stopped before the arched entrance to the castle. An old woman, who acted as portress, opened the carved iron gates. He glanced at her, but did not stop to question her. One word from her would have put an end to all suspense; but in this last moment the soldier had not courage to utter the question which he so dreaded to have answered. Was Gertrude safe? In another moment that question was answered for Captain Copplestone, answered completely, without the utterance of a word. The principal door of the castle was open, and in the doorway stood two men. One was Mr. Ashburne, the magistrate; the other was Christopher Diamond, the constable of Raynham. The sight of these two men told Captain Copplestone that his fears were but too surely realized. Something had happened amiss, something of importance, or Gilbert Ashburne, the magistrate, would not be there. "The child," gasped the captain. "Is she dead? Murdered?" "No, not dead," answered Mr. Ashburne. "Not dead! Thank God!" exclaimed the soldier, in a devout whisper. "What then? What has happened?" he asked, scarcely able to command himself so far as to utter these few words with distinctness. "For pity's sake, speak plainly. Can't you see that you are keeping me in torture? What has happened to the child?" "She has disappeared." "She has disappeared!" echoed the captain. "I left strict orders that she should not be permitted to stir beyond the castle walls. Who dared to disobey those orders?" "No one," answered Mr. Ashburne. "Miss Eversleigh was not allowed to quit her own apartments. She disappeared in the night from her own cot, while that cot was in its usual place, beside Mrs. Morden's bed." "But who could penetrate into that room in the night, when the castle doors are secured against every one? Where is Mrs. Morden? Let me see her, and let every servant of the house be assembled in the great dining room." Captain Copplestone gave this order to the butler, who had come out to the hall on hearing the arrival of the post chaise. The man bowed and departed on his errand. "I fear you will gain nothing by questioning the household," said Mr. Ashburne. "I have already made all possible inquiries, assisted by Christopher Diamond here, but can obtain no information that throws the smallest ray of light upon this most mysterious business." "I thank you," replied the captain. "I am sure you have done all that friendship could suggest. But I should like to question those people myself. This business is a matter of life and death for me." He went into the great dining room, the room in which the inquiry had been held respecting the cause of Sir Oswald's death. Mr. Ashburne and Christopher Diamond accompanied him, and the servants of the household came in quietly, 2 and 3 at a time, until the lower end of the room was full. Mrs. Morden was the last to come. She made no protestations of her grief, her self-reproach, for she never for a moment imagined that any one could doubt the intensity of her feelings. She stood before the captain, calm, collected, ready to answer his questions promptly and conscientiously. He questioned the servants one by one, beginning with Mrs. Smithson, the housekeeper, who was ready to declare that no living creature, except the members of the household, could have been within the castle walls on the night of Gertrude Eversleigh's disappearance. "That anybody could have come into this house and gone out of it in a night unknown to me is a moral impossibility," said the housekeeper. "The doors were locked at 10:30, and the keys were brought in a basket to my room. So, you see, it's quite impossible that any one could have come in or gone out
before the doors were open in the morning."
"What time was the child's disappearance discovered?"
"At 4:45 in the morning," answered Mrs. Morden, "before any one in the house was astir. My darling has always been in the habit of waking at that hour to take a little milk which is left in a glass by her bedside. I woke at the usual time, and rose in order to give her the milk, and when I looked at her cot, I saw that it was empty. The child was gone. The silk coverlet and one blanket had disappeared with her. I gave the alarm immediately, and in a quarter of an hour the whole household was astir."
"And did you hear nothing during that night?" asked the captain, turning suddenly to address Solomon Grundy, who had entered amongst the rest of the servants. "Nothing, captain." "Humph!" muttered the old soldier. "A sorry watch dog."
"There is only one entrance to the castle which is at all weakly guarded," said the magistrate, presently, "and that is a small door belonging to the bedroom occupied by one of the footmen. But this man tells me that he was in his room that night at his usual hour, and that the door was locked and bolted in the usual way." As he said this, the magistrate looked towards the end of the apartment, where Stephen Plumpton stood amongst his fellow servants. The young man had been weak enough, or guilty enough, to commit himself to a false statement. First, because he did not want to betray the misdoings of Matthew Brook; and secondly, because he feared to admit his own culpable carelessness. "My telling the truth won't bring the child back," he argued with himself. "If it would, I'd speak out fast enough."
"You say that it is impossible that any one can have entered this house and left it during that night," said Captain Copplestone to the housekeeper; "and yet some one must have left the house, even if no one entered it, or Gertrude Eversleigh must be hidden within these walls. Has the castle been thoroughly searched? There are stories of children who have hidden themselves in sport, to find the sport end in terrible earnest."
"The castle has been searched from garret to cellar," answered Mrs. Morden. "Mrs. Smithson and I have gone together into every room, and opened every cupboard." The captain dismissed the assembly, after having asked many questions without result. When this was done, he went alone to the library, where he shut himself in, and seated himself at the writing table, with pen and ink before him, to meditate upon the steps which should be first taken in the work that lay before him. That work was no less painful a task than the writing of a letter to Lady Eversleigh to inform her of the calamity which had taken place, of the terrible realization of her worst fears. Captain Copplestone's varied and adventurous life had never brought him a severer or more painful duty, but he was not the man to shirk or defer it because it involved suffering to himself. The letter was written and dispatched by the evening post, and then the captain shut himself up in his own room, and gave way to the bitterest grief he had ever experienced. Who shall describe the agony which Lady Eversleigh suffered when Captain Copplestone's letter reached her? For the first half hour after she read it, a blight seemed to fall upon her senses, and she sat still in her chair, stupefied. But when she rallied, her first impulse was to send for Andrew Larkspur, who was now nearly restored to his usual state of sound health. She rang the bell and summoned Jane Payland. "There is a lawyer's clerk living in this house," she said, "Mr. Andrews. Go to him immediately, and ask him to favour me with an interview. I wish to consult him on a matter of business." "Yes, ma'am," answered Miss Payland, looking inquisitively at the ashen face of her mistress. "There's something fresh this morning," she muttered to herself, as she tripped lightly up the stairs to do her bidding. Mr. Larkspur, or Mr. Andrews, presented himself before Lady Eversleigh a few minutes after he received her message. He found her pacing the room in a fever of excitement. "Good gracious me, ma'am!" he exclaimed. "Is there anything amiss?" "Yes," she answered, handing him the letter. Mr. Larkspur read the letter to the end, and then read it again.
"This is a bad job," he said, calmly. "What's to be done now?"
"You must accompany me to Raynham Castle. You must help me to find my child," cried Honoria, in wild excitement. "You are better now, Mr. Larkspur. You can bear the journey. For heaven's sake, do not say you cannot aid me. You must come with me, Andrew Larkspur. I do not offer to bribe you. I say you must come. Bring me my darling safe to my arms, and you may name your own reward for that priceless service."
"No, no," said Mr. Larkspur. "I don't say that. I am well enough, so far as that goes. But how about our little schemes in London?"
"Never mind them. Never think of them. What are they to me now?"
"Very well, my lady," answered Mr. Larkspur. "If it must be so, it must be. I must turn my back upon the neatest business that ever a Bow Street officer handled, just as it's getting most interesting to a well-regulated mind."
"And you'll come with me at once?"
"Give me 1 hour to make my plans, ma'am, and I'm your man," replied Mr. Larkspur. "I'll pack a carpet bag, leave it downstairs, take a hackney coach to Bow Street, see my deputy, and arrange some matters for him, and be ready 1 hour from this time, when you'll be so kind as to call for me in a post chaise, not forgetting to bring my carpet bag with you in the boot, if you please. And now you be so good as to keep up your spirits, ma'am, like a Trojan, which I've heard the Trojans had an uncommon hard time of it in their day. If the child is to be found, Andrew Larkspur is the man to find her. And as to reward, we won't talk about that, if you please, my lady. I may be a hard-fisted one, but I'm not the individual to trade upon the feelings of a mother that has lost her only child." Having said this, Mr. Larkspur departed, and in less than 2 hours he and Lady Eversleigh were seated in a post chaise behind 4 horses, tearing along the road between London and Barnet.
Chapter 35 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 35 Larkspur to the Rescue. The journey of Lady Eversleigh and her companion, the Bow Street officer, was as rapid as the journey of Captain Copplestone. Along the same northern road as that which he had travelled a few days before, flew the post-chaise containing the anguish-stricken mother and her strange ally. In this hour of agony and suspense, Honoria Eversleigh looked to the queer, wizened little police officer, Andrew Larkspur, as the best friend she had on earth. "You'll find my child for me?" she cried many times during the course of that long journey, appealing to Mr. Larkspur, with clasped hands and streaming eyes. "Oh, tell me you'll find her for me. For pity's sake, give me some comfort, some hope." "I'll give you plenty of comfort, and plenty of hope, too, mum, if you'll only cheer up and trust in me," answered the luminary of Bow Street, with that stolid calmness of manner which seemed as if it would scarcely have been disturbed by an earthquake. "You keep up your spirits, and don't give way. If the little lady is alive, I'll bring her back to you safe and sound. If so be as she's contrariwise," added Mr. Larkspur, alarmed by the wild look in his companion's eyes, as he was about to pronounce the terrible word she so much feared to hear, "why, in that case, I'll find them as done the deed, and they shall pay for it." "Oh, give her back to me!" exclaimed Honoria. "Give her back! Let me hold her in my arms once more. I abandon all thought of revenge upon those who have so basely wronged me. Let Providence alone deal with them and their crime. It may be this punishment has come to me because I have sought to usurp the office of Providence. Let me have my darling once more, and I will banish from my heart every feeling which a Christian should abjure." Bitter remorse was mingled with the agony which rent the mother's heart in those terrible hours. All at once her eyes were opened to the deep and dreadful guilt involved in those vengeful feelings she had so long nourished, to the exclusion of all tender emotions, all generous instincts. Bitterly did the mother upbraid herself as she sat, with her hands clasped tightly together, her pale face turned to the window, her haggard eyes looking out at every object on the road, eager to behold any landmark that would tell her that she was so many miles nearer the end of her journey. She had concluded that, as a matter of course, the disappearance of the child had been directly or indirectly the work of Sir Reginald Eversleigh, and she said as much to Mr. Larkspur. But, to her surprise, she found that he did not share her opinion upon this subject. "If you ask me whether Sir Reginald is in it, I'll tell you candidly, no, my lady, I don't think he is. I don't need to tell you that I've had a deal of experience in my time, and, if that experience is worth a brass button, Sir Reginald hasn't any hand in this business down in Yorkshire." "Not directly, perhaps, but indirectly," interrupted Honoria. "Neither one nor the other," answered the great man of Bow Street. "I've had my eye upon the baronet ever since you put me up to watching him, and there's precious little he could do without my spotting him. I know what letters he has written, and I know, more or less, what has been in those letters. I know what people he has seen, and more or less what he has said to them; and I don't see that it's possible he could have carried on such a game as this abduction of Missy without my having an inkling of it." "But what of his ally, his bosom friend and confederate, Victor Carrington? May not his treacherous hand have struck this blow?" "I think not, my lady," replied Mr. Larkspur. "I've had my eye upon that gentleman likewise, as per agreement; for when Andrew Larkspur guarantees to do a thing, he ain't the man to do it by halves. I've kept a close watch upon Mr. Carrington, and, with the exception of his parlez-vous francaising with that sharp-nosed, shabby genteel lady companion of Madame Durski's, there's very few of his goings-ons I haven't been able to reckon up to a fraction. No, my lady, there's some one else in this business, and who that some one else is, it'll be my duty to find out. But I can't do anything till I get on the ground. When I get on the ground, and have had time to look about me, I shall be able to form an opinion." Honoria was fain to be patient, to put her trust in heaven, and beneath heaven, in this pragmatical little police officer, who really felt as much compassion for her sorrow as it was possible for a man so steeped in the knowledge of crime and iniquity, and so hardened by contact with the worst side of the world, to feel for any human grief. She was compelled to be patient, or, at any rate, to assume that outward aspect of calmness which seems like patience, while the heart within her breast throbbed tumultuously as storm-driven waves. At last the wearisome journey came to an end. She entered the arched gateway of Raynham Castle, and, as she looked out of the carriage window, she saw the big black letters, printed on a white broadside, offering a reward of £300 for the early restoration of the missing child. Mr. Larkspur gave a scornful sniff as he perceived this bill. "That won't bring her back," he muttered. "Those who have taken her away will play a deeper game than to bring her back for the first reward that's offered, or the second, or the third. She'll have to be found by those that are a match for the scoundrel that stole her from her home, and perhaps he will find his match before long, clever as he is." The meeting between Honoria and Captain Copplestone was a very quiet one. She was far too noble, far too just, to reproach the friend in whom she had trusted, even though he had failed in his trust. He had heard the approach of the post chaise, and he awaited her on the threshold of the door. He had gone forth to many a desperate encounter, but he had never felt so heart-piercing a pang as that which he endured this day when he went to meet Lady Eversleigh. She held out her hand to him as she crossed the threshold. "I have done my duty," he said, in low, earnest tones. "As I am a man of honour and a soldier, Lady Eversleigh, I have done my duty, miserable as the result has been." "I can believe that," answered Honoria, gravely. "Your face tells me there are no good tidings to greet me here. She is not found?" The captain shook his head sadly. "And there are no tidings of any kind? No clue, no trace?" "None. The constable of this place, and other men from the market town, are doing their utmost; but as yet the result has been only new mystification, new conjecture." "No, nor wouldn't be, if the constables were to have 20 years to do their work in, instead of 3 days," interrupted Mr. Larkspur. "Perhaps you don't know what country police officers are. I do; and if you expect to find the little lady by their help, you may just as well look up to the sky yonder, and wait till she drops down from it; for of the two things, that's by far the most likely. I can believe in miracles," added Mr. Larkspur, piously, "but I can't believe in rural police constables." The captain looked at the speaker with a bewildered expression, and Lady Eversleigh hastened to explain the presence of her ally. "This is Mr. Larkspur, a well known Bow Street officer," she said, "and I rely on his aid to find my precious one. Pray tell me all that has happened in connection with this event. He is very clever, and he may strike out some plan of action that will be better than anything which has yet been attempted." They had passed into a small sitting room, half anteroom, half study, leading out of the great hall; and here the police officer seated himself, as much at home as if he had spent half his life within the walls of Raynham, and listened quietly while Captain Copplestone gave a circumstantial account of the child's disappearance, taking care not to omit the smallest detail connected with that event. Mr. Larkspur made occasional pencil notes in his memorandum book, but he did not interrupt the captain's narration by a single remark. When all was finished, Lady Eversleigh looked at him with anxious, inquiring eyes, as if from his lips she expected to receive the sentence of fate itself. "Well," she muttered, breathlessly, "is there any hope? Do you see any clue?" "Half a dozen clues," answered the police officer, "if they're properly handled. The first thing we've got to do is to offer a reward for that silk coverlet that was taken away with the little girl." "Why offer a reward for the coverlet?" asked Captain Copplestone. "Bless your innocent heart," answered Mr. Larkspur, contemplating the soldier with a pitying smile. "Don't you see that, if we find the coverlet, we're pretty sure to find the child? The man who took her away made a mistake when he carried off the coverlet with her, unless he was deep enough to destroy it before he had taken her far. If he didn't do that, if he left that silk coverlet behind him anywhere, I consider his game as good as up. That is just the kind of thing that a police officer gets his clue from. There's been more murders and burglaries found out from an old coat, or a pair of old shoes, or a walking stick, or such like, than you could count in a day. I shan't make any stir about the child just yet, my lady, but before 48 hours are over our heads I'll have a handbill posted in every town in England, and an advertisement in every newspaper, offering £5 reward for that dark blue silk coverlet you talk of, lined with crimson." "There seems considerable wisdom in the idea," said the captain, thoughtfully. "It would never have occurred to me to advertise for the coverlet." "I don't suppose it would," answered the great Larkspur, with a slight touch of sarcasm in his tone. "It has took me a matter of 30 years to learn my business, and it ain't to be supposed as my knowledge will come to other folks natural." "You are right, Mr. Larkspur," replied the captain, smiling at the police officer's air of offended dignity; "and since you seem to be thoroughly equal to the difficulties of the situation, I think we can scarcely do better than trust ourselves entirely to your discretion." "I don't think you'll have any occasion to repent your confidence," said Mr. Larkspur, And now, if I may make so bold as to mention it, I should be glad to get a morsel of dinner, and a glass of brandy and water, cold without, after which I'll take a turn in the village and look about me. There may be something to be picked up in that direction by a man who keeps his eyes and ears open." Mr. Larkspur was consigned to the care of the butler, who conducted him at once to the housekeeper's room, where that very important person, Mrs. Smithson, received him with almost regal condescension. Mrs. Smithson and the butler both would have been very glad to converse with Mr. Larkspur, and to find out from that gentleman's conversation who he was, and all about him; but Mr. Larkspur himself had no inclination to be communicative. He responded courteously, but briefly, to all Mrs. Smithson's civilities, and after eating the best part of a cold roast chicken, and a pound or so of ham, and drinking about half a pint of cognac, he left the housekeeper's room, and retired to an apartment to which the butler ushered him, a very comfortable little sitting room, leading into a small bedchamber, which two rooms were to be occupied by Mr. Larkspur during his residence at the castle. Here he employed himself until dark in writing short notes to the chief police officers of all the principal towns in England, ordering the printing and posting of the handbills of which he had spoken to Lady Eversleigh and the captain. When this was done, he put on his hat and went out at the great arched gateway of the castle, whence he made his way to the village street. Here he spent the rest of the evening, and he made very excellent use of his time, though he passed the greater part of it in the parlour of the Hen and Chickens, drinking very weak brandy and water, and listening to the conversation of the gentry who patronized that house of entertainment. Among those gentry was the good-tempered but somewhat weak-minded Matthew Brook, the coachman. "I'll tell you what it is, Mat Brook," said a stout, red-faced individual, who was butler at one of the mansions in the neighbourhood of Raynham. "You've not been yourself for the last week, not since little Missy was stolen from the castle yonder. You must have been uncommonly fond of that child." "I was fond of her, bless her dear little heart," replied Matthew. But though this assertion, so far as it went, was perfectly true, there was some slight hesitation in the coachman's manner of uttering it, a hesitation which Andrew Larkspur was not slow to perceive. "And you've lost your new friend down at the Cat and Fiddle, where you was beginning to spend more of your evenings than you spent here. What's become of that man Maunders, Brook?" asked the butler. "That was a rather queer thing, his leaving Raynham so suddenly, leaving his house to take care of itself, or to be taken care of by a stupid country wench, who doesn't know her business any more than a cow. Do you know why he went, or where he's gone, Mat?" "Not I," Mr. Brook answered, rather nervously, and reddening as he spoke. The police officer watched and listened even more intently than before. The conversation was becoming every moment more interesting for him. "How should I know where Mr. Maunders has gone?" asked Matthew Brook, rather peevishly, as he paused from smoking to refill his honest clay pipe. "How should I know where he's gone, or how long he means to stay away? I know nothing of him, except that he seems a jolly good-hearted sort of chap in his own rough and ready way. James Harwood brought him up to the castle one night for a hand at whist and a bit of supper, and he seemed to take a regular fancy to some of us, and asked us to take a glass now and then down at his place, which we did, and that's all about it, and I don't mean to stand any more cross-questioning." "Why, Brook," cried his friend the butler, "what's come to you? It isn't like you to answer any man in that way, least of all such an old friend as me." Mr. Brook took no notice of this reproach. He went on smoking silently. "I say, Harris," said the butler presently, when the landlord of the Hen and Chickens came into the room to attend upon his customers, "do you know whether the landlord of the Cat and Fiddle has come back yet?" "No, he ain't," answered Mr. Harris; "and folks complain sadly of being served by that awkward lass he's left in charge of the house. I've had a many of his old customers come up here for what they want." "Does anybody know where he's gone?" "That's as may be," answered Mr. Harris. "Anyhow, I don't.
Some say he's gone to London for a fortnight's pleasure; but if he has, he's a very queer man of business, and it strikes me when he comes back he will find his customers all left him." "Do you think he's cut and run?" "Well, you see, he might be in debt, and want to give his creditors the slip." "But folks down the village say he didn't owe a £5 note," returned the landlord, who was a great authority with regard to all local gossip. "It's rather a queer business altogether, that chap taking himself off without why or wherefore, and just about the time as the little girl disappeared from the castle." "Why, you don't think he had anything to do with that, Joe Harris?" exclaimed the butler. Andrew Larkspur took occasion to look at Matthew Brook at this moment, and he saw the coachman's honest face grow pallid, as if under the influence of some sudden terror. "You don't believe as Maunders had a hand in stealing the child, eh, Joe Harris?" repeated the butler. Joe Harris shook his head solemnly. "I don't think nothing, and I don't believe nothing," he answered, with a mysterious air. "It ain't my place to give an opinion upon this here subject. It might be said as I was jealous of the landlord of the Cat and Fiddle, and owed him a grudge. All I says is this: it's a very queer circumstance as the landlord of the Cat and Fiddle should disappear from the village directly after little Miss Eversleigh disappeared from the castle. You may put two and two together, and you may make 'em into four, if you like," added Mr. Harris, with profound solemnity; "or you may leave it alone. That's your business." "I'll tell you what it is," said the butler. "I've had a chat with old Mother Smithson since the disappearance of the young lady, and from what I've heard, it's pretty clear to my mind that business wasn't managed by any one outside the castle. It couldn't be. There was some one inside had a hand in it. I wouldn't mind staking a 12-month's wages on that, Matthew, and you mustn't be offended if I seem to go against your fellow servants." "I ain't offended, and I ain't pleased," answered Matthew, testily. "All I can say is, as I don't like so much cross-questioning. There's a sort of lawyer chap has come down to day with my lady, I hear, though I ain't set eyes on him yet, and I suppose he'll find out all about it." No more was said upon the subject of the lost heiress, or the landlord of the Cat and Fiddle. The subject was evidently, for some reason or other, unpleasant to Mr. Brook, the coachman, and as Matthew Brook was a general favourite, the subject was dropped. Mr. Larkspur devoted the next morning to a careful examination of all possible entrances to the castle. When he saw the half-glass door opening from the quadrangle into the little bedchamber occupied by Stephen Plumpton, the footman, he gave a long, low whistle, and smiled to himself, with the triumphant smile of a man who has found a clue to the mystery he wishes to solve. Mrs. Smithson, the housekeeper, conducted Andrew Larkspur from room to room during this careful investigation of the premises, and she and Stephen Plumpton alone were present when he examined this half-glass door. "Do you always bolt your door of a night?" Mr. Larkspur asked of the footman. "Always, sir." The tone of the man's voice and the man's face combined to betray him to the skilled police officer. Andrew Larkspur knew that the man had told him a deliberate falsehood. "Are you certain you bolted this door on that particular night?" "Oh, quite certain, sir." The police officer examined the bolt. It was a very strong one, but it moved so stiffly as to betray the fact that it was very rarely used. Mrs. Smithson did not notice this fact, but Mr. Larkspur did. It was his business to take note of small facts. "Can you remember what you were doing on that particular night?" he asked presently, turning again to the embarrassed Stephen. "No, sir. I can't say I do remember exactly," faltered the footman. "Were you at home that night?" "Well, yes, sir. I think I was." "You are not certain?" "Well, yes, sir. Perhaps I might venture to say as I'm certain," answered the miserable young man, who, in his desire to screen his fellow servant, found himself led on from one falsehood to another. He knew that he could rely on the honourable silence of the servants, and that none among them would betray the secret of the party at the Cat and Fiddle.
After completing the examination of the premises, Mr. Larkspur dined comfortably in the housekeeper's room, and then once more sallied forth to the village to finish his afternoon. But on this occasion it was to the Cat and Fiddle, and not the Hen and Chickens, that the police officer betook himself. Here he found only a few bargemen and villagers, carousing upon the wooden benches of a tap-room, drinking their beer out of yellow earthenware mugs, and enjoying themselves in an atmosphere that was almost suffocating from the fumes of strong tobacco. Mr. Larkspur did not trouble himself to listen to the conversation of these men. He looked into the room for a few minutes, and then returned to the bar, where he ordered a glass of brandy and water from the girl who served Mr. Maunder's customers in the absence of that gentleman. "So your master is away from home, my lass," he said, in his most insinuating tone, as he slowly stirred his brandy and water. "Yes, he be, sir." "Do you know when he is coming back?" inquired Larkspur. "Lawks, no, sir." "Or where he has gone?" "No, sir, I don't know that neither. My master's a good one to hold his tongue, he is. He never tells nobody nothing, in a manner of speaking." "When did he go away?" The girl named the morning on which had been discovered the disappearance of Sir Oswald's daughter. "He went away pretty early, I suppose?" said Mr. Larkspur, with assumed indifference. "I should rather think he did," answered the girl. "I was up at 6 that morning, but my master had gone clean off when I came downstairs. There weren't a sign of him." "He must have gone very early." "That he must; and the strangest part of it is that he was up very late the night before," added the girl, who was one of those people who ask nothing better than the privilege of telling all they know about anything or anybody. "Oh," said Mr. Larkspur, "he was up late the night before, was he?" "Yes; it was 11 when he sent me to bed, ordering me off as sharp as you please, which is just his way. And he couldn't have gone to bed for above an hour after that, for I lay awake, on the listen, as you may say, wondering what he was up to downstairs. But though I lay awake above an hour, I didn't hear him come upstairs at all, so goodness knows what time he went to bed. You see, he had a party that night." "Oh, he had a party, had he?" remarked the police officer, who saw that he had no occasion to question this young lady, so well inclined was she to tell him all she knew. "Yes, sir. His friends came to have a hand at cards and a hot supper, and didn't it give me plenty of trouble to get it all ready, that's all. You see, master's friends are some of the gentlemen up at the castle, and they live so uncommon well up there, that they're very particular what they eat. It must be all of the best, and done to a turn, master says to me, and so it was. I'm sure the steak was a perfect picture when I laid it on the dish, and the onions were fried a beautiful golden brown, as would have done credit to the Queen of England's head cook, though I says it as shouldn't, perhaps," added the damsel, modestly. "And which of the gentlemen from the castle came to supper with your master that night?" Mr. Larkspur asked presently. "Well, sir, you see there was 3 of them. Mr. Brook, the coachman, a good-natured, civil-spoken man, as you'd wish to meet, but a little given to drink, folks say. And there was James Harwood, the undergroom, and Stephen Plumpton, the footman, a good-looking, fresh-coloured young man, which is perhaps be known to you." "Oh, yes," answered Mr. Larkspur, "I know Stephen, the footman." Mr. Larkspur and the damsel conversed a good deal after this, but nothing of particular interest transpired in this conversation. The gentleman departed from the Cat and Fiddle very well satisfied with his evening's work, and returned to the castle in time to take a comfortable cup of tea in the housekeeper's room. He was quite satisfied in his own mind as to the identity of the delinquent who had stolen the child. The next thing to be discovered was the manner in which the landlord of the Cat and Fiddle had left Raynham. It must have been almost impossible for him to leave in any public vehicle, carrying the stolen child with him as he must have done, without attracting the attention of his fellow passengers. Andrew Larkspur had taken care to ascertain all possible details of the man's habits from the communicative barmaid, and knew that he had no vehicle or horse of his own. He must, therefore, have either gone in a public vehicle or on foot. If he had left the village on foot, under cover of darkness, he might have left unseen; but he must have entered some other village at daybreak. He must, sooner or later, have procured some kind of conveyance; and wherever he went, carrying with him that stolen child, it was more than probable his appearance would attract attention. After a little trouble, the astute Andrew ascertained that Mr. Maunders had certainly not left the village by any public conveyance. It was late when Mr. Larkspur returned to the castle, after having mastered this fact. He found that Lady Eversleigh had been inquiring for him, and he was told that she had requested he might be sent to her apartments at whatever time he returned. In obedience to this summons, he followed a servant to the room occupied by the mistress of Raynham Castle. "Well, Mr. Larkspur," Honoria asked eagerly, "do you bring me any hope?" "I don't know exactly about that, my lady," answered the ever cautious Andrew; "but I think I may venture to say that things are going on pretty smoothly. I ain't wasting time, depend upon it; and I hope in a day or two I may have something encouraging to tell you." "But you will tell me nothing yet?" murmured Honoria, with a despairing sigh. "Not yet, my lady." No more was said. Lady Eversleigh was obliged to be content with this small comfort. Early the next morning, Mr. Larkspur set out on Chapter 36 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 36 On the Track. The next day Mr. Larkspur spent in the same manner, and returned to the castle late at night, and very much out of sorts. He had of late been spoiled by tolerably easy triumphs, and the experience of failure was very disagreeable to him. On both evenings he was summoned to Lady Eversleigh's apartments, and on each occasion declined going. He sent a respectful message to the effect that he had nothing to communicate to her ladyship, and would not, therefore, intrude upon her. But early on the morning after the second day's wasted labour, the post brought Mr. Larkspur a communication which quite restored him to his accustomed good humour. It was neither more nor less than a brief epistle from one of the officials of the police staff at Murford Haven, informing Mr. Larkspur that an old woman had produced the silken coverlet advertised for, and claimed the offered reward. Mr. Larkspur sent a servant to inquire if Lady Eversleigh would be pleased to favour him with a few minutes' conversation that morning. The man came back almost immediately with a ready affirmative. "My lady will be very happy to see Mr. Larkspur." "Oh, Mr. Larkspur," exclaimed Honoria, as the police officer entered the room, "I am certain you bring me good news. I can see it in your face." "Well, yes, my lady. Certainly I've got a little bit of good news this morning." "You have found a clue to my child?" "I have found out something about the coverlet," answered Andrew, "and that's the next best thing to my mind. That has turned up at Murford Haven, 30 miles from here, though how the man who stole Miss Eversleigh can have got there without leaving a single trace behind him is more than I can understand." "At Murford Haven? My darling has been taken to Murford Haven!" cried Honoria. "So I conclude, my lady, by the coverlet turning up there," replied Mr. Larkspur. "I told you the handbills would do the trick. Murford Haven is a large manufacturing town, and the sort of place a man who wanted to keep himself out of sight of the police might be likely enough to choose. Now, with your leave, my lady, I'll be off to Murford Haven as soon as I can have a post chaise got ready for me." "And I will go with you," exclaimed Lady Eversleigh. "I shall feel as if I were nearer my child if I go to the town where you hope to find the clue to her hiding place." "I, too, will accompany you," said Captain Copplestone. "Begging your pardon, sir," remonstrated Mr. Larkspur, "if 3 of us go, and one of those three a lady, we might attract attention, even in such a busy place as Murford Haven; and if those that have got little missy should hear of it, they'd smell a rat. No, my lady, you let me go alone. I'm used to this sort of work, and you ain't, and the captain ain't either. I can slip about on the quiet anywhere like an eel, and I've got the eye to see whatever it is to be seen, and the ear to pick up every syllable that's to be heard. You trust matters to me, and depend upon it I'll do my duty. I've got a clue, and a clue is all I ever want. You keep to this spot, my lady, and you too, captain, for there may come some kind of news in my absence, and you may have to act without me. I shan't waste time, you may rely upon it, and all you've got to do, my lady, is to trust to me, and hope that I shall bring you back good news from Murford Haven." Very little more was said, and half an hour after this interview the police officer left Raynham in a post-chaise on the first stage of the journey to Murford Haven. Words are too weak to describe the sufferings of the mother of the lost child, and of the friends to whom she was hardly less dear. They waited very quietly, with all outward show of calmness, but the pain of suspense was not less keen. They sat silent, unoccupied, counting the hours, the minutes even, during the period which must elapse before the return of the police officer. He came earlier than Honoria had dared to expect him, and he brought with him so much comfort that she could almost have fallen on her knees, like Thetis at the feet of Jove, in the extremity of her gratitude for his services. "I've got the coverlet," said Mr. Larkspur, dragging the little silken covering from his carpet-bag, and displaying it before those to whom it was so familiar. "That's about the ticket, I think, my lady. Yes, just so. I found a nice old hag waiting to claim her £5 reward, for you see, the men at the police office at Murford Haven contrived to keep her dancing attendance backwards and forwards. Call again in an hour, and so on, till I was there to cross-question her. A precious deep one she is, too, and a regular jail-bird, I'll wager. I soon reckoned her up, and I was pretty sure that whatever she knew she'd tell fast enough, if she was only paid her price. So, after a good deal of shilly-shally, and handing her over £25 in solid cash, and telling her that she'd better beware how she trifled with a gentleman belonging to Bow Street, she consented to tell me all about the little girl. The man that stole little missy had been to her precious hovel, and old Mother Brimstone had found a change of clothes for little missy, in token of which, and on payment of another sovereign, the old harpy gave me little missy's own clothes, and there they are." Hereupon Mr. Larkspur dragged from his capacious carpet-bag the delicate little garments of lawn and lace, which had been worn by the cherished heiress of Raynham. Ah, who can describe the anguish of the mother's heart as she gazed upon those familiar garments, so associated with the form of the lost one? "Well," gasped Honoria, "go on, I entreat. She told you the child had been there, but with whom? Did she tell you that?" "She did," returned Andrew Larkspur. "She told me that the scoundrel who holds little missy in his keeping is no other than the man suspected of a foul murder, a man I have long been looking for, a man who is well known amongst the criminal classes of London by the name of Black Milsom." Black Milsom! The face of Lady Eversleigh, pale before, grew almost ghastly in its pallor, as that hated name sounded in her ears, ominous as a death knell. "Black Milsom!" she exclaimed at last. "If my child is in the power of that man, she is indeed lost." "You know him, my lady?" cried Andrew Larkspur, with surprise. "Ah, I remember. You seemed familiar with the details of the Jernam murder. You know this man Milsom?" "I do know him," answered Honoria, in a tone of utter despair. "Do not ask me where or when that man and I have met. It is enough that I know him. My darling could not be in worse hands." "He can have but one motive, and that to extort money," said Captain Copplestone. "No harm will come to our darling's precious life. You have reason to rejoice that your child has not fallen into the hands of Sir Reginald Eversleigh." "Tell me more," said Honoria to Mr. Larkspur. "Tell me all you have discovered." "All I could discover was that the man Milsom had taken the child to London by a certain coach. I went to the inn from which that particular coach always starts, and here, after much trouble and delay, I was lucky enough to see the guard. From him I derived some valuable information, or perhaps I ought to say some information that I think may turn up trumps. He perfectly remembered the man Milsom by my description of him, I having got the description from old Mother Brimstone; and he remembered the child, because of her crying a deal, and the passengers pitying her, and being pleased with her pretty looks, and trying to comfort her, and so on. The guard himself took a deal of notice of the child, and thought the man was not much good; and when they got to London, he felt curious like, he said, to know where the two would go, and what would become of them." "And did he find out?" gasped Lady Eversleigh. "As good luck would have it, he did. The man got into a hackney coach, and the guard heard the driver tell him to go to Ratcliffe Highway. That was all." "Then I will find him," exclaimed Honoria, with feverish excitement. "I know the place well, too well. I will go with you to London, Mr. Larkspur, and I myself will help you to find my treasure." In the extremity of her excitement, she was reckless what secrets she betrayed. She had but one thought, one consideration, and that to her was life or death. "Don't question me," she said to Captain Copplestone, who stared at her in amazement. "My girlhood was spent in a den of thieves. My womanhood has been one long struggle against pitiless enemies. I will fight bravely to the last. And now, in this most bitter trial of my life, the experience of my miserable youth shall serve in the contest with that villain." She would brook no delay. She would explain nothing. "Do not question me," she repeated. "You have counselled me to trust in the experience of Mr. Larkspur, and I will confide myself to his wisdom; but I must and will accompany him in his search for my child. Let a post chaise be ordered immediately. Can you dispense with rest, and take a hurried dinner before you start, Mr. Larkspur?" she added, turning to her ally. "Dispense with rest! Bless your innocent heart, my lady, I don't know the meaning of rest when I'm in business; and as for dinner, a ham sandwich and a glass of brandy out of a pocket pistol is as much as I ask for when my blood's up." "You shall be richly rewarded for your exertions." "Thank you kindly, ma'am. The promise of a reward is very encouraging, of course; but upon my word, my heart's more in this business than it ever was before in anything under a murder, and I feel as if it was in me to do wonders." No more was said. Andrew Larkspur hurried away to eat as good a dinner as he could get through in 10 minutes, and Honoria went to her dressing room to prepare herself for her journey. "Pray for me, kind and faithful friend," she said, earnestly, as she bade adieu to the captain. In a few minutes more she was once again speeding along the familiar road which she had travelled under such different circumstances, and with such different feelings. She remembered the first time she had driven through those rustic villages, past those swelling uplands, those woods and hills. Then she had come as a bride, beloved, honoured, seated by the side of an adoring husband, a happy future shining before her, a bright horizon without one cloud. Only one shadow to come between her and the sunshine, and that the shadow of a cruel memory, the haunting recollection of that foul deed which had been done beneath the shelter of the darkness, by the side of the ever-flowing river. Even to-day, when her heart was full of her child's sweet image, that dark memory still haunted her. It seemed to her as if some mystic influence obliged her to recall the horrors of that night. "The curse of innocent blood has been upon me," she thought to herself. "I shall never know rest or peace till the murder of Valentine Jernam has been avenged." Lady Eversleigh went at once to her rooms in Percy Street, and Mr. Andrew Larkspur betook himself to certain haunts in which he expected to glean some information. That he was not entirely unsuccessful will appear from his subsequent conversation with Lady Eversleigh. After an absence, in reality short, but which to her suspense and impatience appeared of endless duration, Mr. Larkspur presented himself before her. "Well, Mr. Larkspur, what news?" she cried eagerly, as he entered the room.
"Not much, my lady; but there's something done, at any rate. I've found out one fact."
"And what is that?"
"That the little lady has not been taken out of the country. Now, you seem to know something of the man Milsom, my lady. Have you any idea whether there is any particular place where he'd be likely to take little missy?"
For some minutes Lady Eversleigh remained silent, evidently lost in thought. "Yes," she said at last, "I do know something of that man's past career; so much that the very mention of his name sends a thrill of horror through my heart. Yes, Mr. Larkspur, it is my misfortune to have known Black Milsom only too well in the bitter past."
"If your ladyship wouldn't consider it a liberty," said the police officer, with some hesitation, "I should very much like to put a question."
"You are free to ask me what questions you please."
"What I should like to ask is this," replied Mr. Larkspur. "When and where did your ladyship happen to meet Black Milsom? If you would only be so kind as to speak freely, it might be a great help to me in the work I've got in hand."
Honoria did not answer him for some moments. She had risen from her chair, and was walking up and down the room in deep thought. "Will it help you in your search for my child," she said at length, "if I tell you all I know?"
"It may help me. I cannot venture to say more than that, my lady."
"If there is even a chance, I must speak," replied Honoria. "I will tell you, then," she said, throwing herself into a chair, and fixing her grave, earnest eyes upon the face of her companion. "In order to tell you what I know of Black Milsom, I must go back to the days of my childhood. My first memories are bright ones, but they are so vague, so shadowy, that it is with difficulty I can distinguish realities from dreams. And yet I believe the things which I remember must have been real. I have a faint recollection of a darkly beautiful face that bent over me as I lay in some bed or cradle, softer and more luxurious than any bed I ever slept in for many years after that time. I remember a soft, sweet voice that sang me to sleep. I remember that in the place I called home everything was beautiful."
"And do you not even know where this home was?"
"I know nothing of its locality. I was too young to remember the names of persons or places, but I have often fancied it was in Italy."
"In Italy?"
"Yes; for the first home which I really remember was a fisherman's hut in a little village within a few miles of Naples. I was the only child in that miserable hovel, lonely, desolate, miserable, in the power of two wretches whose presence filled me with loathing."
"And they were?"
"An old woman called Andronetta. I know that, though I called her nurse when she was with me in the beautiful home I so dimly remember, and the man whom you have heard of under the name of Black Milsom."
"Is he an Italian?" asked Andrew, astonished.
"I don't know," replied Honoria. "In England he calls himself an Englishman. In Italy he is supposed to be an Italian. What his real calling was in those days I do not know, but I feel assured that it must have been dark and unlawful, as all his actions have been since that time. He pretended to get his living like the other fishermen in the neighbourhood, but he was often idle for a week at a time, and still more often absent. I have seen him count over gold and jewels with old Andronetta on his return from some expedition. To me he was harsh and cruel. I hated him, and he knew that I hated him. He ordered me to call him father, and I was more than once savagely beaten by him because I refused to do so. Under such treatment, in such a wretched home, deprived of all natural companionship, I grew wild and strange. My will was indomitable as the will of my tyrant, and on many occasions I resisted him boldly. Sometimes I ran away, and wandered for days together among the neighbouring hills and woods; but I returned always, sooner or later, to my miserable shelter, for I knew not where else to go. My lonely life had made me shrink from all human creatures, except the two wretches with whom I lived; and when the few neighbours would have shown me some kindness, I ran from them in wild, unreasoning terror."
"Strange," muttered the police officer.
"Yes, a strange history, is it not?" returned Lady Eversleigh; "and you wonder, no doubt, to hear of such a childhood from the lips of Sir Oswald Eversleigh's widow. One day I heard a neighbour reproaching the man with his cruel treatment of me. 'It is bad enough to have stolen the child,' he said; 'you shouldn't beat her as well.' From that hour I knew that I was a stolen child. I told him as much one night, and the next morning he took me to Naples, where, in the most obscure and yet most crowded part of the city, I lived for some years.
'Nobody will trouble himself about you here, my young princess,'
my tyrant said to me.
'Children swarm by the hundreds in all the alleys. You will only be one more drop of water in the ocean.'"
There was a pause, during which Honoria sat in a meditative attitude, with her eyes fixed upon vacancy. It seemed as if she was looking back into the shadowy past. "I cannot tell you how wretched my life was for some time. Andrinetta had accompanied us to Naples, and soon I saw she was very ill, and she had fits of violence that approached insanity. Within doors she was my sole companion. The man only slept in the house, and at times was absent for months. How he earned his livelihood I knew no more than I had known in the little seaside village. I now rarely saw jewels or gold in his possession; but at night, after he had gone to his chamber, I often heard the chink of golden coin through the thin partition which divided my room from his. I think in these days I must have perished body and soul, if Providence had not sent me a friend in the person of a good Catholic priest, a noble and saintly old man, who visited the wretched dens of poverty and crime, and who discovered my desolate state. I need not dwell on that man's goodness to me. It is doubtless remembered in heaven, whither he may have gone before this time. He taught me, he comforted me, he rescued me from the abyss of wretchedness into which I had fallen. I took care to conceal his visits from my tyrant, for I knew how that wicked heart would revolt against my redemption from ignorance and misery. When I was 15 years of age, Andrinetta died. One day soon after her death, for me a most sorrowful day, Tomaso, as they called him there, told me that he was going to bring me to England. I came with him, and for 2 years I remained his companion. I will not speak of that time. I have told you now all that I can tell."
"But the murder of Valentine Jernam!" exclaimed Andrew. "Suspicion pointed to this man, and you know something of that?"
"I will not speak of that now," replied Honoria. "I have said enough. The day may come when I may speak more freely, but it has not yet arrived. Trust me that I will not impede the course of justice where this man is concerned. And now tell me, does my revelation afford one ray of light which may help to dispel the darkness that surrounds my Gertrude's fate?"
"No, I cannot say it does. I cannot find out anything to indicate that she has been taken far away. I am sure she is in England, and that one of Milsom's pals, a man named Wayman—" Lady Eversleigh started, and exclaimed, "I know him! I know him! Go on, go on." Larkspur directed a glance of keen and eager curiosity towards Lady Eversleigh. "You know Wayman?" he said.
"Well, well," she repeated. "I know him to be an unscrupulous ruffian. If he knows where my child is, he will sell the secret for money, and we will give him money, any sum. Do you think I shall count the cost of her safety?"
"No, no," said Andrew Larkspur; "but you must not get so excited. Keep quiet. Tell me all you know of Wayman, and then we shall see our way." At this point of the conversation, Jane Payland knocked at the
Chapter 37, Part 1 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 37, Part 1 Oh, Above Measure False. Victor Carrington was very well content with the state of affairs at Hilton House in all but one respect. The fulfilment of his purpose was not approaching with sufficient rapidity. The rich marriage which he had talked about for Reginald was a pure figment. The virtuous ironmonger, with the richly dowered daughter, existed only in his prolific brain. The need of money was growing pressing. He had done much, but there was still much to do, and he must make haste to do it. He had also been mistaken on one point of much importance to his success. He had not calculated on the strength of Douglas Dale's constitution. Each day that he dined with Paulina, and the days on which he did not were exceedingly few, Dale drank a small quantity of curaçoa, into which Carrington had poured poison of a slow but sure nature. As the small carafon in which the liquor was placed upon the table was emptied, the poisoner never found any difficulty in gaining access to the fresh supply. The antique liquor chest, with its fittings of Venetian glass, was always kept on the sideboard in the dining room, and was never locked. Paulina had a habit of losing anything that came into her hands, and the key of the liquor chest had long been missing. But the time was passing, and the poison was not telling, as far as he, the poisoner, could judge from appearances, on Douglas Dale. He never complained of illness, and beyond a slight lassitude, he did not seem to have anything the matter with him. This would not do. It behooved Carrington to expedite matters. His project was to accomplish the death of Douglas Dale by poison, throwing the burden of suspicion, should suspicion arise, upon Paulina. To advance this purpose, he had industriously circulated reports of the most injurious character respecting her, so that Douglas Dale, if he had not been blinded and engrossed by his love, must have seen that he was regarded by the men whom he was in the habit of meeting even more coldly and curiously than when he had first boldly announced his engagement to Madame Durski. He made it known that Douglas Dale had made a will by which the whole of his disposable property was bequeathed to Paulina, and circulated a rumour that the Austrian widow was utterly averse to the intended marriage in feeling, and was only contracting it from interested motives. If Dale was only out of the way, and his heir had come into the money, she would rather have Reginald, was a spiteful saying current among those who knew the lady and her suitor, and which had its unsuspected origin with Carrington. Supposing Dale to come to his death by poison, and that fact to be ascertained, who would be suspected but the woman who had everything to gain by his death, whose acknowledged lover was his next heir, and who succeeded by his will to all the property which did not go immediately into the possession of that acknowledged lover. The plan was admirably laid, and there was no apparent hitch in it, and it only remained now for Carrington to accelerate his proceedings. He still maintained reserve with Reginald Eversleigh, who would go to his house and lounge purposely about, sullen and gloomy, but afraid to question the master mind which had so completely subjugated his weak and craven nature. The engagement between Paulina and Douglas had lasted nearly 2 months, when a cloud overshadowed the horizon which had seemed so bright. Madame Durski became somewhat alarmed by a change in her lover's appearance, which struck her suddenly on one of his visits to the villa. For some weeks past she had seen him only by lamplight, that light which gives a delusive brightness to the countenance. To-day she saw him with the cold northern sunlight shining full upon his face, and for the first time she perceived that he had altered much of late. "Douglas," she said, earnestly, "how ill you are looking!" "Indeed?" "Yes. I see it to-day for the first time, and I can only wonder that I never noticed it before. You have grown so much paler, so much thinner within the last few weeks. I am sure you cannot be well." "My dearest Paulina, pray do not look at me with such alarm," said Douglas, gently. "Believe me, there is nothing particular the matter. I have not been quite myself for the last few weeks, I admit. A touch of low fever, I think; but there is not the slightest occasion for fear on your part." "Oh, Douglas!" exclaimed Paulina, "how can you speak so carelessly of a subject so vital to me? I implore you to consult a physician immediately." "I assure you, my dearest, it is not necessary. There is nothing really the matter." "Douglas, I beg and entreat you to see a physician directly. I entreat it as a favour to me." "My dear Paulina, I am ready to do anything you wish." "You will promise me, then, to see a doctor you can trust, without an hour's unnecessary delay?" "I promise with all my heart," replied Douglas. "Ah, Paulina, what happiness to think that my life is of some slight value to her I love so fondly." No more was said upon this subject; but during dinner, and throughout the evening, Paulina's eyes fixed themselves every now and then, with an anxious, scrutinizing gaze, upon her lover's face. When he had left her, she mentioned her fears to her confidante and shadow, Miss Brewer. "Do you not see a change in Mr. Dale?" she asked. "A change? What kind of change?" "Do you not perceive an alteration in his appearance? In plainer words, do you not think him looking very ill?" Miss Brewer, generally so impassive, started, and looked at her patroness with a gaze in which alarm was plainly visible. She had hazarded so much in order to bring about a marriage between Douglas and her patroness; and what if mortality's dread enemy, death, should forbid the banns? "Ill!" she exclaimed. "Do you think Mr. Dale is ill?" "I do, indeed; and he confesses as much himself, though he makes light of the matter. He talks of low fever. I cannot tell you how much he has alarmed me." "There may be nothing serious in it," answered Miss Brewer, with some hesitation. "One is so apt to take alarm about trifles which a doctor would laugh at. I dare say Mr. Dale only requires change of air. A London life is not calculated to improve anyone's health." "Perhaps that is the cause of his altered appearance," replied Paulina, only too glad to be reassured as to her lover's safety. "I will beg him to take change of air. But he has promised to see a doctor to morrow. When he comes to me in the afternoon, I shall hear what the doctor has said." Douglas Dale was very much inclined to make light of the slight symptoms of ill health which had oppressed him for some time. A languor, a sense of thirst and fever, which were very wearing in their effect, but which he attributed to the alternations of excitement and agitation that he had undergone of late. He was, however, too much a man of honour to break the promise made to Paulina. He went early on the following morning to Savile Row, where he called upon Dr. Harley Westbrook, a physician of some eminence, to whom he carefully described the symptoms of which he had complained to Paulina. "I do not consider myself really ill," he said, in conclusion; "but I have come to you in obedience to the wish of a friend." "I am very glad that you have come to me," answered Dr. Westbrook, gravely. "Indeed! Do you, then, consider the symptoms alarming?" "Well, no, not at present; but I may go so far as to say that you have done very wisely in placing yourself under medical treatment. It is a most interesting case," added the doctor, with an air of satisfaction that was almost enjoyment. He then asked his patient a great many questions, some of which Douglas Dale considered frivolous, or indeed absurd; questions about his diet, his habits; questions even about the people with whom he associated, the servants who waited upon him. These latter inquiries might have seemed almost impertinent, if Dr. Westbrook's elevated position had not precluded such an idea. "You dine at your club or in your chambers, eh, Mr. Dale?" he asked. Neither at my club nor my chambers. I dine every day with a friend."
"Indeed! Always with the same friend?"
"Always the same."
"And you breakfast?"
"At my chambers." Here followed several questions as to the nature of the breakfast.
"These sorts of ailments depend so much on diet," said the physician, as if to justify the closeness of his questioning. "Your servant prepares your breakfast, of course. Is he a person whom you can trust?"
"Yes, he is an old servant of my father's. I could trust him implicitly in far more important matters than the preparation of my breakfast."
"Indeed! Will you pardon me if I ask rather a strange question?"
"Certainly, if it is a necessary one."
"Answered like a lawyer, Mr. Dale," replied Dr. Westbrook, with a smile. "I want to know whether this old and trusted servant of yours has any beneficial interest in your death."
"Interest in my death?"
"In plainer words, has he reason to think that you have put him down in your will, supposing that you have made a will, which is far from probable?"
"Well, yes," replied Douglas, thoughtfully. "I have made a will within the last few months, and Jarvis, my old servant, knows that he is provided for in the event of surviving me. Not a very likely event, according to the ordinary hazards, but a man is bound to prepare for every contingency."
"You told your servant that you had provided for him?"
"I did. He has been such an excellent creature that it was only natural I should leave him comfortably situated in the event of my death."
"No, to be sure," answered the physician, with a rather absent manner. "And now I need trouble you with no further questions this morning. Come to me in a few days, and in the meantime take the medicine I prescribe for you."
Dr. Westbrook wrote a prescription, and Mr. Dale departed, very much perplexed by his interview with the celebrated physician. Douglas went to Fulham that evening as usual, and the first question Paulina asked related to his interview with the doctor. "You have seen a medical man?" she asked.
"I have, and you may set your mind at rest, dearest. He assures me that there is nothing serious the matter."
Paulina was entirely reassured, and throughout that evening she was brighter and happier than usual in the society of her lover, more lovely, more bewitching than ever, as it seemed to Douglas. He waited a week before calling again on the physician, and he might perhaps have delayed his visit even longer, had he not felt that the fever and languor from which he suffered increased rather than abated. This time Dr. Westbrook's manner seemed graver and more perplexed than on the former visit. He asked even more questions, and at last, after a thoughtful examination of the patient, he said very seriously, "Mr. Dale, I must tell you frankly that I do not like your symptoms."
"You consider them alarming?"
"I consider them perplexing rather than alarming; and as you are not a nervous subject, I think I may venture to trust you fully." "You may trust in the strength of my nerve, if that is what you mean." "I believe I may; and I shall have to test your moral courage and general force of character." "Pray be brief, then," said Douglas, with a faint smile. "I can almost guess what you have to say. You are going to tell me that I carry the seeds of a mortal disease; that the shadowy hand of death already holds me in its fatal grip." "I am going to tell you nothing of the kind," answered Dr. Westbrook. "I can find no symptoms of disease. You have a very fair lease of life, Mr. Dale, and may enjoy a green old age, if other people would allow you to enjoy it."
"How do you mean?"
"I mean that if I can trust my own judgment in a matter which is sometimes almost beyond the reach of science, the symptoms from which you suffer are those of slow poisoning." "Slow poisoning?" replied Douglas, in almost inaudible accents. "It is impossible!" he exclaimed, after a pause, during which the physician waited quietly until his patient should have in some manner recovered his calmness of mind. "It is quite impossible. I have every confidence in your skill, your science; but in this instance, Dr. Westbrook, I feel assured that you are mistaken." "I would gladly think so, Mr. Dale," replied the doctor, gravely; "but I cannot. I have given my best thought to your case. I can only form one conclusion, namely, that you are labouring under the effects of poison. Do you know what that poison is?"
"I do not; but I do know that it must have been administered with a caution that is almost diabolical in its ingenuity; so slowly, by such imperceptible degrees, that you have scarcely been aware of the change which it has worked in your system. It was a most providential circumstance that you came to me when you did, as I have been able to discover the treachery to which you are subject while there is still ample time for you to act against it. Forewarned is forearmed, you know, Mr. Dale. The hidden hand of the secret poisoner is about its fatal work. It is for you and me to discover to whom the hand belongs. Is there any one about you whom you can suspect of such hideous guilt?" "No one, no one. I repeat that such a thing is impossible." "Who is the person most interested in your death?" asked Dr. Westbrook, calmly. "My first cousin, Sir Reginald Eversleigh, who would succeed to a very handsome income in that event. But I have not met him, or at any rate broke bread with him, for the last 2 months, nor can I for a moment believe him capable of such infamy." "If you have not been in intimate association with him for the last 2 months, you may absolve him from all suspicion," answered Dr. Westbrook. "You spoke to me the other day of dining very frequently with one particular friend. Forgive me if I ask an unpleasant question. Is that friend a person whom you can trust?" "That friend I could trust with 100 lives, if I had them to lose," Douglas replied, warmly. The doctor looked at his patient thoughtfully. He was a man of the world, and the warmth of Mr. Dale's manner told him that the friend in question was a woman. "Has the person whom you trust so implicitly any beneficial interest in your death?" he asked. "To some amount; but that person would gain much more by my continuing to live." "Indeed! Then we must needs fall back upon my original idea, and painful as it may be to you, the old servant must become the object of your suspicion." "I cannot believe him capable—" "Come, come, Mr. Dale," interrupted the physician, "we must look at things as men of the world. It is your duty to ascertain by whom this poison has been administered, in order to protect yourself from the attacks of your insidious destroyer. If you will follow my advice, you will do this. If, on the other hand, you elect to shut your eyes to the danger that assails you, I can only tell you that you will most assuredly pay for your folly by the forfeit of your life." "What am I to do?" asked Douglas. "You say that your habits of life are almost rigid in their regularity. You always breakfast in your own chambers. You always dine and take your after dinner coffee in the house of one particular friend. With the exception of a biscuit and a glass of sherry, taken sometimes at your club, these 2 meals are all you take during the day. It is, therefore, an indisputable fact that poison has been administered at one or other of these 2 meals. Your old butler serves one, the servants of your friend prepare the other. Either in your own chambers, or in your friend's house, you have a hidden foe. It is for you to find out where that foe lurks." "Not in her house," gasped Douglas, unconsciously betraying the depth of his feeling and the sex of his friend. "Not in hers. It must be Jarvis whom I have to fear. And yet, no, I cannot believe it. My father's old servant, a man who used to carry me in his arms when I was a boy." "You may easily set the question of his guilt or innocence at rest, Mr. Dale," answered Dr. Westbrook. "Contrive to separate yourself from him for a time. If, during that time, you find your symptoms cease, you will have the strongest evidence of his guilt. If they still continue, you must look elsewhere." "I will take your advice," replied Douglas, with a weary sigh. "Anything is better than suspense." Little more was said. As Douglas walked slowly from the physician's house to the Phoenix Club, he meditated profoundly on the subject of his interview with Dr. Westbrook. "Who is the traitor?" he asked himself. "Who? Unhappily, there can be no doubt about it. Jarvis is the guilty wretch." It was with unspeakable pain that Douglas Dale contemplated the idea of his old servant's guilt. His old servant, who had seemed a model of fidelity and devotion.
This very man had attended the deathbed of the rector, Douglas Dale's father, had been recommended by that father to the care of his two sons, had exhibited every appearance of intense grief at the loss of his master. What could he think, except that Jarvis was guilty? There was but one other direction in which he could look for guilt, and there surely it could not be found. Who in Hilton House had any interest in his death, except that one person who was above the possibility of suspicion? He sat by his solitary breakfast table on the morning after his interview with the physician, and watched Jarvis as he moved to and fro, waiting on his master with what seemed affectionate attention. Douglas ate little. A failing appetite had been one of the symptoms that accompanied the low fever from which he had lately suffered. This morning, depression of spirits rendered him still less inclined to eat. He was thinking of Jarvis and of the past, those careless, happy, childish days, in which this man had been second only to his own kindred in his boyish affection. While he meditated gravely upon this most painful subject, deliberating as to the manner in which he should commence a conversation that was likely to be a very serious one, he happened to look up, and perceived that he was watched by the man he had been lately watching. His eyes met the gaze of his old servant, and he beheld a strange earnestness in that gaze. The old man did not flinch on meeting his master's glance. "I beg your pardon for looking at you so hard, Mr. Douglas," he said, "but I was thinking about you very serious, sir, when you looked up." "Indeed, Jarvis, and why?" "Why, you see, sir, it was about your appetite as I was thinking. It's fallen off dreadful within the last few weeks. The poor breakfasts as you eats is enough to break a man's heart; and you don't know the pains as I take, sir, to tempt you in the way of breakfasts. That fish, sir, I fetched from Grove's this morning with my own hands. They comes up in a salt water tank in the bottom of their own boat, sir, as lively as if they was still in their natural element, Grove's fish do. But they might be red herrings for any notices you take of 'em. You're not yourself, Mr. Douglas, that's what it is. You're ill, Mr. Douglas, and you ought to see a doctor. Excuse my presumption, sir, in making these remarks, but if an old family servant that has nursed you on his knees can't speak free, who can?" "True," Douglas answered with a sigh. "I was a very small boy when you carried me on your shoulders to many a country fair, and you were very good to me, Jarvis." "Only my duty, sir," muttered the old man. "You are right, Jarvis. As to my health, I am ill." "Then you'll send for a doctor, surely, Mr. Douglas?" "I have already seen a doctor." "And what do he say, sir?" "He says my case is very serious." "Oh, Mr. Douglas, don't 'ee say that, don't 'ee say that!" cried the old man, in extreme distress. "I can only tell you the truth, Jarvis," answered Douglas; "but there is no occasion for despair. The physician tells me that my case is a grave one, but he does not say that it is hopeless." "Why don't 'ee consult another doctor, Mr. Douglas?" said Jarvis. "Perhaps that one ain't up to his work. If it's such a difficult case, you ought to go all the best doctors in London till you find the one that can cure you. A fine, well-grown young gentleman like you oughtn't to have much the matter with him. I don't see as it can be very serious." "I don't know about that, Jarvis; but in any case, I have resolved upon doing something for you." "For me, sir? Lord bless your generous heart, I don't want nothing in this mortal world." "But you may, Jarvis," replied Douglas. "You have already been told that I have provided for you in case of my death." "Yes, sir. You was so good as to say you had left me an annuity, and it was very kind of you to think of such a thing, and I'm duly thankful. But still, you see, sir, I can't help looking at it in the light of a kind of joke, sir; for it ain't in human nature that an old chap like me is going to outlive a young gentleman like you, and Lord forbid that it should be in human nature for such a thing to happen." "We never know what may happen, Jarvis. At any rate, I have provided against the worst; but as you are getting old, and have worked hard all of your life, I think you must want rest. So, instead of putting you off till my death, I shall give you your annuity at once, and you may retire into a comfortable little house of your own, and live the life of an elderly gentleman, with a decent little income, as soon as you please." To the surprise of Douglas Dale, the old man's countenance expressed only grief and mortification on hearing an announcement which his master had supposed would have been delightful to him. "Begging your pardon, sir," he faltered, "but have you seen a younger servant as you like better, and as could serve you better than poor old Jarvis?" "No, indeed," answered Douglas. "I have seen no such person, nor do I believe that any one in the world could serve me as well as you." "Then why do you want to change, sir?" "I don't want to change. I only want to make you happy, Jarvis." "Then make me happy by letting me stay with you," pleaded the old servant. "Let me stay, sir. Don't talk about annuities. I want nothing from you but the pleasure of waiting on my dear old master's son. It's as much delight to me to wait upon you now as it was to me 20 years ago to carry you to the country fairs on my shoulder. Ah, we did have rare times of it then, didn't we, sir? Let me stay, and when I die, give me a grave somewhere hard by where you live; and if once in a way, when you pass the churchyard where I lay, you should give a sigh, and say, 'Poor old Jarvis,' that will be a full reward to me for having loved you so dear ever since you was a baby." Was this acting? Was this the perfect simulation of an accomplished hypocrite? No, no, no. Douglas Dale could not believe it. The tears came into his eyes. He extended his hand, and grasped that of his old servant. "You shall stay with me, Jarvis," he said, "and I will trust you with all my heart." Douglas Dale left his chambers soon after that conversation, and went straight to Dr. Westbrook, to whom he gave a full account of the interview. "I have tested the old man thoroughly," he said, in conclusion, "and I believe him to be fidelity itself." "You have tested him, Dr. Dale! Stuff and nonsense!" exclaimed the practical physician. "You surely don't call that sentimental conversation a test. If the man is capable of being a slow poisoner, he is of course capable of acting a part, and shedding crocodile's tears in evidence of his devoted affection for the master whose biliary organs he is deranging by the administration of antimony or aconite. If you want to test the man thoroughly, test him in my way. Contrive to eat your breakfast elsewhere for a week or two. Touch nothing, not so much as a glass of water, in your own chambers; and if, at the end of that time, the symptoms have ceased, you will know what to think of that pattern of fidelity, Mr. Jarvis." Douglas promised to take the doctor's advice. He was convinced of his servant's innocence, but he wanted to put that question beyond doubt. Chapter 37, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 37, Part 2 Oh, Above Measure False. Douglas Dale dined at Hilton House upon the evening after his interview with Dr. Westbrook, as he had done without intermission for several weeks. He found Paulina tender and affectionate, as she had ever been of late, since respect and esteem for her lover's goodness had developed into a warmer feeling. "Douglas," she said on this particular evening, when they were alone together for a few minutes after dinner, "your health has not improved as much as I had hoped it would under the treatment of your doctor. I wish you would consult some one else." She spoke lightly, for she feared to alarm the patient by any appearance of fear on her part. She knew how physical disease may be augmented by mental agitation. Her tone, therefore, was one of assumed carelessness. To-night Douglas Dale's mind was peculiarly sensitive to every impression. Something in that assumed tone struck strangely upon his ear. For the first time since he had known her, The voice of the woman he loved seemed to him to have a false sound in its clear, ringing tones. An icy terror suddenly took possession of his mind. What if this woman whom he loved with such intense affection, what if she were something other than she seemed? What if her heart had never been his, her love never withdrawn from the reprobate upon whom she had once bestowed it? What if her tender glances, her affectionate words, her graceful, caressing manner, were all a comedy, of which he was the dupe? "What if I am the victim of treachery?" he thought to himself. "But the traitor cannot be here. Oh, no, no! Let me find the traitor anywhere rather than here." Paulina watched her lover as he sat with his eyes fixed on the ground, absorbed in gloomy meditation. Presently he looked up suddenly, and addressed her. "I am going on a journey, Paulina, on business," he said; "business which I can only transact myself. I shall, therefore, be compelled to be absent from you for a week. It may be even more. Perhaps we shall never meet again. Will that be very distressing to you?" "Douglas," exclaimed Paulina, "how strangely you speak to me to night! If this is a jest, it is a very cruel one." "It is no jest, Paulina," answered her lover. "Life is very precarious, and within the last week I have learnt to consider my existence in imminent peril." "You are ill, Douglas," said Paulina, "and illness has unnerved you. Pray do not give way to these depressing thoughts. Consult some other physician than the man who has been your adviser." "Yes, yes, I will do so," answered Douglas, with a sudden change of tone. "You are right, Paulina. I will not be so weak as to become the prey of these distressing fancies, these dark forebodings. What have I to fear? Death is no terrible evil. It is but the common fate of all. I can face that common doom as calmly as a Christian should face it. But deceit, treachery, falsehood from those we love, those are evils far more terrible than death. Oh, Paulina, tell me that I have no need to fear those." "From whom should you fear them, Douglas?" "Ay, from whom? That is the question. Not from you, Paulina." "From me!" she echoed, with a look of wonder. "Are you mad?" "Swear to me that there is no falsehood in your heart, Paulina; that you love me as truly as you have taught me to believe; that you have not beguiled me with false words, as false as they are sweet," cried the young man, in wild excitement. "My dear Douglas, this is madness!" exclaimed Madame Durski; "folly too wild for reproof. This passionate excitement must be surely the effect of fever. What can I say to you, except that I love you truly and dearly; that my heart has been purified, my mind elevated by your influence; that I have now no thought which is not known to you, no hope that does not rest itself upon your love. You ought to believe this, Douglas, for my every word, my every look, should speak the truth, which I do not care to reiterate in protestations such as these. It is too painful to me to be doubted by you." "And if I have wronged you, I am a base wretch," said Douglas, in a low voice. Early the following morning he paid another visit to Dr. Westbrook. "I will not trespass on your time this morning," he said, after shaking hands with the physician. "I have only come here in order to ask one question. If the poison were discontinued for a week, would there be any cessation of the symptoms?" "There would," replied the doctor. "Nature is quick to reassert herself. But if you are about to test your butler, I should recommend you to remain away longer than a week, say a fortnight." But it was not to test his old servant that Douglas Dale absented himself from London, though he had allowed the physician to believe that such was his intention. He started for Paris that night, but he took Jarvis with him. His health improved day by day, hour by hour, from the day of his parting from Paulina Durski. The low fever had left him before he had been 10 days in Paris. The perpetual thirst, The wearisome debility left him also. He began to be his old self again, and to him this recovery was far more terrible than the worst possible symptoms of disease could have been, for it told him that the hidden foe who had robbed him of health and strength was to be found at Hilton House. In that house there was but one person who would profit by Douglas Dale's death, and she would profit largely. "She has never loved me," he thought to himself. "She still loves Reginald Eversleigh. My death will give her both fortune and liberty. It will leave her free to wed the man she really loves." He no longer trusted his own love. He believed that he had been made the dupe of a woman's treachery, and that the hand which had so often been pressed passionately to his lips was the hand which, day by day, had mingled poison with his cup, sapping his life by slow degrees. Against the worldly wisdom of his friends he had opposed the blind instinct of his love; and now that events conspired to condemn this woman, he wondered that he could ever have trusted her. At the end of a fortnight, Douglas Dale returned from Paris, and went immediately to Paulina. He believed that he had been the dupe of an accomplished actress, the vilest and most heartless of women, and he was now acting a part, in order to fathom the depth of her iniquity. "Let me know her in all her baseness," he said to himself. "Let me tax the murderess with her crime, and then, surely, this mad love will be plucked for ever from my heart, and I shall find peace far from the false siren whose sorcery has embittered my life." Douglas had received several letters from Paulina during his visit to Paris, letters breathing the most devoted and disinterested love; but to him every word seemed studied, every expression false. Those very letters would, a few short weeks ago, have seemed to Douglas the perfection of truth and artlessness. He returned to England wondrously restored to health. Jarvis had been his constant attendant in Paris, and had brought him every morning a cup of coffee made by his own hands. At the Temple he found a note from Paulina, telling him that he was expected hourly at Hilton House. He lost no time in presenting himself. He endeavoured to stifle all emotion, to conquer the impatience that possessed him; but he could not. Madame Durski was seated by one of the windows in the drawing room when Mr. Dale was announced. She received her lover with every appearance of affection, and with an emotion which she seemed only anxious to conceal. But to the jaundiced mind of Douglas Dale this suppressed emotion appeared only a superior piece of acting; and yet, as he looked at his betrothed, while she stood before him, perfect, peerless in her refined loveliness, his heart was divided by love and hate. He hated the guilt which he believed was hers. He loved her even yet, despite that guilt. "You are very pale, Douglas," she said, after the first greetings were over; "but, thank heaven, there is a wonderful improvement. I can see restored health in your face. The fever has gone. The unnatural brightness has left your eyes. Oh, dearest, how happy it makes me to see this change! You can never know what I suffered when I saw you drooping day by day." "Yes, day by day, Paulina," answered the young man, gravely. "It was a gradual decay of health and strength, my life ebbing slowly, almost imperceptibly, but not the less surely." "And you are better, Douglas? You feel and know yourself that there is a change?" "Yes, Paulina. My recovery began in the hour in which I left London. My health has improved from that time." "You require change of air, no doubt. How foolish your doctor must have been not to recommend that in the first instance. And now that you have returned, may I hope to see you as often as of old? Shall we renew all our old habits, and go back to our delightful evenings?" "Were those evenings really pleasant to you, Paulina?" asked Mr. Dale, earnestly. "Ah, Douglas, you must know they were." "I cannot know the secrets of your heart, Paulina," he replied, with unspeakable sadness in his tone. "You have seemed to me all that is bright and pure and true. But how do I know that it is not all seeming? How do I know that Reginald Eversleigh's image may not still hold a place in your heart?" "You insult me, Douglas," exclaimed Madame Durski, with dignity; "but I will not suffer myself to be angry with you on the day of your return. I see your health is not entirely restored, since you still harbour these gloomy thoughts and unjust suspicions." His most searching scrutiny could perceive no traces of guilt in the lovely face he looked at so anxiously. For a while his suspicions were almost lulled to rest. That soft white hand, which glittered with gems that had been his gift, could not be the hand of an assassin. He began to feel the soothing influence of hope. Night and day he prayed that he might discover the innocence of her he so fondly loved. But just as he had begun to abandon himself to that sweet influence, despair again took possession of him. All the old symptoms, the fever, the weakness, the unnatural thirst, the dry, burning sensation in his throat returned. And this time Jarvis was far away. His master had sent him to pay a visit to a married daughter, comfortably settled in the depths of Devonshire. Douglas Dale went to one of the most distinguished physicians in London. He was determined to consult a new adviser, in order to discover whether the opinion of that other adviser would agree with the opinion of Dr. Harley Westbrook. Dr. Chippendale, the new physician, asked all the questions previously asked by Dr. Westbrook, and after much deliberation he informed his patient, with all proper delicacy and caution, that he was suffering from the influence of slow poison. "Is my life in danger, Dr. Chippendale?" he asked. "Not in immediate danger. The poison has evidently been administered in infinitesimal doses. But you cannot too soon withdraw yourself from all those who now surround you. Life is not to be tampered with. The poisoner may take it into his head to increase the doses." Douglas Dale left his adviser after a long conversation. He then went to take his farewell of Paulina Durski. There was no longer the shadow of doubt in his mind. The horrible certainty seemed painfully clear to him. Love must be plucked for ever from his breast, and only contempt and loathing must remain where that divine sentiment had been enthroned. Since his interview with the physician, he had carefully recalled to memory all the details of his life in Paulina's society. She had given him, day by day, an allotted portion of poison. How had she administered it? This was the question which he now sought to solve, for he no longer asked himself whether she was guilty or innocent. He remembered that every evening after dinner he had, in the continental fashion, taken a single glass of liqueur, and this he had received from Paulina's own hand. It had pleased him to take the tiny fragile glass from those tapered fingers. The delicate liqueur had seemed sweeter to him because it was given by Paulina. He now felt convinced that it was in this glass of liqueur the poison had been administered to him. On more than one occasion he had at first declined taking it, but Paulina had always persuaded him with some pretty speech, some half coquettish, half caressing action. He found her waiting him as usual, her toilet perfection itself, her beauty enhanced by the care with which she always strove to render herself charming in his eyes. She said playfully that it was a tribute which she offered to her benefactor. They dined together, with Miss Brewer for their sole companion. She seemed self-contained and emotionless as ever; but if Douglas had not been so entirely absorbed by his thoughts of Paulina, he might have perceived that she looked at him ever and anon with furtive but searching glances. There was little conversation, little gaiety at that dinner. Douglas was absent-minded and gloomy. He scarcely ate anything, but the constant thirst from which he suffered obliged him to drink long draughts of water. After dinner, Miss Brewer brought the glasses and the liqueur to Madame Durski, after her customary manner. Paulina filled the ruby-stemmed glass with curaçoa, and handed it to her lover. "No, Paulina, I shall take no liqueur to-night." "Why not, Douglas?" "I am not well," he replied, "and I am growing rather tired of curacao." "As you please," said Paulina, as she replaced the delicate glass in the stand from which she had just taken it. Miss Brewer had left the room, and the lovers were alone together. They were seated face to face at the prettily decorated table, one with utter despair in his heart. "Shall I tell you why I would not take that glass from your hands just now, Paulina Durski?" asked Douglas, after a brief pause, rising to leave the table as he spoke. "Or will you spare me the anguish of speaking words that must cover you with shame?" "I do not understand you," murmured Paulina, looking at her lover with a gaze of mingled terror and bewilderment. "Oh, Paulina," cried Douglas, "why still endeavour to sustain a deception which I have unmasked? I know all." "All what?" gasped the bewildered woman. "All your guilt, all your baseness. Oh, Paulina, confess the treachery which would have robbed me of life, and which, failing that, has for ever destroyed my peace. If you are human, let some word of remorse, some tardy expression of regret, attest your womanhood." "I can only think that he is mad," murmured Paulina to herself, as she gazed on her accuser with wondering eyes. "Paulina, at least do not pretend to misunderstand me." "Your words," replied Madame Durski, "seem to me the utterances of a madman. For pity's sake, calm yourself, and speak plainly." "I think that I have spoken very plainly." "I can discover no meaning in your words. What is it you would have me regret? Of what crime do you accuse me?" "The worst and darkest of all crimes," replied Douglas; "the crime of murder." "Murder?" "Yes, the crime of the secret poisoner." "Douglas!" cried Paulina, with a stifled shriek of terror; and then, recoiling from him suddenly, she fell half fainting into a chair. "Oh, why do I try to reason with him?" she murmured, piteously. "He is mad, he is mad! My poor Douglas!" continued Paulina, sobbing hysterically. "You are mad yourself, and you will drive me mad. Do not speak to me. Leave me to myself. You have terrified me by your wild denunciations. Leave me, Douglas. For pity's sake, leave me." "I will leave you, Paulina," answered her lover, in a grave, sad voice, "and our parting will be for ever. You cannot deny your guilt, and you can no longer deceive me." "Do as you please," replied Madame Durski, her passionate indignation changing suddenly to an icy calmness. "You have wronged me so deeply, you have insulted me so shamefully, that it matters little what further wrong or insult I suffer at your hands. In my own justification, I will say but this: I am as incapable of the guilt you talk of as I am of understanding how such a wild and groundless accusation can come from you, Douglas Dale, my affianced husband, the man I have loved and trusted, the man whom I have believed the very model of honour and generosity. But this must be madness, and I am not bound to endure the ravings of a lunatic. You have said our farewell was to be spoken to night. Let it be so. I could not endure a repetition of the scene with which you have just favoured me. I regret most deeply that your generosity has burthened me with pecuniary obligations which I may never be able to repay, and has, in some measure, deprived me of independence. But, even at the hazard of being considered ungrateful, I must tell you that I trust we may meet no more." No one can tell the anguish which Paulina Durski endured as she uttered these words in cold, measured accents. It was the supreme effort of a proud but generous minded woman, and there was a kind of heroism in that subjugation of a stricken and loving heart. "Let it be so, Paulina," answered Douglas, with emotion. "I have no wish to see your fair, false face again. My heart has been broken by your treachery, and my best hope lies in the chance that your hand may have already done its wicked work, and that my life may be forfeited to my confidence in your affection. Let no thought of my gifts trouble you. The fortune which was to have been shared with you is henceforth powerless to purchase one blessing for me; and of the law which you have outraged you need have no fear. Your secret will never be revealed to mortal ears by me. No investigation will drag to light the details of your crime." "You may seek no investigation, Douglas Dale," cried Paulina, with sudden passion; "but I shall do so, and without delay. You have accused me of a foul and treacherous crime, on what proof I know not. It is for me to prove myself innocent of that black iniquity; and if human ingenuity can fathom the mystery, it shall be fathomed. I will bring you to my feet, yes, to my feet, and you shall beseech my pardon for the wicked wrong you have done me. But even then this breach of your own making shall for ever separate us. I may learn to forgive you, Douglas, but I can never trust you again. And now go." She pointed to the door with an imperious gesture. There was a quiet dignity in her manner and her bearing, which impressed her accuser in spite of himself. He bowed, and without another word left the presence of the woman who for so long had been the idol of his heart. He went from her presence bowed to the very dust by a sorrow which was too deep for tears. "She is an accomplished actress," he said to himself, "and to the very last her policy has been defiance. And now my dream is ended, and I awake to a blank, joyless life. A strange fatality seems to have attended Sir Oswald Eversleigh and the inheritors of his wealth. He died broken-hearted by a woman's falsehood. My brother Lionel bestowed his best affections on the mercenary, fashionable coquette, Lydia Graham, who was ready to accept another lover within a few weeks of her pretended devotion to him. And lastly comes my misery at the hands of a wicked adventuress." Douglas Dale resolved to leave London early the next day. He returned to his Temple chambers, intending to start for the Continent the next morning. But when the next day came, he did not carry out his intention. He found himself disinclined to seek change of scene, which he felt could bring him no relief of mind. Go where he would, he could not separate himself from the bitter memories of the past few months. He determined to remain in London, for, to the man who wishes to avoid the companionship of his fellow men, there is no hermitage more secure than a lodging in the heart of busy, selfish London. He determined to remain, for in London he could obtain information as to the conduct of Paulina. What would she do now that the stage play was ended, and deception could no longer avail? Would she once more resume her old habits, open her saloons to the patrician gamblers of West End London, and steep her weary, guilt-burdened soul in the mad intoxication of the gaming table? Would Sir Reginald Eversleigh again assume his old position in her household, again become her friend and flatterer? She had affected to despise him, but that might have been only a part of the great deception of which Douglas had been the victim. These were the questions the lonely, heartbroken man asked himself that night, as he sat brooding by his solitary hearth, no longer able to find pleasure in the nightly studies which had once been so delightful to him. Ah, how deeply he must have loved that woman when the memory of her guilt poisoned his existence! How madly he still Chapter 38 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 38. Thy Day is Come. "What is it, Jane?" asked Lady Eversleigh, rather impatiently, of her maid, when her knock at the door of her sitting room in Percy Street interrupted the conversation between herself and the detective officer, a conversation intensely and painfully interesting. "A person, ma'am, who wants to see Mr. Andrews, and will take no denial." "Indeed," said Mr. Larkspur; "that's very odd.
I know of nothing up at present for which they should send any one to me here. However," and he rose as he spoke, "I suppose I had better see this person. Where is he?" "In the hall," replied Jane. But Lady Eversleigh interposed to prevent Mr. Larkspur's departure. "Pray do not go," she said, "unless it concerns this business, unless it is news of my child. This may be something to rob me of your time and attention; and remember, I alone have a right to your services." "Lord bless you, my lady," said Mr. Larkspur, "I haven't forgot that; and that's just what puzzles me. There's only one man who knows the lay I'm on, and the name I go by, and he knows I would not take anything else till I've reckoned up this; and it would be no good sending anybody after me, unless it were something in some way concerning this business." In an instant Lady Eversleigh was as anxious that Mr. Larkspur should see the unknown man as she had been unwilling he should do so. "Pray go to him at once," she urged. "Don't lose a moment." Mr. Larkspur left the room, and Lady Eversleigh dismissed Jane Payland, and awaited his return in an agony of impatience. After the lapse of half an hour, Mr. Larkspur appeared. There were actually some slight traces of emotion in his face, and the colour had lessened considerably in his vulture-like beak. He was followed by a tall, stalwart, fine-looking man, with the unmistakable gait and air of a sailor. As Lady Eversleigh looked at him in astonishment, Mr. Larkspur said, "I ain't much of a believer in fate in general, but there's surely a fate in this. My lady, this is Captain George Jernam." The time had passed slowly and wearily for Rosamond Jernam, and all the efforts conscientiously made by her husband's aunt, who liked the girl better the more she saw of her, and entirely acquitted her of blame in the mysterious estrangement of the young couple, failed to make her cheerful. She was wont to roam disconsolately for hours about the secluded coast, giving free course to her sadness, and cherishing one dear secret. Rosamond was so much changed in appearance of late, that Susan Jernam began to feel seriously uneasy about her. She had lost her pretty fresh colour, and her face wore a haggard, weary look. It was plain to every eye that some hidden grief was preying on her mind. Mrs. Jernam, though a quiet person, and given to the minding of her own affairs, was not quite without cronies, and to one of these she confided her anxiety about her niece. The confidante was a certain Mrs. Miller, a respectable person, but lower in the social scale than Mrs. Jernam. She was a widow, and lived in a tiny cottage, close to the beach at Allanbay. She kept no servant, but her trim little dwelling was always the very pink and pattern of neatness. She was of a silent, though not a morose temperament. It was generally understood that Mrs. Miller's husband had been a seafaring man, and had been drowned many years before she went to live at Allanbay. She had no relatives, and no previous acquaintances in that quiet nook, and if she had been a little higher in the social scale, belonging to that class which requires introductions, she might have lived a life of unbroken solitude. As it was, the neighbours made friends with her by degrees, and the poor widow's life was not an unhappy or solitary one. Mrs. Jernam had early learned the particulars of her case, and a friendship had grown up between them, of which Mrs. Miller duly acknowledged the condescension on Mrs. Jernam's part. Mrs. Jernam called on her humble friend one day to bestow some small favour, and to her surprise found her, not alone as usual, but in the act of taking leave of a man whose appearance was by no means prepossessing, and who was apparently very much disconcerted by Mrs. Jernam's arrival. Mrs. Jernam immediately proposed to go away and return on another occasion; but the man, who did not hear her name mentioned, said gruffly, "No call, ma'am, no call. I'm going away. Good bye, Polly. Remember what you've got to do, and do it." Then he turned off from the cottage door, and was out of sight in a few moments. Mrs. Miller stood looking at her guest, rather awkwardly, but said at length, "Pray sit down, ma'am. That's my brother. the only creature I have belonging to me in the world." And here Mrs. Miller sighed, and looked as if the possession were not an unqualified advantage. "Has he been here long?" asked Mrs. Jernam. "No, ma'am. He only came last night, and is gone again. He came to bring me a child to take care of, and a great tax it is." "A child!" said Mrs. Jernam. "Whose child?" "That's more than I can tell you, ma'am," replied Mrs. Miller, "and more than he told me. She's an orphan, he says, and her father was a seafaring man, like your nephew, as I've heard you speak of. And I'm to have the charge of her for a year, and £30. It's handsome, I don't deny; but he knows that I'd take good care of any child. And she's a pretty dear, to tell the truth, as sweet a little creature as ever walked. She don't talk very plain yet, and she says, as well as I can make it out, as her name is Gerty." And then Mrs. Miller asked Mrs. Jernam to walk into her little bedroom, and showed her, lying on a neat, humble bed, carefully covered with a white coverlet, and in the deep sleep of childhood, the infant heiress of Raynham. If either of the women had only known at whom she was looking, as they scrutinized the child's fair face, and talked of her beauty and her innocence in tearful whispers, looking away from the sleeping form, pitifully, at a little heap of black clothes on a chair by the bed. "I suppose she's the child of one of my brother's old shipmates, as rose to be better off," said Mrs. Miller, "for she's fretted about a captain, and cried bitter to go to him when I put her to bed." Then the two returned to the little parlour, and talked long and earnestly about the child, about the necessity for Mrs. Miller's now employing the services of a girl, and about Rosamond Jernam. Rosamond was greatly delighted with the child left in Mrs. Miller's care. The little girl interested her deeply, and every day she passed many hours with her, either at Mrs. Miller's house or her own. The grace and beauty of the child were remarkable, and as, with the happy facility of childhood, she began to recover from the first feeling of strangeness and fear, the little creature was soon happy in her new, humble home. She was too young to appreciate and lament the change in her lot, and as she was well fed, well cared for, and treated with the most caressing affection, she was perfectly happy. Rosamond began to feel hopeful under the influence of the child's smiles and playful talk. The time must pass, she told herself. Her husband must return to her, and soon there would be for them a household angel like this one, to bring peace and happiness permanently to their home. Susan Jernam and Rosamond were much puzzled about this lovely child, Gerty Smith, as she was called. Not only her looks, but certain little ways she had, contradicted Mrs. Miller's theory of her birth; and though they fully credited the good woman's statement, and believed her as ignorant of the truth as themselves, they became convinced that there was some mystery about this child. Mrs. Miller had never spoken of her brother until he made his sudden and brief appearance at Allanbay; and, unsuspicious and unlearned in the ways of the world as Mrs. Jernam was, she had perceived that he belonged to the doubtful classes. The truth was, that Mrs. Miller could have told them nothing about her brother beyond the general fact of his being a bad lot. She had heard of him only at rare intervals, since he had left his father's honest home in his scampish, incorrigible boyhood, and ran away to sea. She had heard little good of him, and years had sometimes passed over during which she knew nothing of his fate. But even in Black Milsom, thief, murderer, villain though he was, there was one little trace of good left. He did care a little for his sister. He did look her up at intervals in his career of crime. He did send her small sums of money, whence derived she had happily no suspicion, when he was flush; and he did hope old Polly would never find out how bad a fellow he had been. Mrs. Miller's nature was a very simple and confiding one, and she never speculated much upon her brother's doings. She was pleased to have the charge of the child, and she fulfilled it to the best of her ability; but those signs and tokens of a higher station which Susan Jernam and Rosamond recognized were quite beyond her ken.
One morning the little household at Susan Jernam's cottage, consisting only of the mistress and her maid, was roused by a violent knocking at the door. Mrs. Jernam was the first to open it, and to her surprise and alarm she found Mrs. Miller standing at the door, her face expressing alarm and grief, and little Gerty, wrapped in a large woollen shawl, in her arms. Her explanation of what had occurred thus to upset her was at first incoherent enough, but by degrees Mrs. Jernam learned that Mrs. Miller had come to entreat her to take care of the child for a day or two, as she was obliged to go to Plymouth at once. "To Plymouth!" said Mrs. Jernam. "How's that? But come in, come in." And they went into Mrs. Jernam's spotlessly neat parlour, that parlour in which Valentine Jernam had been permitted to smoke, and had told his aunt all his adventures, little recking of the final one then so close upon him. In the parlour Mrs. Miller set little Gerty down, and the child, giddy and confused with her sudden waking, and being thus carried through the chilly morning air, climbed up on the trim little sofa, and curling herself into a corner of it, sat quite motionless. Then, her agitation finding vent in tears, Mrs. Miller told Susan Jernam what had befallen. It was this. Just as day was dawning, a dog cart, driven by a gentleman's servant, had come to her door. The dog cart was now standing at a little distance from Mrs. Jernam's house, and she had been called out by the servant, and told that he had been sent to bring her over to Plymouth with as little delay as possible. It appeared that her brother, who had gone to Plymouth after depositing the child with her, had been run over in the street by a heavy coal waggon, and severely injured. He had been carried to a hospital, and was for some time insensible. When he recovered his speech he was delirious, and the surgeons pronounced his case hopeless. He was now in a dying state, but conscious, and had been visited by a clergyman named Colburn, the man's master, who had induced him to express contrition for his past life, and to make such reparation as now lay in his power. The first step towards this, as he informed Mr. Colburn, was seeing his sister. There was no time to be lost. The man's life was fast ebbing. It was only a matter of hours; and the good clergyman, who had been with the dying man far into the night, before he had succeeded in inducing him to consent to this step, hurried home, and sent his servant off to Allanbay before daybreak. There was little delay. A few words of earnest sympathy from Mrs. Jernam, an assurance that the child should be well cared for, and Mrs. Miller left the house, ran down the road to the dog cart, climbed into it, and was driven away. Rosamond came in from her own little dwelling to her aunt's at an early hour that day, and when the first surprise and pleasure of finding the child there had passed away, the two women fell to speculating on what kind of revelation it might be which awaited Mrs. Miller. "Depend upon it, aunt," said Susan, "we shall hear the truth about little Gerty now." The hours wore solemnly away in the great building consecrated to suffering and its relief, in which Black Milsom lay dying, with his sister kneeling by his bed, while the good clergyman, who had had pity on the soul of the sinner, sat on the other side, gravely and compassionately looking at them both. The meeting between the brother and sister had been very distressing, and the agony exhibited by the poor woman when she was made aware that her brother had acknowledged himself a criminal of the deepest dye was intense. Calm, almost stupor, had succeeded to her wild grief, and the clergyman had spoken words of consolation and hope to the dying and the living. The surgeons had seen the man for the last time. There was nothing more to be done for him now, nothing to do but to wait for the equal foot approaching with remorseless tread. It was indeed a fearful catalogue of crime to which the Reverend Philip Colburn had listened, and had written with his own hand at the dying man's dictation. Not often has such a revelation been made to mortal ears, and the two who heard it, the Christian minister and the trembling, horrified sister, felt that the scene could never be effaced from their memories. With only 2 items in that awful list, this story has to do. The first is the murder of Valentine Jernam. As Mrs. Miller heard her brother, with gasping breath and feeble utterance, tell that horrible story, her heart died within her. She knew it well. Who at Allanbay had not heard of the murder of Mrs. Jernam's darling nephew, the bright, popular, kind-hearted seaman, whose coming had been a jubilee in the little port, whose disappearance had made so painful a sensation? She had heard the story from his aunt, and Rosamond had told her how her husband lived in the hope of finding out and punishing his brother's murderer. And now he was found, this murderer, this thief, this guilt-burdened criminal, and he was her only brother, and dying. Ah, well, Valentine Jernam was avenged. Providence had exacted George Jernam's vengeance. The wrath of man was not needed here. The second crime with which this story has to do was one of old date, one of the earliest in Black Milsom's dreadful career. The dying wretch told Mr. Colburne how he had headed a gang of thieves, chiefly composed of sailors who had deserted their ships some 21 or 2 years before this time, when retribution had come upon him, and in their company had robbed the villa of an English lady at Florence. This crime had been committed with the connivance and assistance of the Italian woman who was nurse to the English lady's child. Milsom, then a handsome young fellow, had offered marriage to the woman, which offer was accepted, and she had made his taking her and the child with him, for nothing would induce her to leave the infant, a condition of her aid. He did so, but the hardship of her new life soon killed the Italian woman, and the child was left to the mercy of Milsom and an old hag, who acted as his drudge and accomplice. What mercy she met with at those hands the reader knows, for that child was the future wife of Sir Oswald Eversleigh. Mr. Colburne listened to this portion of Milsom's confession with intense interest. "The name," he asked, "the name of the lady who lived at Florence, the mother of the child. Tell me the name." "Verner," said the dying man, in a hoarse whisper. "Lady Verner. The child's name was Anna." He was very near his end when he finished his terrible story. While Mr. Colburne was trying to speak peace to the poor darkened, frightened, guilty soul, Mrs. Miller knelt by the bedside, sobbing convulsively. Suddenly she remembered the child she had the care of. Had his account of her been true? Was she also the victim of a crime? She waited with desperate impatience, but with the habitual respect of her class, until Mr. Colburne had ceased to speak. Then she put her lips close to the dying man's ear, and said, "Thomas, Thomas, for God's sake, tell me about the child. Who is she? Is what you told me true? If not, set it right. Oh, brother, brother, set it right before it is too late." The imploring tone of her voice reached her brother's dull ear. A faint spasm, as though he strove in vain to speak, crossed his white, drawn lips. But the disfigured head in its ghastly bandages was motionless. The shattered arm in its wrappings made no gesture. In terror, in despair, his sister started to her feet, and looked eagerly, closely into his face. In vain the white lips parted, the eyelids quivered, a shiver shook the broad, brawny chest. Then all was still, and Black Milsom was dead. On the following morning, Mr. Colburne took Mrs. Miller back to Allanbay, after giving her a night's rest in his own hospitable home. He left her at her own cottage, and went to Mrs. Jernam's house, as he had promised the afflicted woman he would save her the pain of telling the terrible story which was to clear up the mystery surrounding the merchant captain's fate. When the clergyman reached the house, and lifted his hand to the bright knocker, he heard a sound of many and gleeful voices within, a sound which died away as he knocked for admittance. Presently the door was opened by Mrs. Jernam's trim maid, who replied, when Mr. Colburne asked if he could see Mrs. Jernam, and if she were alone, as a hint that he did not wish to see any one beside. "Please, sir, missus is in, but she ain't alone. Captain George and Mrs. George's father have just come, not half an hour ago." And so Joyce Harker's self-imposed task was at an end, and George Jernam's long brooding upon his brother's fate was over. A solemn stillness came upon the happy party at Allanbay, and Rosamond's tears fell upon little Gerty as she slept upon her bosom, slept where George's child was soon to slumber. Mr. Colburn asked no questions about the child. Mrs. Miller had said nothing to him respecting her charge, and Milsom's death, ensuing immediately on her question, had caused it to pass unnoticed. George Jernam, his wife, and Captain Duncombe started for London early the next day. They had come to a unanimous conclusion, on consultation with Mrs. Miller, that there was a mystery about the child, and that the best thing to be done was to communicate with the police at once. "Besides," said George, "I must see Mr. Larkspur, and tell him he need not trouble himself farther, now that accident, or, as I believe, Providence, has done for us what all his skill failed to do." When George Jernam presented himself at Mr. Larkspur's office, he underwent a rigid inspection by that gentleman's deputy, and having, by a few hints as to the nature of his business, led that astute person to think that it bore on his principal's present quest, he was entrusted with the address of Mr. Andrews, in Percy Street. "So, you see, I don't get my 500, because I didn't find out Captain Jernam's murderer," said Mr. Larkspur, after a long and agitating explanation had put Lady Eversleigh in possession of all the foregoing circumstances. "And here's Captain Jernam's brother comes and takes the job of finding little missy out of my hands, does my work for me as clean as a whistle." "But I did not know I was doing it, Mr. Larkspur," said George. "I did not know the little Gerty that my Rosamond is so sorry to part with was Miss Eversleigh. You found it out from what I told you." "As if any fool could fail to find out that," said Mr. Larkspur, good-humouredly. He had a strong conviction that neither the relinquishment of Lady Eversleigh's designs of punishing her enemies, nor the finding of the heiress by other than his agency, would inflict any injury upon him, a conviction which was amply justified by his future experience. "My good friend," said Lady Eversleigh, "if I do not need your aid to restore my child to me, I need it to restore me to my mother. I cannot realize the truth that I have a mother. I can only feel it. I can only feel how she must have suffered by remembering my own anguish. And hers, how much more cruel, how prolonged, how hopeless. You will see to this at once, Mr. Larkspur, while I go to my child." "Lord bless you, my lady," said Mr. Larkspur, cheerily, "there's no occasion to look very far. You have not forgotten the lady, she that lives so quiet, yet so stylish, near Richmond, and that Sir Reginald Eversleigh pays such attention to. You remember all I told you about her, and how I found out that she was Mr. Dale's aunt, and he know nothing about her?" "Yes, yes," said Lady Eversleigh, breathlessly, "I remember." "Well, my lady, that party near Richmond is Lady Verner, your ladyship's mother." Lady Eversleigh was well nigh overwhelmed by the throng of feelings which pressed upon her. She, the despised outcast, the first cousin of the man who had scorned her, a connection of the great family into which she had married, her husband's equal in rank and in fortune. She, the woman whose beauty had been used to lure Valentine Jernam to his death. She, who had almost witnessed his murder. She owed to Valentine's brother the discovery of her parentage, the defeat of her calumniators, her restoration to a high place in society and to family ties, the destruction of Reginald Eversleigh's designs on Lady Verner's property, and, greatest, best boon of all, the recovery of her child. Her own devices, her own wilfulness, had but led her into deeper danger, into more bitter sorrow. But Providence had done great things for her by the hands of this stranger, between whom and herself there existed so sinister a link. "Can you ever forgive me, Captain Jernam," she said, "for my share in your brother's fate? Must I always be hateful in your sight? Will Mrs. Jernam ever permit me to thank her for her goodness to my child?" For the answer, George Jernam stooped and kissed her hand with all the natural grace inspired by natural good feeling, and Lady Eversleigh felt that she had gained a friend where she had feared to meet a relentless foe. The little party remained long in consultation, and it was decided that nothing was to be done about Lady Verner until Lady Eversleigh had reclaimed her child. George Jernam entreated her to permit him to go to Allanbay and bring the little girl to her mother, but she would not consent. She insisted upon George's bringing his wife to see her immediately, as the preparations for departure did not admit of her calling upon Mrs. Jernam. The gentle, happy Rosamond complied willingly, and so thoroughly had the beautiful lady won the girl's heart before they were long together, that Rosamond herself proposed that George should accompany Lady Eversleigh to Allanbay. With pretty imperiousness she bore down Lady Eversleigh's grateful scruples, and the result was that the two started that same evening, travelled as fast as post horses could carry them, and arrived at Allanbay before even Lady Eversleigh's impatience could find the journey long. Susan Jernam had kept the child with her, and she it was who put little Gerty into her mother's arms. Rarely in her life had Lady Eversleigh lain down to rest with so Chapter 39 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 39. Confusion Worse Than Death. Sir Reginald Eversleigh had paid Victor Carrington a long visit at the cottage at Maida Hill on the day which had witnessed the distressing interview and angry parting between Douglas Dale and Madame Durski. They had talked a great deal, and Reginald had been struck by the strange excitement, the almost feverish exultation, in Carrington's tone and manner. He was not more openly communicative as to his plans than usual, but he expressed his expectation of triumph in a way which Eversleigh had never heard him do before. "You seem quite sanguine, Victor," said Sir Reginald. "Mind, I don't ask questions; but you really are sure all is going well? Our affairs march, mon ami, and you are making your game with the old lady at Richmond admirably, are you not?" "Nothing could be better; and indeed I ought to succeed, for it's dull work, I can tell you, especially when she begins talking resignedly about the child that was stolen a few centuries ago, and her hopes of meeting it in a better world. Horrid bore! Dreadful bosh! But anything is worth bearing if money is to be made of it. Good, sure, sterling money. I think it will do me good to see some real money. Bank notes and gold, and that sort of thing, for an accommodation bill is the only form of cash I've handled since I came of age. How happy we shall be when it all comes right, your game and mine," continued the baronet. "My plans are very simple. I shall only exchange my shabby lodgings in the Strand for apartments in Piccadilly, overlooking the park, of course. I shall resume my old position among my own set, and enjoy life after my own fashion; and when once I am possessor of a handsome fortune, I dare say I shall have no difficulty in getting a rich wife. And you, Victor, how shall you employ our wealth?" "In the restoration of my name," replied the Frenchman, with suppressed intensity. "Yes, Sir Reginald, the one purpose of my life is told in those words. I have been an outcast and an adventurer, friendless, penniless; but I am the last scion of a noble house, and to restore to that house some small portion of its long lost splendour has been the one dream of my manhood. I am not given to talk much of that which lies nearest my heart, and never until to-night have I spoken to you of my single ambition. But you, who have watched me toiling upon a weary road, wading through a morass of guilt, must surely have guessed that the pole star must needs be a bright one, which could lure me onward upon so hideous a pathway. The end has come at last, and I now speak freely. My name is not Carrington. I am Viscount Champfontaine, of Champfontaine, in the department of Charente, and my name was once the grandest in western France. But the Revolution robbed us of lands and wealth, and there remain now but 4 rugged stone towers of that splendid chateau which once rose proudly above the woods of Champfontaine, like a picture by Gustave Doré. The fountain in the field still flows, limpid as in those days when the soldier Gaul pitched his tent beside its waters, and took for himself the name of Champfontaine. To restore that name, to rebuild that chateau, that is the dream which I have cherished." Excited by this unwonted revelation of his feelings, and by the anticipation of the realization of all his hopes, the Frenchman rose, and paced rapidly up and down the room. "I will go to Champfontaine," he said. "I will look once more upon the crumbling towers, so soon to be restored to their primitive strength and grandeur." Reginald watched him wonderingly. This enthusiasm about an ancient name was beyond his comprehension. He, too, bore a name that had been honourable for centuries, and he had recklessly degraded that name. He had begun life with all the best gifts of fortune in his hands, and had squandered all. "I hear your cousin Douglas is very ill," said Carrington, checking his excited manner, and speaking with a sudden change of tone, which produced a strange thrill of Sir Reginald's somewhat weak nerves. "I should recommend you to go and call upon him at his chambers. Never mind any coolness there may have been between you. You needn't see him, you know. In fact, it will be much better for you to avoid doing so. But just call and make the inquiry. I am really anxious to know if there is anything the matter with him." Sir Reginald Eversleigh looked at the Frenchman with a half doubtful, half horror-stricken look. Such a look as Faust may have cast at Mephistopheles when Gretchen's soldier brother fell, stricken by the invisible sword of the demon. "I'll tell you what it is, Victor," he said, after a pause. "Unless our luck changes pretty quickly, I shall throw up the sponge some fine morning and blow my brains out. Affairs have been desperate with me for a long time, and your fine schemes have not made me a halfpenny richer. I begin to think that, in spite of all your cleverness, you're no better than a bungler." "I shall begin to think so myself," answered Victor, between his set teeth, "unless success comes to us speedily. We have been working underground, and the work has been slow and wearisome. But the end cannot be far distant," he added, with a heavy sigh. "Go and inquire after your cousin's health." And so Reginald Eversleigh strove to dismiss the subject from his mind. So powerful is self-deception that he almost succeeded in persuading himself that he had no part in Carrington's plots, that he did not know at what he was aiming, and that he was, personally, absolved from any share in the crime that was being perpetrated, if crime there was; but that there was, he even affected himself to doubt. After Sir Reginald left him, Victor Carrington threw himself into a chair, in a fit of deep despondency. After a time that mood passed away, and he roused himself, and thought of what he had to do that day. He had seen Miss Brewer only the previous day. He had learned how much alarmed Paulina was about her lover's health, and with what good reason. Victor Carrington came to a resolution that this day should be the last of waiting, of suspense. He took a phial from the press where he kept all deadly drugs, placed it in his breast pocket, and went to his mother's sitting room. The widow was sitting as usual at her embroidery frame. She counted some stitches before she raised her head to look at her son. But when she did look up, her own face changed, and she said, "Victor, you are ill. I know you are. You look very ill. Not like yourself. What ails you?"
"Nothing, mother," replied Victor; "nothing that a little fresh air and exercise will not remove. I have been a little over excited, that is all. I have been thinking of the old home that sheltered my grandfather before the sequestrations of '93; the home that could be bought back to day for an old song, and which a few thousands judiciously invested might restore to something of its old grandeur. One of the Champfontaines received Francis I. and his sister Marguerite in the old chateau, which they burnt during the Terror. Mother, I will tell you a secret to day. Ever since I can remember having a wish, the one great desire of my life has been the desire to restore the place and the name; and I hope to accomplish that desire soon, mother, very soon."
"Victor, this is the talk of a madman!" exclaimed the Frenchwoman, alarmed by her son's unwonted vehemence.
"No, mother, it is the talk of a man who feels himself on the verge of a great success, or a stupendous failure."
"I cannot understand."
"There is no need for you to understand any more than this. I have been playing a bold game, and I believe it will prove a winning one."
"Is this game an honest one, Victor?"
"Honest? Oh, yes," answered the surgeon, with an ominous laugh. "Why should I not be honest? Does not the world teach a man to be honest? See what noble rewards it offers for honesty." He took a crumpled letter from his pocket as he spoke, and threw it across the table to his mother. "Read that, mother," he said. "That is my reward for 10 years' honest toil in a laborious profession. Captain Halkard, the inaugurator of an Arctic expedition for scientific purposes, writes to invite me to join his ship as surgeon. He has heard of my conscientious devotion to my profession, my exceptional talents. See, those are his exact words, and he offers me the post of ship's surgeon, with an honorarium of £50. The voyage is supposed to last 6 months. It is much more likely to last a year. It is most likely to last for ever; for, from the place to which these men are going, the chances are against any man's return; and for unutterable hardship, for the hazard of my life, for my exceptional talents, my conscientious devotion, he offers me £50. That, mother, is the price which honesty commands in the great market of life."
"But it might lead to something, Victor," murmured the mother,
as she put down the letter, pleased by the writer's praises of her son. "Oh, yes, it might lead to a few words of commendation in a scientific journal, possibly a degree of F.R.G.S., or very probably a grave under the ice, with a grizzly bear for sexton."
"You will not accept the offer?"
"Not unless my great scheme fails at the last moment, as it cannot fail, as it cannot," he repeated, with the air of a man who tries to realize a possibility too horrible for imagination. It was very late that night before Paulina Durski, worn out by the emotion she had undergone, could be persuaded to retire to rest. After Douglas had left her, all the firmness forsook her, all her pride was overthrown. Despair unutterable took possession of her. With him went her last hope, her one only chance of happiness. She flung herself face downwards on her sofa, and gave way to the wildest, most agonizing grief. Thus Miss Brewer found her, and eagerly questioned her concerning the cause of her distress. But she could obtain no explanation from Paulina, who only answered, in a voice broken by convulsive sobs, "Some other time, some other time. Don't ask me now." So Miss Brewer was forced to be silent, if not content, and at length she persuaded Paulina to go to bed. The faithful friend arranged everything with her own hands for Madame Durski's comfort, and would not consent to leave her till she had lain down to rest. The broken-hearted woman bade her friend good night calmly enough; but before Miss Brewer reached the door, she heard Paulina's sobs burst forth again, and saw that she had covered her face with her hands, and buried it in the pillow. It was late on the following morning when Miss Brewer entered Paulina's room, and having softly opened the shutters, drew near the bed with a noiseless step.
The bedclothes, which were wont to be tossed and tumbled by the restless sleeper, were smooth and undisturbed. Never had Miss Brewer seen her mistress in an attitude so expressive of complete repose. "Poor thing, she has had a good night, after all," thought the companion. She bent over the quiet figure, the pale face, so statuesque in that calm sleep, and gently touched the white, listless hand. Yes, this indeed was perfect repose, but it was the repose of death. The bottle from which Paulina had habitually taken a daily modicum of opium lay on the ground by the bedside, empty. Whether the luckless, hopeless, heart-broken woman, overwhelmed by the sense of an inscrutable fate that forbade her every chance of peace or happiness, had, in her supreme despair, committed the sin of the suicide, who shall say? It is possible that she had only taken an overdose of the perilous compound unconsciously, in the dull apathy of her despair. She was dead. Life for her had been one long humiliation, one long struggle; and at last, when the cup of happiness had been offered to her lips, a cruel hand had snatched it away from her. When Miss Brewer recovered her senses and her power of action, she sent for Douglas Dale. News of the awful event had got abroad by that time through the terrified servants, and 2 doctors and a policeman were on the premises. A messenger was easily procured, who tore off in a hansom to the Temple. As the man ran up the steps leading to Dr. Johnson's buildings, where Dale's new chambers were situated, he encountered 2 ladies on the first landing. "I beg your pardon," he said, pushing them, however, very decidedly aside as he spoke. "I must see Mr. Dale. Please do not detain him. It is most important." The ladies stood aside, exchanging frightened and curious looks, but made no attempt to make their presence known to Mr. Dale, who came out of his rooms in a few minutes, attended by the messenger, and passed them without seeming in the least aware of their presence, and wearing the ghastliest face that ever was seen on mortal man. That face struck them dumb and motionless, and it was not until Jarvis had twice asked them their names and business, that the elder lady replied. They would call again, she told him, and handed him cards bearing the names of Lady Verner, Lady Eversleigh. Victor Carrington appeared at Hilton House early in the afternoon. He had calculated that his work must needs be very near its completion, and he came prepared to hear of Douglas Dale's mortal illness. The blow that awaited him was a death blow. Miss Brewer had told Douglas all. The lies, the artifices by which the man Carton had contrived to make himself a constant visitor in that house. In a moment, without the mention of the schemer's real name, heaven's light was let in upon the mystery. The dark enigma was solved, and the woman, so tenderly loved and so cruelly wronged, was exonerated. Too late! Too late! That was the agonizing reflection which smote the heart of Douglas Dale with a pain more terrible than the sharpest death pang. "I have broken her heart," he cried. "I have broken that true, devoted heart." The appearance of Victor Carrington was the signal for such a burst of rage as even his iron nature could scarcely brook unshaken. "Miscreant! Devil! Incarnate iniquity!" cried Douglas, as he grasped and grappled with the baffled plotter. "You have tried to murder me, and you have tried to murder her. I might have forgiven you the first crime. I will drag you to the halter for the second, and think myself poorly revenged when I hear the rabble yelling beneath your scaffold." Happily for Carrington, the effects of the poison had reduced his victim to extreme weakness. The convulsive grasp loosened, the hoarse voice died into a whisper, and Douglas Dale swooned as helplessly as a woman. "What does it mean?" asked Victor. "Is this man mad?" "We have all been mad," returned Miss Brewer, passionately. "The blind, besotted dupes of your demoniac wickedness. Paulina Durski is dead." "Dead?" "Yes. There was a quarrel yesterday between these 2, and he left her. I found her this morning, dead. I have told him all. The part I have played at your bidding. I shall tell it again in a court of justice, I pray God."
"You can tell it when and where you please," replied Victor, with horrible calmness. "I shall not be there to hear it." He walked out of the house. Douglas Dale had not yet recovered consciousness, and there was no one to hinder Carrington's departure. For some time he walked on, unconscious whither he went, unable to grasp or realize the events that had befallen. But at last, dimly, darkly, grim shapes arose out of the chaos of his brain. There would be a trial, some kind of trial. Douglas Dale would not be baffled of vengeance if the law could give it him. His crime, what was it, if it could be proved? An attempt to murder. An attempt, the basest, the most hideous and revolting. What hope could he have of mercy? He, utterly merciless himself, expected no such weakness from his fellow men. But, in this supreme hour of utter defeat, his thoughts did not dwell on the hazards of the future. The chief bitterness of his soul was the agony of disappointment, of baffled hope, of humiliation, degradation unspeakable. He had thought himself invincible, the master of his fellow men, by the supremacy of intellectual power and remorseless cruelty. And he was what? A baffled trickster, whose every move upon the great chessboard had been a separate mistake, leading step by step to the irrevocable sentence. Checkmate. The ruined towers of Champfontaine arose before him as in a vision, black against a blood-red sky. I can understand those mad devils of '93. I can understand the roll call of the guillotine, the noyades, the conflagrations, the foul orgies of murderous drunkards, drunken with blood. Those men had schemed as I have schemed, and worked as I have worked, and waited as I have waited, to fail like me. He had walked far from the West End into some dreary road eastward of the city, choosing by some instinct the quietest streets, before he was calm enough to contemplate the perils of his position, or to decide upon the course he should take. A few minutes' reflection told him that he must fly. Douglas Dale would doubtless hunt him as a wild beast is hunted. Where was he to go? Was there any lair or covert in all that wide city where he might be safely hidden from the vengeance of the man he had wronged so deeply? He remembered Captain Halkard's letter. He dragged the crumpled sheet of paper from his pocket, and read a few lines. Yes, it was as he had thought. The Pandion was to leave Gravesend at 5 o'clock next morning. "I will go to the ice graves and the bears," he exclaimed. "Let them track me there." Energetic always, no less energetic even in this hour of desperation, he made his way down to the sailors' quarter, and spent his last few pounds in the purchase of a scanty outfit. After doing this, he dined frugally at a quiet tavern, and then took the steamer for Gravesend. He slept on board the Pandion. The place offered him had not been filled by any one else. It was not a very tempting post, or a very tempting expedition. The men who had organized it were enthusiasts, imbued with that fever thirst of the explorer which has made many martyrs, from the age of the Cabots to the days of Franklin. The Pandion sailed in that grey, cheerless morning, her white sails gleaming ghastly athwart the chill mists of the river, and so vanished for ever Victor Carrington from the eyes of all men, save those who went with him. The fate of that expedition was never known. Beneath what iceberg the Pandion found her grave, none can tell. Brave and noble hearts Chapter 40 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 40. So Shall Ye Reap. Little now remains to be told of this tale of crime and retribution, of suffering and compensation. Miss Brewer told her dreadful story, as far as she knew it, with perfect truth, and her evidence,
together with the evidence of the chemist who had supplied Madame Durski from time to time with the fatal consoler of all her pains and sorrows, made it clear that the luckless woman, lying quietly in the darkened room at Hilton House, had died from an overdose of opium. Douglas Dale could not attend that inquest. He was stricken down with fever. The fate of the woman he had so loved, so unjustly suspected, nearly cost him his life, and when he recovered sufficiently, he left England, not to return for 3 years. Before his departure, he saw Lady Eversleigh and her mother, and established with them a bond of friendship as close as that of their kin. He provided liberally for Miss Brewer, but her rescue from poverty brought her no happiness. She was a broken-hearted woman. Victor Carrington's mother retired into a convent, and was probably as happy as she had ever been. She had loved him but little, whose only virtue was that he had loved her much. Captain Copplestone's rapture knew no bounds when he clasped little Gertrude in his arms once more. He was almost jealous of Rosamond Jernam, when he found how great a hold she had obtained on the heart of her charge. But his jealousy was mingled with gratitude, and he joined Lady Eversleigh in testifying his friendship for the tender-hearted woman who had protected and cherished the heiress of Raynham in the hour of her desolation. It is not to be supposed that the world remained long in ignorance of this romantic episode in the commonplace story of everyday life. Paragraphs found their way into the newspapers, no one knew how, and society marvelled at the good fortune of Sir Oswald's widow. "That woman's wealth must be boundless," exclaimed aristocratic dowagers, for whom the grip of poverty's bony fingers had been tight and cruel. "Her husband left her magnificent estates and an enormous amount of funded property, and now a mother drops down from the skies for her benefit, a mother who is reported to be almost as rich as herself." Amongst those who envied Lady Eversleigh's good fortune, there was none whose envy was so bitter as that of her husband's disappointed nephew, Sir Reginald. This woman had stood between him and fortune, and it would have been happiness to him to see her grovelling in the dust, a beggar and an outcast. Instead of this, he heard of her exaltation, and he hated her with an intense hatred which was almost childish in its purposeless fury. He speedily found, however, that life was miserable without his evil counsellor. The Frenchman's unabating confidence in ultimate success had sustained the penniless idler in the darkest day of misfortune; but now he found himself quite alone, and there was no voice to promise future triumph. He knew that the game of life had been played to the last card, and that it was lost. His feeble character was not equal to support the burden of poverty and despair. He dared not show his face at any of the clubs where he had once been so distinguished a member, for he knew that the voice of society was against him. Thus, hopeless, friendless, and abandoned by his kind, Sir Reginald Eversleigh had recourse to the commonest form of consolation. He fled from a country in which his name had become odious, and took up his abode in Paris, where he found a miserable lodging in one of the narrowest alleys in the neighbourhood of the Luxembourg, which was then a labyrinth of narrow streets and lanes. Here he could afford to buy brandy, for at that date brandy was much cheaper in France than it is now. Here he could indulge his growing propensity for strong drink to the uttermost extent of his means, and could drown his sorrows, and drink destruction to his enemies, in fiery draughts of cognac. For some years he inhabited the same dirty garret, keeping the key of his wretched chamber, going up and down the crumbling old staircase, uncared for and unnoticed. Few who had known him in the past would have recognized the once elegant young man in this latter stage of his existence. Form and features, complexion and expression, were alike degraded. The garments worn by him, who had once been the boasted patron of crack West End tailors, were now shapeless and hideous. The dandy of the clubs had become a perambulating mass of rags. Every day when the sun shone, He buttoned his greasy, threadbare overcoat across his breast, and crawled to the public garden of the Luxembourg, where he might be seen shuffling slipshod along the sunniest walk, an object of contempt and aversion in the eyes of nursery maids and grisettes, a butt for the dare devil students of the quarter. Had he any consciousness of his degradation? Yes, that was the undying vulture which preyed upon his entrails, the consuming fire that was never quenched. During the brief interval of each day in which he was sober, Sir Reginald Eversleigh was wont to reflect upon the past. He knew himself to be the wretch and outcast he was, and, looking back at his start in life, he could but remember how different his career might have been had he so chosen. In those hours the slow tears made furrows in his haggard cheeks, the tears of remorse, vain repentance, that came too late for earth, but not perhaps utterly too late for heaven, since even for this last and worst of sinners there might be mercy. Thus his life passed, a changeless routine, unbroken by one bright interval, one friendly visit, one sign or token to show that there was any link between this lonely wretch and the rest of humanity. One day the porter, who lived in a little den at the bottom of the lodging-house staircase, suddenly missed the familiar figure which had gone by his rabbit hutch every day for the last 6 years, the besotted face that had stared at him morning and evening with the blank, unseeing gaze of the habitual drunkard.
"What has become of the old toper who lives up yonder among the chimney-pots?" cried the porter suddenly to the wife of his bosom. "I have not seen him to-day, nor yesterday, nor for many days. He must be ill. I will go upstairs and make inquiries by and by, when I have leisure." The porter waited for a leisure half-hour after dark, and then tramped wearily up the steep old staircase with a lighted candle, to see after the missing lodger. He might have waited even longer without detriment to Sir Reginald Eversleigh. The baronet had been dead many days, suffocated by the fumes of his poor little charcoal stove. A trap door in the roof, which he had been accustomed to open for the ventilation of his garret, had been closed by the wind, and the baronet had passed unconsciously from sleep to death. He had died, and no one had been aware of his death. The people of the house did not know either his name or his country. His burial was that of an unknown pauper, and the bones of the last male scion of the house of Eversleigh were mingled with the bones of Parisian paupers in the cemetery of Père Lachaise. While Sir Reginald Eversleigh dragged out the wretched remnant of his existence in a dingy Parisian alley, there was perfect peace and tranquil happiness for the woman against whose fair fame he and Victor Carrington had so basely conspired. Yes, Anna was at peace, surrounded by friends, delighted day by day to watch the budding loveliness, the sportive grace of Gertrude Eversleigh, the idolized heiress of Raynham. As Lady Eversleigh paced the terraces of an Italian garden, her mother by her side, with Gertrude clinging to her side, as she looked out over the vast domain which owned her as mistress, it might seem that Fortune had lavished her fairest gifts into the lap of her who had been once a friendless stranger, singing in the taverns of Wapping. Wonderful indeed had been the transitions which had befallen her; but even now, when the horizon seemed so fair before her, there were dark shadows upon the past which, in some measure, clouded the brightness of the present, and dimmed the radiance of the future. She could not forget her night of agony in the house amongst the marshes beyond Ratcliffe Highway. She could not cease to lament the loss of that noble friend who had rescued her in the hour of her despair. The world wondered at the prolonged widowhood of the mistress of Raynham. People were surprised to find that a woman in the golden prime of womanhood and beauty could be constant to the memory of a husband old enough to have been her father. But in due time, society learned to accept the fact as a matter of course, and Lady Eversleigh was no longer the subject of hopes and speculations. Her constant gratitude and friendship for the Jernams
suffered no diminution as time went on. The difference in their social position made no difference to her, and no more frequent or more welcome guests were seen at Raynham than Captain Duncombe, his daughter and son-in-law, and honest Joyce Harker. Lady Eversleigh had a particular regard for the man who had so true and faithful a heart, and she would often talk to him, but she never mentioned the subject of that miserable night on which he had seen her down at Wapping. That subject was tacitly avoided by both. There was a pain too intense, a memory too dark, associated with the events of that period. And so the story ends. There is no sound of pleasant wedding bells to close my record with their merry jangling chorus. Is it not the fate of the innocent to suffer in this life for the sins of the wicked? Lady Eversleigh's widowhood, Douglas Dale's lonely life, are the work of Victor Carrington, a work not to be undone upon this earth. If he has failed in all else, he has succeeded at least in this. He has ruined the happiness of 2 lives. For both his victims time brings peace, a sober gladness that is not without its charm. For one, a child's affection, a child's growing grace of mind and form, bring a happiness on, clouded at intervals by the dark shadows of past sorrow. But in the heart of Douglas Dale there is an empty place which can never be filled upon earth. Will the eternal and all-seeing One forgive her for her reckless, useless life? And shall I meet her among the blessed in heaven? He asks himself sometimes, and then he remembers the holy words of comfort unspeakable. Come unto me, ye that are weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Had not Paulina been weary and heavy laden, bowed down by the burden of a false accusation, friendless, hopeless from her very cradle? He thought of the illimitable mercy, and he dared to hope for the day